These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like, fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built full of smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering in cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We'll tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. We back in the house, y'all. We back in the house. Shout out to everybody, man. We in the house today. Shout out to everybody, man. Yeah, man, we in the house today, man. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday to y'all, man. Hope everything is going good in your lives. Man, we got a couple things we're gonna talk about today. I couldn't put everything in but the first thing we're gonna talk about is well, before I even get to that, hope everything's going good for you. Let me get Bill. Let me give Brother Eric his. Let me give Brother Eric his due. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. Brother Eric, if you haven't had a chance, get on over to 16 to Life and the YouTube page, man. Shout out to Brother Eric, better known as 16 to Life. He did this music, man. He allowed us to use this music, and in our opening sequence, man. So shout out to Brother Eric. Appreciate you, man. Go on over there and check him out. Funny guy, man. Funny guy, but a real dude, man. Real dude, man. Solid, very, very solid cat. He letting us use this music royalty free. So shout out to him, man. He believes in the cause. And like I said, man, good dude, solid dude, man. He got a lot of funny stories about when he was out there selling them narcotics. And he got a lot of funny stories about when he was in the California penal system, which he did 24 years straight time in there. And finally hit the bricks, man. So shout out to Brother Eric, man. Congratulations on him trying to turn his life around, man. Doing some good work out there. Okay, that's Brother Eric, man. Shout out to him. All right, so let's get to say who's in the building first. Who's in the building, man? Who's in the building? Jill's Chocolate Boutique is in the building. Jill's Chocolate Boutique is in the building. Jill's Chocolate Boutique is in the building. Shout out to Jill's Chocolate. If you haven't already subscribed to Jill's Chocolate Boutique, I don't know what you're thinking about. Get your butt over there and subscribe to Jill's Chocolate Boutique. Check it out. See if that's the kind of content you're down with. But shout out to Sister Jill. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Thank you for being my standby backup in case one of us can't do something. You're always right there ready to take over. Appreciate you, Jill. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Who else in the building? My sister N.A. In the building, man. In the building. Shout out to you, Sister N.A. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you as always, man. You are another great treasure that we have over here, man. We appreciate having all of you guys over here. But some of you guys are, give to me even more, you know what I mean? And I appreciate those of you guys that even step the game up to help me even more. I appreciate all of you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. Who else is in the building? Well, I think that's everybody that's in the building at this time. Yeah, I already know, Jill. I already know. I think that's everybody who's in the building at this time who wants to step up. Okay. I sent. Now, y'all gonna ask me, hey, where's Rico? I thought Rico. Okay, so check this out. I just got off the phone with this man about an hour ago. You know what the last words to me was? Don't be late. I said, okay, all right. But Brother Rico is not in the building at this time, but I'm sure he'll pop in within the next half hour or so, right? Make his he'll be fashionably late, right? As a matter of fact, there he is right there. The man in the red shirt. What's going on, Brother Rico?
I'm here. What's going on with you, sir?
Man, we're just trying to hang in there. We're trying to get it done, man. We ordered the backpacks today. So the backpacks will be here next week.
Oh, you ordered the backpacks?
We ordered them, man.
Oh, that's cool.
We completed our, we got all our money. And so we ordered the backpacks today. As a matter of fact, we put a video up of me, Vaughn, and Sister Annie kind of trying to negotiate a deal, and then just eventually just scrapping that and going over to Amazon because Vaughn said, hey, man, well, let's go check out this over at Amazon. So we ended up going through Amazon, man, saving a bunch of money over there. So, but the backpack should be here next week. And so I was talking to the lady across the way, and so she was saying maybe it's better to do it like the first week of January because man, I mean, I didn't know how connected this lady is, man. This lady is connected with a food drive. She's connected with a shoe drive. She connected with all kinds of stuff. So she's trying to make it be like you walk in here, you're gonna have food, shoes, a backpack, everything, everything, man. So she's hooking it up, man. She's hooking it up, man.
So you're doing it in partnership. That's a good thing. That's how you get things done, is getting connected, working with people rather than against people.
And guess what?
Mm-hmm.
It's a black business, man. I'm working with black business people, man.
Yeah.
And check this out, man. She is just a good person. First of all, man, she's just a good person, man. She's just real sweet, man. Like Sister Annie and Jill and all, Patrice, and all. Just a real sweet person, man. And then on top of that, though, she just got her She was telling me she just got her nonprofit. She just got all of that done.
The 503c.
Yeah, she's a 503c. So she said, man, I'm so plugged into so many different things. I said, hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah.
Yeah, so, but that's about building with people rather than against people.
Yeah.
Being in the space of saying, look, instead of fighting with people, like I said, you get more bees with honey than vinegar. So instead of fighting with people, build with people.
Rico.
Yes, sir.
The head Nazi hunter and their side niggers.
That's it. I don't know what's the world would be a better place without them.
I thought we wasn't gonna I thought we wasn't gonna kick the fence where the junkyard dogs was at, man. I thought we wasn't gonna kick that fence, man. Shout out to Von Bryant in the building. Shout out to Von Bryant in the building. And of course, my other Taurus brother, my Taurus sister is Sister Eddie, and my Taurus brother is Anderson the Great. And Rick, I'm gonna tell you, man, we Tauruses, man, we loving people, man, but don't push us, man. Don't push us. We get too close to the edge, man. We gonna might be an ugly situation.
I'll let all the crazy out.
Man. But we try to act like we got sense, man. You see, we act like we got sense for a long time.
Y'all let the crazy out like these other fools. Like these other fools have been out here like, oh Lord, we don't need no more crazy black men on the street.
Wait a minute, man. I want to make a video like everybody else. We want Rico. Can you tell us how to get our women to submit? Can you tell us? Tell us how to get our women to submit.
We don't need no more crazy. We don't need no more crazy. We got enough crazy. I want out there. We don't have no shortage of crazy and fools.
Yeah, we
don't.
Huh?
We don't. We don't have a shortage of that. We have those in plentiful supply.
How's your day been going, bro?
Going good. Just got back. Well, not just got back. We got back about 45 minutes. We had our little annual Christmas. Well, we had another one next week, but everybody's doing these little Christmas holiday celebrations. Parties, gathering at the end of a long year. You come together with your team, and it's pretty good. I always participate because the last thing I don't want to be is on the job. Like I try to tell people that work with, I said, you have to care about the appearance of whether or not you're a team player.
Right.
So I learned early on, don't come off looking like because you don't have to participate. But I know that those things sometimes go. People they might hold it against you when you don't do it. Especially when like multiple years, I've done it where it's like, okay, every time we have a Christmas party, a company picnic, Clarence don't never show up, so you get labeled as antisocial. Now it's your right to be that way.
Right.
It is well within your right to be that way. But then when it comes time to handing out rewards and gifts, who tends to get rewarded better and gifted? The people who are more team players. So I try to tell my sons that. I was like, man, I don't like going to a lot of those social events, but that's part of playing the game. Right. And you can clearly say, you absolutely don't. But don't come crying about, well, when they gave Chad, some extra, because Chad playing the fucking game.
Right.
It's just I'm like, if y'all want to argue it all you want. But that's just in life in general. That's in personal relationships, private relationships, business relationships, people who play the game who come off across more. So I just say that to say that, I tend to go to as many social events on the job as possibly can, because I know no matter what they say, it has a reflection on your performance evaluation, your raises, your promotion, your bonuses, all of that. The more they like your ass, the better they reward you.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you know, I even tell my son, I'm like, you arguing this shit, and then you be like later on you're gonna be crying about why you got passed over for a promotion. Because your ass is a team player.
Yeah, you got to get that FaceTime in there, man.
You
Yeah,
got to, man.
good.
You got if you don't get that FaceTime, they don't think about you. And they'll be like, oh shit, I didn't even think about you, Clint. You know, I didn't know you wanted to position.
Yeah.
You never said nothing because you
right. That's what they say.
And it's plain and simple.
That's what they say.
That's what they say. A closed mouth don't get fed. So I'm like, I'm out there, I'm smoozing, I'm rubbing elbows, I'm trying to get to know these people, let them get to know me. So when they think about opportunities, they think about you.
Yeah.
But you know, I was like, you know, I'm done talking to you, motherfuckers. Y'all y'all want to tell me you're gonna do the whole new way? Y'all ain't in a position of power. And I said, and the thing is, it's not even always color, because even when I've been in managerial positions, I'm like, I think of the people who I see all the time. And then somebody else on my team, I had a team before I got this job, like 40 people. I thought about the people who was always in my face all the time. I didn't think about what color they were. When it came time to hand out an assignment or something, you think of those you see frequently and those who sit back and be quiet. I just don't think about your ass. You don't never say nothing. You don't speak up. And if you don't speak up, you get passed by. That's just that's real life.
That's just how it works in on the job, man. This is how it works.
Yeah.
So people can't you know, be like, oh
man. So I try to put that in, you try to put that out just so people can understand. Like, look, unfortunately, that's the world that we live in. And if you know, you just got to do it. So I even said, even from the black side, it's like, man, come on now. I've been in I can't be remembering all you motherfuckers. It's hard. You know what I'm saying? But you'll remember that top 5. So I'm like, you know, it's like I hate to say it, we like, you got to be like the piglets, right? Mm-hmm. So the mama pig, the mama hog have 20 babies. Your ass gonna starve if you don't fight through those motherfuckers to get on one of them tits.
Yeah, man.
You gonna starve. So you can't be sitting back. I'm gonna wait till the rest of them eat, and then I'm gonna get some shit.
It's like you know why sharks only have one kid?
Why?
Because they have a litter in there. But the strongest one eats them all up.
Yes, see? Yeah, I mean that's the law of survival, human nature, whatever you want to call it. It's crazy.
You gotta put your mark out there, man. You gotta put your mark out there.
You got to. So I won't go on and on about that, but you know, it was that, and I love doing it because I be smoozing like hell, trying to make all kinds of connections and you know, get the ins and outs, what's going on with the business. You just got to do that. I'm never trying to get caught blindsided.
Right.
But people do, you know, I used to be that way where it was like, I don't want to participate. And then you know what that means? You're going to be the last to know about anything.
Right.
You be the last, and I be getting that information early. Oh, right. Yeah, I heard I didn't know that. Yeah, because your ass don't come and you don't, you're not a team player. I'm in meetings I'm not invited in. I'm trying to get in. I'm trying to be nosy as hell.
Yeah.
So I don't want to read the handwriting on the wall. I want to write it on there too. I want to be one of the authors of, you know, Rico, go put this on the wall so to let the rest of them know. Okay. Because I want to know first. Whatever you know first is better.
Yeah, man. Information is always good, man. You know what I'm saying? Because you can work with that.
That's currency.
All right. Hey, man. We got a couple of things we got to talk about, man. But the main thing we're gonna talk about is this FTX situation. But first thing I want to get to, we're gonna get to that too. We'll do a couple minutes on that, Vaughn. We'll do a couple minutes on Brittany Griner. But first thing we're gonna do is ouch.
Ooh, 2 from the Cosby Show.
Oh man.
Oh shit. Okay, that's real close.
Man, they just will not let this dude go, man.
That's real close when they worked on the show with him.
You see, Rico, I had to go over to the thing and see, and now they're trying to sue me. Let's see, this dude, man, he did so much. I was trying to tell a couple fellas the other day, I said, this dude, even though this dude did so much, what you gonna remember. This is the stuff you're gonna remember about them, right?
One more time. I told you earlier. What's the Achilles heel? His Achilles heel is the same as that other fool.
Yeah.
And another fool.
Yeah, man.
They all have the same Achilles heel.
Well, we're gonna see a running pattern today of people that they think they can talk their way out of it. And so Cosby thought he could talk his way out of it. Yeah, I did it, but it was so long ago that it was.
But you know what? You wouldn't have to talk yourself out of it if you didn't talk yourself into it.
Yeah, that's another thing.
That's literally the case for every last one of these cases. They talk themselves into all this trouble.
Well, let us see what's happening with Mr. Cosby, because Mr. Cosby thought he was out, but he was in the clear, right?
Let's hear from Fat Albert.
He came out of jail, and so he's like, I'm out of jail. Whew, that was a close one.
Start talking again?
Yeah, no, you're not done yet, Mr. Cosby. I'm gonna probably say this ain't gonna be the last group of people coming after him. I doubt that. But,
he might well leave the country.
Yeah, he might do
what I would do.
Russell Simmons, man. Like Russell Simmons, just go on over to what's that place? Dubai. Just go on over there,
Belize or wherever. I take I just go to Africa, go some damn where.
Let me play this video, man, so we can see what's going on with Bill Cosby.
There's bacon and eggs.
What's that, Rico? Is it what?
I'm looking at my wife's plate.
Oh man, yeah, man. Man, you better stay away from your wife's plate, man. All right, oh, I got 1,000. I can do YouTube, huh? I can do Rico. I'm gonna do Rico. Stop do my damn Rico. Clarence, I told you, Clarence, I can do that thing you got. Once again, Clarence, you didn't listen to me. Go once again. All right, man. What do you think, man? What do you think? What do you think about cars?
I mean, this seems a little bit like a raw deal, but I'm not surprised because it looks like they jamming them up with a new law that was recently enacted. But
yeah,
which but again,
called the Adult Survivors Act,
right? And it's newly enacted, so it's not even old or anything on the book. It gives them a second bite at the apple. But I'm like, Bill, when you get out of jail, get your money and just leave the country. Because the bottom line, he's got a lot of baggage back here. Civil cases are notoriously easy to win, you know, because you don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. You only have to prove, you just got to prove that it was more than likely that he did something than he did it. You don't have to prove he did it. It's just like, what's the likelihood that he did? That's how civil cases are won. Based on all his prior evidence, and you can bring in all that other shit. No, he's not going back to jail. They're going to hit.
No, he's not going. This is a civil suit law, Vaughn. This is a civil suit.
Yeah, they're going to run them pockets, and they're trying to pocket. What they're also trying to set it up too. If you look at it, they're trying to run the pockets of NBC Universal.
That's what they really trying to do.
Warner, which was the production company. So it's a money grab, but again, Bill put himself in a position for the money grab.
Right.
So either he can say, "Hey, we're gonna settle, cut a check," and then of course the whole thing gonna be like, "Oh, what's gonna stop anybody else?" I don't know, and I really don't care. When you put yourself in this position you put yourself in. You know, you put yourself in a space where you've done a lot of creep shit. Hell, I might try to run a case on them if I think I can get it. You know, so I don't think that they're all justified or they're all right.
It wasn't creepy in the 70s, though. In the 60s and 70s, it wasn't creepy.
Huh?
It wasn't creepy in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah, it was.
That's how everybody was getting down.
No, Clarence. It was. We got to be careful about that. There was a lot of people getting down like that, but that was not the accepted norm. That's all I'm saying. Yes, a lot of people was given Spanish fly. Everybody wasn't given Spanish fly in the 60s and 70s. And Bill was one of the ones that was doing it. That's fine. I get that. There was the.
I'm not saying it was good. I'm not saying it was good.
Right.
I'm definitely not saying that. But what I'm saying is,
the
atmosphere at that time, it wasn't frowned upon to be like that.
Legally, it was. Just because Negroes in the hood didn't care. Or some of the white boys.
I'm talking about in Hollywood. I'm talking about Hollywood.
Right. But Hollywood is not the law, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
So we can't say because everybody was they doing all kinds of freaky shit in there now. It's still illegal.
Yeah.
It's still illegal. The stuff they doing today.
Yeah.
It's still illegal. So I'm saying it was widespread, but it wasn't accepted. It was just
I'm not saying it was accepted by society.
Right.
I'm saying in those type of circles where people ran with that.
It was understood. It was understood.
I'm not saying, and I'm not even going to go that far and say it was accepted. What I'm going to say was it was not looked at as something worthy of going to the police about.
I agree.
I don't think they would think that at that point.
I agree with that.
I think once the women realized at this point. That, oh man, you know that's not too cool. What happened?
And then you got to realize too. Here's two different things. In the 1960s, right?
Yeah.
A woman thought about going to the police for what? They ain't gonna do nothing.
Right.
That's a big part of it that's being left out of the situation too.
I agree.
It's not like maybe a lot of those women didn't want to. They knew nobody wasn't gonna do nothing.
Right.
They knew, oh shit, they're gonna blame me for it. Times have changed. Now we're not blaming the victims.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So maybe half of them would have went if they thought something, but it's like, okay, I wanted to be in a movie. I came to Cosby House. He drugged me. He raped me. If I tell, no one's going to care and my dream is over. Well, he done already took the ass. Let me shut up and get a role.
Yeah, let me see if I can make it. I can push on.
Let me make lemonade out of lemons.
Yeah.
But it's not like they liked it, nor they wanted it, or they probably hated it. But I'm gonna make lemonade out of lemons.
No, I don't think any of them liked it. I think what they did was, like you said, I think they just said, "Hey, this dude could kill my career."
Right, because most of them knew. You have a vein of that's going on right now today. That even if the woman comes out, like I think they just had the dude Danny Masterson in Hollywood. He just beat his case. Remember him? He's an
Okay.
actor that all those women, Danny Masterson, you look his name up, I forgot what he played in, but all these women have charged him of credible SA cases. But
Oh
he
man.
beat it because of the, the information. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Thank you, Annie. I didn't know I said it, but if I did, I apologize. But Danny Masterson was credibly accused of SA. And he's got several cases. So they're bringing it up now. But even the people who credibly accuse him, and I think like what'll happen nowadays is the studio, if you get enough cases, if you get a couple of cases, and the first thing the studio gonna do is they're gonna drop the person that was charged right away. Oh, yeah, I don't know exactly what he did, JP, right? But I'm just using him because he's the one I know that's currently involved in something like that. So you're right. He's in a lot more. I get that. I don't know. I don't even know all of it. If you want to hit the link and join us and explain it to us, but I know he's in something. And the other guy, the guy that was in the House of Cards, what's his name? He's a really good actor.
Kevin Spacey.
Kevin Spacey.
Oh
Kevin
yeah, he beat.
Spacey.
Yeah,
He
was pounding those young dudes. Yeah.
Right, but guess what? Now people are staying away from him though. So I'm saying the environment. See, if Masterson and Spacey was back in the 60s, wouldn't nothing happen. Wouldn't nothing happen. Do you see what I'm saying? But this is different now. So if they were back in the 60s and 70s doing exactly what they was doing, nothing would have happened. There you go. You're right. He didn't beat the case. He just beat it here in the U.S.
Oh, okay.
Because again, so that's what I'm saying is I just want to be clear. So when I look at how do we put this on Bill? It's just it's gonna be what it's gonna be.
60 women, man. Yikes.
Yeah.
Yikes.
And once you get that jacket on you, like you say, Clarence, you gotta wear that jacket.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be careful because while it does seem a little unfair, I'm falling back because I don't know all the information. And I'll be damned if I'm gonna stick my neck out there.
Yeah.
I'm not sticking my neck out there defending Bill Cosby, especially when not only was he credibly accused, but he even in a deposition admitted to doing some shit that it was just like, dude, if you didn't do it, you are a super creep.
Yeah.
You're a super creep.
Well, that's like it was cool to be creepy back then, man. Well, not cool,
but you still was a creep.
The people didn't go to the police. Let me say
it. So basically, he went to Hollywood and he fell into the den of inequity that already existed.
Yeah, there you go.
But the bottom line is, you can't go, well, the den of inequity. Ain't nobody make you do that shit. You wanted to be a part of it.
Yeah.
So you wanted to go to the bathhouse and you wanted to do all this freaky deaky stuff with young women, children, young boys, whatever y'all was doing. I don't care. It's a den of inequity that you chose to freely participate in. And I'm not defending that shit. I'm not.
Yeah. Well, it's nothing you can defend. I mean, it's nothing to defend whether he did it or not.
And it's not a defense.
He admitted he did most of it.
And it's not a defense to me to say, well, that's what they were doing. That still don't mean the shit was right.
No, it's not. It's not right. I'm just saying that's why they didn't jump on it then. I think they didn't. Like you said, I think they felt like, man, if I go to the police and tell somebody Bill Cosby jumped on me, what they gonna do? They'll be like, get out of here. Get out of here.
And right, exactly. Nothing's going to happen to him, like I said, which wouldn't happen to Spacey or Masterson if they were there back then. They're going to go on with their career, and yours is over.
Right.
So it's like, why do it to yourself at that point?
Right.
But
this is your dream, right? This is your dream. You want to do your dream.
Yeah.
And
they done already took the booty, so hey, get the roll.
So one of these women said that Bill Cosby touched her inappropriately in his dressing room.
But you know, Clarence too, and you look at it even more. even outside the young ladies, look at all the young men that were violated.
By Bill Cosby?
No, I'm talking about through the history of time. Like Terry Crews said he was SA'd.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? And I'm like, he just came out and spoke about it. I don't believe it happened to him once. I believe it happened to him a couple times.
Maybe
he
so.
just told
Maybe
about
so.
one.
You know, some of those guys, man.
That's a rampant problem in Hollywood too, because you know they have a big alphabet community. So I'm like, it ain't the women that's in danger. Them young boys that go there, they in danger.
Yes.
Big time.
Because what happens is a lot of our LGBT brothers, they look for a certain look or some type of acknowledgement that you are also participating, but they kind of look for it by like it's not outward. Like,
but you don't even have to be participating because you look at the two Corys. Corey Haim and
I understand that they just get violated. They just straight out get. But I'm talking about
young.
I know, but I'm talking about where some of these guys, with the situation with Terry Crews, where they feel like, you know what?
I just think they just. Nah, I think that sissy just wanted that big black blood, but
nah.
Yeah,
I think they did. Well, I think that was the case, but I think there was more than that, where he felt like, you know what, this dude he's open to this. You know, he might be open to this. So I think he might have
thought that, but you know what? I can tell you, some of them, especially in positions of power, they're gonna hit on you whether they think you open to it or not. They're gonna try to leverage you the same way that the men would try to leverage the young women. They will try to do it through coercion and power. Look, if you want this role, this is what you're gonna have to let me do. They do it. They do it the same way. It's not always like, oh, I'm looking for people that's down on my team. No, nigga, you want this role, then you're gonna have to let me do this. And do not think that you got predators in the alphabet community like all other communities, is what I'm saying. You have predators in that community who will force if they can get you to, if they want to bend you to their will, because they got the same creep fetish shit as everybody else, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's terrible, man. It is running rampant out there, man. In Hollywood, it's running rampant out
Predators are predators, straight or not straight.
Yeah, and you know what the sad part about it is, a lot of people come here that are willing to do whatever. They're willing to do whatever, man. And that's what makes it even bad, because now they encouraged to continue to be that way, even though it's wrong, it's illegal and everything like that. You know, man. I remember one time, man, out here in LA, man, I was pulling to this gas station over here on Crenshaw. And I'm just pulling to this gas station, right? So young brother, man, comes up to me and says, "Hey, man, I ain't doing so good. Can you help me with this or that?" I said, "Nah, I can't help you today, brother. But I hope everything works out for you, right?" I said, "I just got enough money to get some gas, man. That's it." So he said, "Oh, okay." Well, he said, "Well, I also do handiwork around the house, right?" I mean, it's a young dude, probably about 16, 17 years old. I also do handiwork around the house, right? I said, "Oh, okay. But I don't need anything right now, man. But good luck to you, and everything." And then he broke down and said, "You know what? I'll do anything you need, anything." And the way he said anything, I got it. Right? See, I didn't get it the other two times. I didn't get it when he first said that, right? But when he said anything, I got it, man.
But it surprised me. I was watching a video of Abba's and Preach, right? And I didn't know, Abba, he'll give the backstory about what he used to do before he started comedy or podcasting. Right. He said he used to be big in dance. He was big into the whole dance thing, right? And he said he was big in it in LA. for years. If you ever watch him talk about his back history, he talk about how I was big in the dance, but and I know it to be true because, like I said, they do it here in DC. They've done it in New York. So when you're a male dancer, a lot of the choreographers, the majority of the male dance choreographers are of the alphabet community.
Right.
So when you're doing dance and you're like auditioning, whatever, they want pictures.
Right.
And he said, them dudes will be asking for fully nude pictures.
Nice.
See what I'm saying? So it's
nice.
just like, and all I'm just saying is predatory behavior, period.
Yeah.
Period. So it's in the heterosexual community, the alphabet community, male and or female. Yeah. So again, like I said, I'm gonna put it simple. Bill ass is in knee deep because he don't know how to keep his mouth shut. And I mean, River, him, Kanye, OJ, all of them.
You said Kanye? You said Kanye?
Yeah, if they could just learn how to shut the fuck up. They can't talk themselves out of trouble because they're too busy talking themselves into stuff. Facts.
Shout out to Daryl Long, by the way.
Shout out, Daryl. Facts. Bill Cosby never had a lick of trouble until he kept running his mouth. He got away with it. OJ, he got away with it. If I look at everything, it's like they just can't shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's true.
And you got the right to say whatever you want. God knows you do. But if you talk your ass into a hole, don't look for me to come save you. Hell no. Because I've said 1,000 times over, ain't nothing I got so important to say that I'm willing to talk myself into a jail cell.
Yeah,
or
man.
talk myself out of $1 billion. To me, that is fucking insanity.
I don't know, man. You know what I mean?
I
don't know what they're thinking when they think, or they think they could just talk their way out or say whatever.
Or the young man, the young man we did the stream on, was it Kalen Walker?
Kalen Walker
talked himself into 50 years.
Oh,
but all he had to do was just shut up. Bro, just sit back and just shut up. They might have said this, you know what? He ain't said nothing. We're gonna hit him on the head for 5 to 10. And he could have did 6 and been home.
Right.
Right. And you telling shit they didn't even know. Keep talking.
That's all they do is they keep talking. Keep talking.
Yeah.
Right. If you ever watched those police interviews, right? You know, the first dude comes in, man, he's like, hey, you know what? I know you did it, confess. And then you mean like the first 48? Yeah. Yeah. The first dude was like, come on, man, just tell me what happened, man. Come on, just tell me what happened. And so then they know the guy ain't gonna say nothing to him, right? So he goes out. Then the other guy comes in. Hey, man, I'm your friend. I just want to talk to you. You know what I mean?
Or look, you get to make it even worse, right? You ain't saying nothing to the police, but when you get on the block, you telling every fucking body. Nigga.
Yeah, man.
And like they don't have rats in. I'm like, half them niggas on that cell block is ratting.
Yeah.
So now they done put a wire on him and you in the jail cell telling everything you did. I'm like, you know how many people done sitting on death row for running their mouth to their fucking cellmate?
Yeah.
Because you don't know how to shut up.
Yeah. Yeah.
You already in jail, talking to another nigga in jail, and get yourself put on death row.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, the hell with him. The hell with him.
Man, but that's crazy though, man. That's crazy. And now I remember in New York, there was a dude that the police had went to the street, you know, they interviewed him, right? He had just got out of prison. He just did a 5-year bid, and he had just got out, right? And so all the police did was question him about something, right? And so the people in the gang thought that he was out there snitching. And so, man, this dude took a load. He took a weapon in there, and he murked a couple of cops in there, man. You know, they ended up murking him back. But I mean, you know, just because he didn't want to be thought of as the person that was talking, because he know talking can get you caught up, man. Can get all kind of things happen to you. But we know. See, that's why you have Miranda rights. Your Miranda right, your fourth Miranda right is you know, you do not everything. What does it say? You have the right to remain silent.
Mm-hmm.
And everything.
Look, but Clarence, this is the part that get me right. I worked with a DC police lieutenant. He got killed. That's a whole long story by his second wife, whatever, right? But when he was coaching with me, he literally told me that like 90% of their cases are solved on niggas rolling over on each other.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's like the police solve very few cases short of somebody telling. That's literally like all these niggas do is commit crimes and tell on each other.
Right.
That's all they do. So the whole stop snitching, like that's all you niggas do. They snitch on each other. Soon as they snatch it, well, Clarence was there, you know, and lessening their time. It's a common thing. I don't know why. And it's like, but I get it. If you in the game and you fuck up, this, that, whatever. But the fact of the matter is I'm like, we're talking about Bill Cosby, Kanye, OJ. We're talking about killing. Well, I'm like, y'all ain't in that street life, right?
Shouldn't be, yeah.
Why the fuck can't y'all shut up? Get a lawyer and shut up. Stop talking. Like as if, you know, in either one of them case, there's not one more thing that any of them can say that's going to make their case better.
Okay.
Kanye, there's not one thing he could say that's going to make him look better. But he could just shut up. He could be quiet, let a week or two go by, and people will start to forget about shit. But if you keep coming back, bumping them gums, you keep reminding us just how fucking stupid you are. Same thing with Mr. Cosby. Mr. Cosby, keep your mouth shut. Do what your lawyer and spokesman say. Let them do the talking for you. That's why you pay them. Either cut a check, take your ass
to the
and live out the rest of your days.
Yeah. But, you just gonna have to cut a check, man. I mean, it's not going no further, man. It's gonna get settled.
But if the worst thing he can do is decide, I'm gonna get out here and I'm gonna defend myself. Nigga, ain't nobody listening to you or believing you. He's
not talking no more.
Point. Right.
He's not talking no more. No, he's not saying that. That's how come he got out of jail.
And I hope he learned his lesson. I'm like, Bill, don't say nothing. They're going to think whatever they think. They're going to feel whatever they feel. They're going to try to run your pockets, file bankruptcy, do whatever you can to protect whatever assets you can. Let them run the rest of it. And that's that. But I'm not sympathetic because it was you bumping your gums in the first place that got you here. And people, I'm like, I understand he's a black man. I understand all the positivity he did. I understand all that. But I also know what that nigga admitted he did. And if that was my daughter, sister, or mama, I want to put hands on him.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. My daughter can't come in here and tell me, you know, Daddy, I was out there and you know, I fell asleep. And the next thing I know, I woke up, he on top of me, hunching on me. I'm looking to kill him.
Ouch.
That's a hard thing to swallow because you think she wanted it. That's bullshit. That's bullshit to a father.
You know what? I don't. You know, I feel bad for him and his family, man, because you know his wife is related to Tom Hanks, by the way. But I just feel Camille Cosby.
Oh, I
Camille Cosby. Yeah, they're I mean, by Tom. I think through Tom Hanks' mother, they're related some type of way. But anyway, but
hey, any moderator, can y'all get these damn trolls out of here in the chat?
Oh, they ain't trolling. They're good as long as they didn't say nothing out of pocket.
All the whatever.
Yeah, those are the guys that's waiting for us to talk about FTX.
Oh, okay, all right.
FTX, right? They're talking about coins.
Okay. Yeah, y'all come up here and educate my dumb ass. I know nothing about invisible money.
I got a lot of information. I got a lot of stuff, man. We're gonna get to it.
I got a lot of questions for y'all.
Let's move on to Brittany Griner, and then we'll get to it because Bill Cosby and Brittany Griner are the appetizers, and Sam Freed is going to be the main course. So let's get over here to Brittany Griner. Let's see. Brittany Griner was released.
I apologize, Crypto. I apologize. You're right. Come. You ain't gonna save me, but come tell me how to make some of that invisible money.
Rico, you better leave the crypto alone, man. Can you leave that crypto alone? Unless you know what? Unless you got money to burn, don't play with that crypto. Not at all. All right, here we go.
Let's talk about Sister Brittany.
After nearly 10 months, it comes as part of a one-for-one prisoner exchange between the U.S. and Russia. CBS's Tina Krause has found all of the developments.
WNBA star Brittany Griner has been released from Russian custody in a prisoner swap. The Russians in exchange for Russian arms dealer Victor Bout, who was serving prison time in the U.S. The president tweeted a photo of himself, the vice president, and the secretary of state, along with Griner's wife, talking on the phone to the basketball star.
She's safe. She's on a plane. She's on her way home.
Sources tell CBS News the high-stakes swap happened today at a neutral location in the United Arab Emirates that both the U.S. and Russia had agreed on. Russian officials publicly signaled their willingness to engage in prisoner swap negotiations after Griner was sentenced to 9 years in prison on drug charges.
I never meant to hurt anybody. I never meant to put in jeopardy the Russian population. I never meant to break any laws.
Griner's lawyers argued she had mistakenly brought vape cartridges in her luggage containing less than a gram of cannabis oil back in February. Her release comes after many months of pressure from U.S. officials who urged the Kremlin to set her free. Earlier this year, former U.S. Marine Trevor Reed returned home after spending more than 2 years in a Russian jail on assault charges. In exchange, the U.S. released Russian pilot Konstantin Yaroshenko, a convicted drug smuggler. Griner had been serving time in one of Russia's labor camps, notorious for its harsh treatment of inmates. She will now undergo a health check at a U.S. military base before returning home to the U.S. just in time for the holidays. Tina Krause, CBS News, London.
All right, Rico.
Mm-hmm.
They brought Brittany Griner home.
Yeah.
We got U.S. soldiers that's sitting in Russian prisons right now, but they bring it home.
That's not accurate.
We don't.
Former soldiers and servicemen.
Okay.
They're
former
not
soldiers,
former,
not active duty, not active duty people. Okay.
Right. They're veterans.
Right. We have vets, but now I'm happy that Brittany Griner got released.
Mm-hmm.
What do we do? What are we doing for these other prisoners?
I mean, it's the same thing we do with all of them. I mean, prior to Brittany, let's not make it about just Brittany, because they released another guy earlier this year.
Or him either, right? What are we doing about these other vets?
They're still working on it. You know, it's just gonna be a process. I don't know why. Obviously, maybe they were given. You know, the president was obviously probably under more pressure.
Correct.
To get Brittany Griner released because she's more well known than the other person. Let's not pretend like celebrity doesn't matter, because it does. You know,
but should it? That's my point.
It shouldn't, but it does. It matters whether you're imprisoned or not, and it still does, and nobody says anything about it anywhere. So if you're not going to complain about celebrity being a more influential sphere in every damn thing else, Why are you complaining about it in this instance? Because we give celebrities extra space and grace to do whatever the hell they want and everything else in life. So they're going to get extra space and grace if they're held captive. It just is the way it is. We let celebrities walk over the rest of us in everything in everyday daily life. If Paul Whelan and Brittany Griner was not in prison, Brittany Griner would still be favored over that man. So all I'm saying is everybody being butthurt, like he was locked up there before. So was the fucking white boy that came out earlier this year. That Paul Whelan's been there for 9 years. Brittany Griner's been there for 10 months. The guy that they got rid of earlier was only there for 2 years. That 9-year guy's been there longer than both of them, and people who've been in prison by them less have been let out. It's different reasons why this stuff happened. I don't know why, in particular, this guy, Paul Whelan, who's been held there for 9 years, they're having such a hard time getting out, but they are. And there are Americans that are held in other countries around the world even longer than that. But what they're making a big deal out of is, well, they let Brittany Griner out, but they didn't let Paul Whelan out. And he was there. They let Travis Reed out, and they still didn't let that man out. So I didn't hear the same, you know, they was like, oh, because they let the white boy out earlier. Oh, they let him out. But don't worry, Paul. We still. So I'm like, be the same way with this. Don't make it seem like because they let the black woman out, the white man should have got out. They should have spent more currency getting the white guy out. I'm like, they spent currency. They worked the deal that could be worked. Russia probably.
I'm not saying, but it doesn't matter about her being black or white or whatever, Rico, or a woman or not.
But that's the spin they're putting on it.
I'm talking about her as a celebrity. Why does her celebrity expedite her?
Why does it? But why does it do it for anything? But it does it for everything in life, Clarence. We're acting like celebrity doesn't give currency or expediency over regular, ordinary people every day and everything. When we know it does, we do it. We as the lesser than, we allow it and we celebrate the shit. Because when look, everybody's celebrating Brittany Griner getting out. When the guy Travis Reed got out, nobody didn't know who the fuck he was and they didn't care. When Brittany Griner got out, it was all over the news. All over the news. When the white boy got out, it was a blip. Could be like, who the fuck is Travis Reed? Why was his ass even over there? Blah, 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 blah. We do it. We do it. So you're asking a question that we all participate in. Celebrities are favored. I don't like it. It just is what it is. But my point is why I'm seeing the difference in if it's a black celebrity, oh, they should be treated like everybody else. Like, y'all don't say that when it's fucking white celebrities.
I'm saying it for anybody.
I know, but only you're saying it. Everybody else doesn't say that. They sit there when it's white celebrities getting preferential treatment. We understand. Well, goddamn it, understand this. She's still a celebrity. Y'all may not like her. You may not like her because she's black and she's part of the alphabet community, but she's still a celebrity.
Yeah.
Period.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
But I'm saying they're acting all out of sorts, like as if this is the first time a celebrity cut the fucking line. I'm like, celebrities cut the line all the time, exactly as you're describing. Like white celebrities cut the line all the time. Nobody gets butthurt about that. So why y'all butthurt because?
But should they?
No, they shouldn't. But it's always existed. And if we don't make a big deal when the white celebrities cut the line, I'll be damned if I'm gonna make a big deal or discuss a black celebrity cutting the line. I do want that man, Mr. Whelan, to get out. Brittany Griner is a black celebrity that cut the line. The hell you want me to say?
All right, y'all. Y'all let us know what y'all think about Brittany Griner getting out of prison and getting released. I think it's a great thing, like Rico. I think.
And if you don't think she should have got out before that guy Paul Whelan, then you need to also explain to me why Trevor. No.
Tell us
You
why. Tell us
need
why.
to also tell us why the other guy who got out before him that served less time.
I just think that
they need to make that rational argument. They don't make it just about Brittany and you okay with the other guy. If you got smoke for them both and say, hey, send both of them back to Russia, let both of them go back to jail and get him out first, I can work with that. But you can't sit there and cherry pick this one if you didn't say anything about the previous one.
All right, Rico, we're gonna leave Brittany Griner right there. Y'all can tell us.
No, I'm gonna say this, and I'm done with it. She's out, she's home, I'm happy. It was a bullshit charge. You're talking about she's locked up for 10 months for a fucking vape pen?
Yeah.
Really? Of all three of them, she had the least reason to be in jail. She had a vape pen. The other guy, he assaulted somebody, and then the first guy, I think they accused him of being a spy. Brittany over there for a joint. She spent 10 months.
They said she had a vape, less than an ounce in a vape.
Right. So I'm like, she done spent almost a year for less than a joint. So the other two, I was like, even though I know the Russian legal system is totally fucked up, one guy, the Marine, beat somebody's ass. So I'm like, okay, that was an assault charge.
We ain't doing too much better over here, man.
I know, but I'm like, one guy beat somebody's ass. That's an assault charge. And the other guy, I think, they accused of being a spy. So if I'm like that government, I was like, okay, these are two more serious. Brittany was she had a jaywalking charge. So I'm like, come on. What are we talking about? But come on, let's go.
It's their country. They can do what they want, man, right?
Oh, and they're doing it.
They do what they want to do. So if you go over there, you taking the risk by going over there to, play ball. And I understand, hey, look, $250,000 is not enough money to live on, right? You got to go over to Russia and you can make another, $750,000 over in Russia. I get it, man. I'm up there, but it's just whatever you do, there's gonna be a risk with it, right? Gonna be a risk with it, right? All right, so that's Brittany Griner, y'all. Y'all tell us what y'all think. We got now. Here comes what we really supposed to be talking about today, which is Rico. Do you know what Bitcoin is?
Invisible money. I'm being honest. I'm ignorant as hell. I got a very surface level about crypto, so.
Okay, well, we're going to talk about crypto today. We're going to educate a lot of people about crypto today. So the first thing we're going to do is look at what the serious institutional investor Warren Buffett has said about cryptocurrency. Let's listen to what he got.
At one point this weekend, you said that Bitcoin, and this was basically, you were asked, Charlie said Bitcoin's like rat poison. You were asked about that comment, and you said, well, it's probably more like rat poison squared. Charlie went on in the meeting to then basically call Bitcoin turds.
He is an expressive sort, isn't he? Maybe when he gets a little older, he'll...
I just want to ask you about that because it sparked so much controversy, and particularly on Twitter and some of the places where you might expect people who are trading in cryptocurrency to be pretty loud about what they heard. What is it about Bitcoin that gets you guys so fired up?
Well, when you buy a farm, you look at the crop every year and what prices are, and you decide whether it was a satisfactory investment. I mean, you look to the asset itself and what it produces for you. When we buy a business, we look at what the business earns and decide how we feel about it in terms of what we paid. But we are buying something that at the end of the period, we not only have what we bought in the first place, but we have something that the asset produced. And when you buy non-productive assets, all you're counting on is whether the next person is going to pay you more because they're even more excited about another next person coming along. But the asset itself is creating nothing. One of the interesting things, for example, is gold. If you go back to the time and you look at how many hours of labor you had to give up in order to buy an ounce of gold, and you take it forward to now, you'll find the compound rate maybe 1/10 or 0.2%. And then you have to insure it during that time and make sure somebody doesn't steal it from you and everything. But it doesn't produce anything. And productive assets, you can pay too much for a productive asset, but I bought a farm in the 1980s, and every year look at how much it produced the way of soybeans and corn. And at the end of that period, I've still got the farm, and I've gotten some significant income off of it.
Okay, Rico. This is Warren Buffett. I don't know if you ever heard of Warren Buffett. Have you ever heard of Warren Buffett?
I heard of him.
Okay. Well, Mr. Buffett and his partner, I forgot his name, doggone it, but his partner, they have the stance like myself. This is just not a good asset that produces anything. Why put it in your portfolio? Because its only value is based on somebody else wanting it more than you want it, and just to me, that's very risky. And so it reminds me of, I don't know if you remember back in the was it the late 90s? The late 90s, they had this Tickle Me Elmo doll, right? Around Christmas time. Everybody was trying to get this Tickle Me Elmo doll, right? They was paying all this money. It went from like $14 to $2,000 to $5,000 because they couldn't make them fast enough, right? So it just the price went up, and then I saw it hit rock bottom, man. Where I was watching, I don't know if it was Good Morning America or Good Morning Today or whatever, and these Marines had gotten like 100 of them, right? They was selling them they was want to auction them off for $10,000 a piece, right? They couldn't auction off one of them things for like $15, man. Nobody was buying them things, right? Because it just everybody was done with it, right? Everybody was just done with it. Nobody wanted to, but they were starting to bidding off at like 10 grand, right? Then they kept lowering it and lowering it and lowering it and lowering it, and then nobody couldn't get them things away. But that's what happens when the market busts, right? Nobody wants that, and so I think the same thing it happens in this crypto situation now. Cryptocurrency, like you said, it's pretty much invisible money, right?
Yeah.
I can create a tone.
I mean, that's what it looks like to me, but go ahead.
Yeah, I can create a coin, the Clarence coin, and I can say, hey, I'm only putting 100 Clarence coins out there, and and so I'm gonna keep their value at this point. But see, the problem is you can't control the value. You're gonna have to attach that value to something that people will want, but you can't control it, so you can't stabilize it. So it's just difficult. But anyway, let's get this. That's Warren Buffett, right? Let's get to the man of the hour, man, because I really want to get to now. You always talking about these cats that try to talk their way out of everything. Let me see. Okay. Well, first, let's do a little history lesson, right? Let's do a little history lesson and see what happened. All these people talking about FTX. FTX, of course, was a trading platform, right, where you could trade cryptocurrency, right?
Yep.
Let's see what actually happened, man. Let's see what actually happened. No, that's not what I want, right? Okay. No, this is not it. This is it. Is this it? Yeah, this is what I want. This is what I want, Rico. Because we got to learn about this stuff, right? Because we out here running around, getting involved with this crypto. We don't know what we're talking about because we just think we just jump on the next craze. But we got to know what we're doing out here, man. We got to know what we're doing out here. Right, this is what happened to FTX.
$1 billion. In 3 days, that's how much the world's 15 largest cryptocurrencies lost in market value. It's because of the crypto exchange platform FTX, which is behind this token, named FTT. On November 6th, the token's value began to fall, losing more than 80% of its worth in the span of 72 hours. Once seen as a survivor in a struggling market, the fall of FTX has sent shockwaves through the cryptocurrency industry. So, what went wrong? FTX is the brainchild of Sam Bankman-Fried. He's commonly known as SBF on social media. He's been previously hailed as a savior of the crypto industry.
And you were called the JP Morgan of crypto. Did that bother you, or did? not. It doesn't bother me too much.
Bankman-Fried founded the quantitative trading firm Alameda Research in 2017. 2 years later, he started FTX, an exchange platform for buying or selling cryptocurrencies. Right now, he's the majority owner of both firms.
That kind of aroused some skepticism among industry players and traders, investors, stakeholders, that there could be some sort of conflict of interest in terms of whether Alameda Research was getting preferential treatment on FTX, vice versa. But the official narrative that
Okay, everybody caught up? So far, this guy here, he started one company to do trades, to do trading, and then he started another company to trade specifically cryptocurrencies, right? So far, so good. He started a cryptocurrency actually exchange, right? Not only did they exchange cryptocurrencies, but they loaned money out to they loaned crypto out to other people, right? If you gave them permission, which most of his clients did not give him permission to loan their money out, right? It's like if you put your money in a bank and the bank say, we're gonna give you a return. Well, how are they gonna give you that return? They gotta do something to give you that return. So when you sign your deposits, when you sign up to go be with a bank, they let you know right there, they can loan your money out. They may loan your money out at a higher interest rate than they paying you.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see that on the paperwork. Well, you got to read that paperwork. That's what they're telling you, right? So this is what this guy effectively did with crypto, right? And so to give y'all a short version, what he did was he had these two companies. Now he had all these people that had invested all this money into his company called FTX. He had his ex-girlfriend running his other company that was actually trading on the stock market. She lost billions of dollars. So what he tried to do is take the money from FTX and cover up those losses without the client's consent. And so that's where all of this drama is happening because, you know, she lost like 6 or 7 billion, and he moved like I think 10 billion. He tried to move over there, and he just he lost everything. They lost everything, man. So now these big hedge fund companies that put a billion here, billion there into it, they don't have their money, right? These teacher retirement accounts. I mean, I'm talking about big money they moved in there, and he don't have it. So now what are we gonna do? All right, so I'm just giving y'all a short version. I'm gonna finish playing it because I don't want y'all to get caught up in stuff like this.
that SBF gave in the past is that the two companies are separate entities.
After its launch, FTX attracted major investments from Silicon Valley and Wall Street.
You know, we've raised a few $1 billion over the course of the last couple of years, and we're a profitable business.
It grew into the fourth largest cryptocurrency exchange for derivatives trading. Celebrities promoted the platform in ads.
I'm getting into crypto.
With FTX, you in?
It's FTX. It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
I don't think so.
FTX was gaining steam, and in the process, often tussled with Binance, the world's largest crypto exchange by volume.
When FTX was getting started, Binance invested in FTX, and it was one of the crypto exchange's earliest investors. But FTX, as we know, grew really rapidly and became a very substantial rival to Binance.
As FTX grew in the industry, Bankman-Fried furthered his reputation as a crypto savior when digital asset prices collapsed earlier this year.
It's not fair to customers.
He bailed out firms, spending about $1 billion.
It's okay to do a deal that is moderately bad in bailing out a place.
But that image didn't last. On November 2nd, CoinDesk published a report based on a leaked Alameda balance sheet. According to the leaked data, Alameda claimed it had over $14 billion in assets at the end of June, but most of that was FTX's tokens. Alameda CEO Caroline Ellison tweeted that the balance sheet wasn't complete.
Caroline also said its financial situation is under control, the company is doing well. However, it seems like the market just didn't really buy that, and then traders continue to withdraw from FTX.
FTX and Alameda did not respond to a request for comment. Things escalated on November 6th when Binance said it would offload hundreds of millions of dollars of FTT. Binance did not respond to a request for comment. The announcement sparked mass withdrawals. That day, FTX processed $4 billion of transactions, many times the normal amount for a day. Some got backlogged, which sparked demand for more. By November 7th, that number ballooned to $6 billion. On the 8th, a day later, FTX's finances were in crisis. Binance stepped in and said it would buy the company. It seemed like FTX might have solved its liquidity problem. But on the 9th, Binance backed out of the non-binding acquisition. The next day, the Journal reported that FTX used money from customers to fund risky bets made by Alameda.
It's a shocking revelation for a lot of people in the industry because even though there has been a lot of speculation about FTX and Alameda Research being joined at the hip, nobody could have foreseen that SBF was willing to transfer billions of customer funds at his crypto exchange to help his crypto trading firm.
The Securities and Exchange Commission and Justice Department are investigating FTX, according to a person familiar with the matter.
This is not like the New York Stock Exchange or NASDAQ. They take people's money, they borrow against it, it's not much disclosure, and then they trade against their customers.
A spokesperson for the Justice Department declined to comment. Bankman-Fried told investors that FTX couldn't cover withdrawals since its collateral was dropping in value and couldn't be liquidated, according to people familiar with the matter. On the 11th, Bankman-Fried resigned as CEO, and FTX and Alameda filed for bankruptcy. Afterwards, FTX said it was probing a potential hack. More than $370 million worth of crypto funds appeared to be missing, according to crypto analytics firm Elliptic. On the 12th, the Journal reported that Alameda and FTX executives knew that FTX had lent its customers money to Alameda.
So a lot of retail traders and investors I've talked to are feeling desperate or frustrated. The majority of the people in the industry could not have seen this coming because FTX is such a dominant player.
The fallout has led other companies to tout their reserves and call for more transparency in the industry. As of November 11th, according to the bankruptcy filing, FTX's estimation of their liabilities would make it the largest crypto-related bankruptcy ever filed.
Yikes. Yikes. Okay, let's explain. Okay, basically, this guy took money from one pot that when people came to him and said, I want to invest in your business. I want to invest in your company. And so he took their money. Now, part of when they had to sign up, just like when you sign up for a bank, you got to fill out some documents. Well, part of the documents, when they gave him money, said he would not lend any of their money out. It was 100% protected. It would never be lent out without their permission. And he did the exact opposite. He took all their money and he lent it out. Not only did he lend it out to his own company, well, first of all, he gave himself $1 billion loan, right? He loaned himself $1 billion. Rico, will you loan yourself $1 billion? He loaned himself $1 billion, right, of customer funds. By the way, that's highly illegal. Then the next thing he did was he started trying to bail out these other crypto companies. Why? Because it was in his best interest to keep the value of these cryptocurrencies at a certain level, because if one of them start falling, they all start falling. As you can see, they all been falling, right? It's a domino effect. One of them go down, all of them go down. Why? Because they invest in each other. They cross-pollinated, most of them. And so they invested, this one got $1 billion in that one, and that one got $1 billion in this one, of paper money or alleged money or whatever, right? With the crypto wallet or whatever, right? But basically, the man stole money from he stole client money to give it to his other company, because because people running his other company, his ex-girlfriend or whatever that was running his other company was losing money so bad that they tried to cover those losses with the money from over here at his other company. And so that's what, since he had control over both companies. Now, the main thing I want to get to is, like you were talking about, Rico, how people talk themselves into a hole. Now I want to show you how, now they're asking these dudes direct questions. Did you know that they stole money? Were you aware? And watch what he's gonna say.
Well, Clarence, let's say this too, real quick, just to make sure that we're educating our subscribers, right?
Okay.
And I know, because I was just looking at it while you were talking, doing a little research. Because I make fun of crypto because I will readily admit that I'm not a crypto expert. I don't know anything. I probably more in the camp of Warren Buffett. Like you said, it's an asset. I think what Warren Buffett called it, an asset with no value.
Yeah.
Something along that line. And the only reason why I say that is because now I know you young folk think crypto been around forever. Crypto only been around since 2008, 2009. We talking about money that's been invented in the last 13 and a half years. Prior to that, there was no existence of any crypto coin. So we're talking about now, when we talk about the dollar replaced the gold standard, and the gold standard went back to shit. Probably damn near seemed like the dinosaur age when man was, placed this high value on this mineral called gold. So in terms of currency, crypto age is the blink of an eye. That's how young it is. That's how young, inexperienced, unpredictable. When we started the gold standard, no one knew, because gold is a finite resource. People are still running around because we believe there's more gold out there to be mined and found. And there is, and so on and so forth. But we just don't know where the hell it is. So that can dictate, how much of a value. The rarer that a mineral or material is, the higher its value. The more it's in abundance, the lesser its value. That's why gold was so expensive. It's harder, it's rarer. Things like nickel and copper and, things like, at one point, silver used to be very expensive. Then all of a sudden they started finding silver deposits all over the world, so the value plummets. Crypto being some made up shit started out, right? It's the value in the first Bitcoin was like, worth 0.00009% of a penny. But then it caught on. But here's the thing, because it's just made up out of thin air, that also will, in my mind, tells me, well, that's something that can be done in abundance. What's rare about it? Because you just made the shit up. I'm going to make the Clarence coin, then the Rico coin, then the any coin. We can just keep creating all these cryptocurrencies that, as they all more and more start to come onto the market, they all start to, like, the original was the Bitcoin, and you got the Doge coin, and God knows all these other coins. So it's like, how is it for me? And I'm just looking at a layman's term. What's going to prevent the market from cratering when you have an abundance of a resource, which is these digital coins that we assign a value to? That's why I'm leery of it. And that's why I said, like, the way that Warren Buffett explained it, an asset with no value, it's like, because like I said, there's not a thing there.
They try to limit the amount of it that's out there. But the problem is the value it's only as valuable as the next guy's gonna pay for it.
Right.
So
and
I think
I just look right now, right, and it says there are more than 9,000 other cryptocurrencies in the marketplace. 9,000. So can you imagine, like, we think the dollar is the gold standard, the US dollar. But we got 9,000 other countries with dollars of equal value. or similar to equal value. Not, and all Bitcoins are not of equal value. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying, what's to say that all of a sudden this crypto coin here that's worth $5,000 a day, and this one over here that's worth nothing, all of a sudden tomorrow now it's worth $5,000. That decreases the value of this one. If all of a sudden the value, so it's like 9,000 cryptocurrencies, if the other 8,999 increase in value, it's going to decrease the value of the most expensive cryptocurrency. And ultimately, they're all just made up. They're just decided. I heard, like, when I was reading, and what I again, I don't know. They said, like, the first cryptocurrency, I think, was a Japanese guy, and it was like peer to peer. So he came up with a concept that, hey, I'm going to come create this cryptocurrency, and I'm going to say it's worth this value. And it was supposedly, I guess, supposed to be just amongst these nerds in this nerd world. And sort of like stuff. What was the game? Sim City?
Okay. Yeah.
So in Sim City, you had money.
Right.
That's where I think the idea came from. You could buy property in Sim City. It's like, wow, this shit is just, and this is a virtual world in a video game where you could buy property and have money. And
well, one of the major benefits of cryptocurrency is you can move like millions and billions of dollars. You can move it, and the government can't like hold it, put a hold on it, or do anything with it. You can move that kind of money, and the government can't really have nothing to do with it.
But what's one of the drawbacks?
The drawback, well, one of the main drawbacks that this guy Warren Buffett was talking about is that kidnappers and extortionists and other. This is how many times they want to get paid in cryptocurrency.
Right.
So that's what that it invites those type of people to the table. You know what I mean?
Further, in addition, while they do the whole push that they put on cryptocurrency is decentralized banking. You know the problem with decentralized banking? There's no guarantee. So when you put your bank in a centralized bank, you have a government guarantee to protect you against losses. In crypto, you have no such protection.
Right, but it's not for us, Rico.
I know.
This is
I'm just pointing that out. So if anybody wants to say, "Oh, I'm going to go out here and I'm going to invest 100% of my income in a crypto,"
oh man,
well,
don't do that.
You can lose it all.
Do that.
So you got $1 million you can invest in crypto, and if it goes to shit, you lose $1 million. If I got $1 million in the bank and the bank goes to shit, I lose $750,000 because there's a government guarantee for $250,000.
Right.
That's the Federal Depository Insurance Corporation. So they do give you federal government, and I think all this has been since the Great Depression and all that, where they guarantee for a set amount. Now, anything beyond that, you just lost that. But they make sure you. So if that insurance don't mean nothing to you, put it all in the crypto. I don't care.
No, don't put it on. Don't listen to Rico.
No, I'm not telling anybody. I'm just saying is that I'm trying to put out the information to say that these are the pluses and the negatives. I don't know. We don't know how the market's going to go. Stock market, 401, crypto, they're all somewhat of a gamble. But like I say, the safest thing they tell you is put your money in the government bonds. You ain't going to make no money off of it. But guess what don't happen in government bonds? You don't lose any money. So people have been doing that forever. Oh, I'm going to put $100,000 in the government bonds. Well, you ain't going to make $1. But guess what? You ain't going to lose $1 either. As opposed to all those other risky ventures. Me and my wife, we put money in the even with the bank CDs, and the amount of money that you make off of them, it's pretty low. It's pretty sad how little you make off of it. Because like you said, Clarence, the banks will take your money and they'll give a loan. I get a bank $100,000. They'll loan it out at 12% interest and give me $3.
Right.
And pay me $3 on my $100,000.
Right.
So it's like, well, damn. And that's what they do. That's how banking works. They make money off of loaning your money.
Right.
And they just pay you at a substantially lower rate. But your money is more guaranteed and protected against loss. And for most of us, I just think that we have to be careful about and the thing what I was saying was, remember earlier what people always talk about, well, as Black people, we got to invent things and come up with new stuff. I'm like, well, crypto's only 13 years old.
Yeah.
So it was only 13 years old. So 13 years ago, we could have jumped in it. We could have invented it. We could have been on the cutting edge, but we wasn't. Now, do you think that they're going to sit there and let our ass in now?
I mean, yeah, you can get.
No, you can get your. No, I'm not talking about spending your money. I'm talking about being what this guy Sam Bankman was, setting up an FTX, just that whatever. Because now they've all the powers that be, whether it's the people who look like the people on the screen or the used or whoever, they've already put their money into running the crypto game. We'll be hard pressed to get in it now. It's just going to be hard.
You mean from the ownership side?
Exactly.
Okay, all right.
But 13 years ago, it's only a 13-year-old industry. So we can't say we were locked out. Like, no, we could have. But 13 years ago, when Bitcoin first came up, brothers looking at that shit just like I'm looking at it now. I ain't fucking with that shit.
Yeah.
And I don't blame them, because to me, I still look at it that way. But then I can't sit back and cry. Oh, they won't let me in Bitcoin. They won't let me. Well, I was around 13 years ago. I could have invested my money in there. I wasn't willing to take the risk.
Yeah.
Hell no.
Yeah.
But I could have. You know what I'm saying, Clarence?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Now, as much as I would like for them to let me in, they're well within their right to tell me, Rico, get out my damn face.
Let me tell y'all something. Don't take well, first of all, cryptocurrency is not an investment.
That's magic money.
It's like money that you take to the casino, man. You might win, but you probably not. You probably got 99% chance you probably won't win.
Can you afford to lose is the question.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's money you take into the casino.
Mm-hmm.
Money you take into the casino, well, most of us that ain't crazy, we know we're not taking our rent money, we're not taking our car note money. We now every now and then you got a fool like, I'm gonna make this work. They take all their money and they out there get stuck. But I'm saying, I got a relative that used to do stuff like that, right? So, but for the most part, it's a stacked debt, and only the people, like you said,
stacked against you.
Yeah, only the people that it's like the casino. Only the people that you the people that start these things and promote them make money.
Mm-hmm.
Because every time I look at the lines of the graphs, they start off the same way. They start off small, then somebody pumps it and it goes way up, and then they start selling it, and then it just goes way down every time. Yeah, man, that's what I would say. I would say probably 90% of them are pump and dump schemes, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're looking to just pump up the value, have everybody buy into it, and then they sell it, and then they make their money, and they go on. And they off
and they do the same thing with certain stocks on the market. MCI, telecommunication companies were like that back in the day in the 80s. They would pump it up, sell it, and then dump it. And then the bottom fall out and it goes to shit, so.
But the only thing, the difference between that, Rico, is that if you buy some stock in a company that actually does something, at least the company can perform, right? It might be able to perform its way out of the situation. Whereas this crypto thing, man, it's just never gonna get there, in my opinion. That's why I say it's like gambling. And if you cool gambling, you don't take your pension check and take it over there. But if you got some money laying around and you're willing to go to casino, you could put that money on crypto and maybe you might make some money.
Yeah, I'm with you. I do. But I'm going to stress it, folks. I don't know a damn thing about crypto, so don't listen to me. But what I'm saying is, for me, it seems like it's a house of cards. It's built on sand.
Absolutely.
Me and Clarence don't know what the hell we talking about when it comes to crypto. We just telling you what two old dinosaurs see.
Yeah, check it out for yourself.
No, so I'm not putting $1 in it because I'm scared of it. I'm scared of what I don't know. And I think so when people, what's wrong with these niggas always scared of what they don't know? Yeah, motherfucker, be scared of what you don't know. You should be scared of what you don't know. Scared of a lot of things I don't know, and I'm not.
You shouldn't put none of your money on something that you don't know.
Right? But if you can afford it, I got one son that's in it, and I just tell him, don't you don't play with nothing but what you take to the casino.
That's what I'm saying. You can afford to lose.
Your casino money.
That's right. We got it something out here. I don't know if they got it in Maryland, but out here, because the casinos are so close, they got what they call a turnaround, right? Where everybody gets on the bus, they go to the casino, they either go to Vegas or they run out to this Moronga out here, whatever one of these little casinos on the Indian reservation, and they gamble all day.
Yeah.
And they come back the same day. Right? Okay. So they call that a turnaround out here. I wouldn't take no money unless you go, it's like money you would take on a turnaround, right? You just money you gonna go out there, gamble away, have a good time, sit, take the wife out there just to be in a different environment or whatever, or your girlfriend or whatever you got going on, right? But just be in a different environment, right? Because if you see the problem with this crypto thing is they keep calling it an investment.
No,
it's not an investment.
It's
not an investment. It's a gamble, man. It's a gamble. It's basically a digital 3-card money, and you're waiting on somebody else to pick the wrong shell, and it's just. But anyway, people got their money wrapped up into it. They up in it, and hey, that's how they make money. Is the other person knowing less than they know and getting all hyped up and getting involved with it. So.
And here's the thing: I will always say this to our community, and I say this even outside of crypto and anything. I'm like, everything has winners and losers. The stock market, everything.
Right.
But you can, and you don't know if you're going to be a winner or a loser, but you can better regulate your losses through the stock market, through other venues, real estate.
Right.
Other things that you want. You can lose on real estate. You can lose on the stock market.
Shout out to those trees, by the way.
I am not telling anybody that you can't lose on those other ventures, but you can better mitigate your losses. Crypto is fucking invisible money.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. It's just like, I'm like, the source of it, what it is, what it does, its value is just arbitrary. If I wake up today, you know what? I'll make the Clarence coin. It's worth $1,000 a coin. And I just pull it out of my ass.
Yeah.
If I say that that's the value, and I can convince all you fools to say, that bro C Clarence, that's just worth $1,000 today. Yesterday it was $800. It's $1,000. Bro C Clarence coin going up. And it's like, well, what made it go up? Because Rico said. And based on nothing else. Because the fucking coin doesn't exist. I just got an electronic coin that looked like your silly ass, and I say that that's what the value is, and I say it went up. Oh, yesterday that old silly bro C Clarence coin was $800. Today it's $1,000. And I can convince people to believe that it should sell and trade at that amount. That's what it is.
But and that's true. But crypto is just it's really not an investment. It's something that you should, if you feel like, hey, I'm gonna get in on something. Don't use none of your investment money. Don't use none of your house money. All you want to do is use money that you can spare. Because I'm telling you, man, crypto it's not that good. Not that good at all. Unless you're the one starting the the owner of the exchange or the owner of the trading platform, then you on the inside and on the executive board or something, yeah, then it's gonna work, man. But for the regular investor like me and you, try to get involved with it, ouch. Sister Annie said, do y'all think people bought into it because it came along at a time when people were desperate to survive financially, and social media made everyone think and anything and anybody could make it happen. Yes, I believe that is part of it. And the other thing that's a part of it is they always, people always lamenting over missing out on being the first person invested in Google, the first person who invested in YouTube, the first person who invested in WhatsApp or whatever these little Facebook and all that. They are people always lament over, man, what if, or Apple, what if I'd have bought Apple stock when it was at $16 a share, right? So they think, oh man, crypto is going to be the next Apple. It's going to be the next Facebook. It's going to be the next this or that. Really? That's why S&P has a 50, 500, right? Because most of these companies are going to fail, right? The millions of companies that's out there, out of the millions of companies, only 500 are going to make it to the S&P, right? And then out of those 500, 50 are going to, the best 50 are going to make the S&P 50, right? So it just depends on where they're at in that sequence, right? They think, you know what? I think that other people will be just as excited as me and want to buy this coin off of me that doesn't exist, right? But I wanted to show y'all, man. So just keep y'all eyes open, man. Keep y'all eyes open. People come running into you, hey, invest in this crypto. Remember, that's for money that you got to spare. That ain't for money that you need to be putting away to live on. That crypto is for money you got to spare.
Go ahead, show him the video with his food talked about. I didn't mean to sit there and commit fraud.
Bro.
So then now that all these people, now remember, he lost what, like $16 billion?
10.
The company is bankrupt. It was worth.
Correct. The company was worth. The company was worth $32 billion.
Okay, right. He lost.
Okay.
It. Now I'm gonna tell you this. Let me
10.
just put it to you this way.
Shout out to Southern Bill.
I will tell you this without a question. A lot of people are out of at least $5 billion would it be?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Holy
they never gonna see. I hope all those people were rich and could afford those losses. But part of the problem is this. This is where part of the problem comes in. Sometimes, guess who? Like I tell you, in the Bernie Madoff scam, you know who also got jammed up doing that scam when he was doing that Ponzi scheme and stealing? A lot of people's pensions and 401 plans.
That's what happened here.
Got cities and unions that will take their money and they will invest in this shit.
Right. Which is crazy.
Which is
crazy. Why would you take a pension fund and invest in this stuff?
Hundreds of people got hurt because they invest in these Ponzi schemes and these grifts and these hustles.
That's it.
Don't be surprised if some of them companies and regular people didn't get hurt. That's what happened with MCI. When MCI, everybody forget about the MCI. And those people had worked for that company for 20 years. And when they went bankrupt, those people didn't have shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
They were out of a job. The company was closed, pension and forward, because the company played with all of it.
Same thing with Enron, yeah.
Enron too, exactly. Thank you. I forgot about Enron, MCI. So I'm like, guys.
But at least you probably would have had to dig a little deeper because those were companies that were at one time performance based, right?
Yeah.
This crypto ain't even performance based.
Nope.
I mean, it's like there's no way it can drive up. The only way the value can go up is if somebody else wants it more than you. I mean, it's no other way. Like a company can perform its way out of a bad situation, depending on the directors, depending on the executive board. They can perform it their way out. A cryptocurrency cannot perform its way out of anything. It's totally dependent on the hype that somebody else will put behind it to make it work. But anyway, this is what I want to focus on, Rico, because Rico, you always talking about how somebody think they're smarter than everybody else. They can talk their way out of this. Watch this, man. This dude is he is golden, man. I had to give it to him. I said, man, you know what? For the first time, I seen somebody actually rival my son, man. Rival my son, man.
Another classic example, right?
Man, let's play it.
Now he says he's worth $100,000. He's under investigation by prosecutors and regulators, but he insists he did not commit fraud. Let's take a look.
Good. A lot of people look at you and see Bernie Madoff.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that's who I am at all, but I understand why they're saying that. People lost money, and people lost a lot of money. And I mean,
all right, remember, y'all,
this,
Bernie Madoff.
But Clarence, let me say this. Okay. Before he ever set his fucking goofy goofball Mark Zuckerberg looking ass down, let me tell you something. There was a well-paid, skillful lawyer that told him, don't do it, shut the fuck up. Yeah. And he said, hold my beer.
Wow.
And he said, hold my beer, I got this. I didn't go to law school. I didn't study shit. I'm not a public relations expert. Hold my beer. I'm going to show you how to do it. This is what he said. Because I know, I'm like, they told him, don't do it, shut the fuck up.
Matter of fact, he had lawyers that quit. They quit because they said, man, we can't work with you.
Shut up.
That's all you have to do.
Don't go let them say whatever they want. Let me do what I'm being paid to do. But you make my job harder, if not impossible, because you can't shut the fuck up.
Well, Rico, they always think the same thing. They always think they're going to talk their way out of it, right?
I'm going
to talk my way out of it. I stole $10 billion. But I'm just going to talk my way. You know what I'm saying? I'll just tell everybody that, I didn't mean to.
They'll believe me. Right? They'll believe me. Why you don't believe me? And then look, just like your son and my son, look me in the face. But Dad, why you don't never believe me?
Yeah, right. I was telling Rico that look that you have sons. All of y'all out there, y'all have sons, especially teenage and above. They have this look of profound, like, I can't believe that you have a problem with what I'm saying. You know,
well, you don't believe me. Well, you don't believe
me. Maybe the 999,000 other lies you told, maybe that got a little bit to do with it, right? But they always had a dumb look on their face. You go like, what?
The look of incredulity, like, I can't believe he don't believe me.
Yeah. And then they get upset with you. Man, I can't believe
I'm like, nigga, I stopped believing you in 87.
Yeah, so
in 1987 was the last time I believed anything you said. I ain't believe nothing else you said.
I stopped believing you as soon as your mouth opened up. I said, uh-oh, here it comes.
It comes. It's like,
but this
like
dude,
clockwork.
man, he's good. He's good. Watch.
I mean, at the end of the day, look, there's a question of what happened and why, and who did what caused the meltdown. And I think that reads very differently, right? When you look at the classic Bernie Madoff story, there was no real business there. The whole thing, as I understand it, I think was just one big Ponzi scheme, right? FTX, that was a real business.
He was at the top of the cryptocurrency world. 30-year-old billionaire Sam.
See, this is why you can't you got to watch what people say so you don't get thrown off the main. So his thing was, well, see, I had a real business. So when I lost $10 billion from stealing money from people, it's different. See, he stole $10 million. He stole whatever it was, $60 billion or whatever it was that he stole. See, he didn't have a real business. Therefore, I'm different than him. Mm-hmm. He stole with no business. I stole with a business. Right? Okay. Right. See, y'all got to listen. Y'all got to listen very carefully.
As if that makes a difference. But both of you
right,
stole.
Exactly, right.
Both of you stole. Well, go ahead.
All right. Real quick, Marcus said, do y'all think that it's a bad trade or even trade for a spy for arms dealer terrorist in exchange for Brittany.
When we drop the link, hit the link, Marcus. Come up when you chop it up.
Yeah. We'll ask that. But
we're gonna speed through this in a minute and drop the link in what about 15?
Yeah, we're almost done with this.
We're almost done. So stick around for the link, Marcus.
Okay.
You and the other bush watchers.
Yeah. We got. All right. So let's finish up with Sam Bankman because
let him finish digging the hole. Let him finish digging the hole.
Bankman-Fried.
You just need FTX.
It's FTX. It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Super Bowl ads.
Yep.
Naming stadiums. Steph Curry, Giselle Bundchen.
We did a lot of things to try and bolster our reputation, to try and help our brand.
But in the early morning hours of November 11th, it all came to an end when FTX filed for bankruptcy and Bankman-Fried stepped down as CEO amid reports of FTX customer funds being used to pay Alameda Research creditors. This confirmed by former Alameda CEO Carolyn Ellison during an early November video meeting with employees. Alameda, the crypto trading firm also founded by Bankman-Fried. ABC News reached out to Carolyn Ellison for comment, but has not heard back.
One of the reasons FTX went bankrupt is because FTX deposits were used to pay Alameda's creditors. Carolyn Ellison said you knew about that. Is that true?
Best I can tell.
Rico, you heard him ask a direct question. Did you know about the funds that was in your business that got moved to a whole nother business? Did you know about that?
And I'm looking at, I'll be honest with you, let's just look at the aesthetics. Both of them. Move it back just a little bit to the young lady for Alameda Research.
Okay.
Just a smidge. Right there. I go back. Yeah, go ahead. No, her.
One of the reasons FTX went bankrupt is because FTX deposits were used to pay Alameda's creditors. Carolyn Ellison said you knew about that. Is that true?
Best I can.
Carolyn Ellison.
Wait. Let it play.
During an early November video meeting with employees. Alameda, the crypto trading firm also founded by Bankman-Fried. ABC News reached out to Carolyn.
Who the fuck is giving her billions of dollars? She looks like she's 12.
Hey, man, she got a math degree from Stanford.
I wouldn't give a fuck where she got it. But my whole point is again, and I'm trying to figure out, right?
Yeah.
Paint this picture darker.
Okay.
Darker skin.
Okay.
Who the fuck is it? She could have a math degree from Harvard.
Okay.
With darker
she
skin.
Was a trader. She was a trader, and she was a trader as well. So she
what is she, 12?
No, she's I think 28 or 29, something like that.
Who the fuck is giving a 28, 29-year-old billions of dollars?
This is his ex-girlfriend.
But this is what I'm sitting there saying. Okay, so it's network and it's connections. Right. It's not. But what I'm saying is this, Clarence, hear me out. This is not a merit-based scam.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
That's
right.
my whole point. It's like they get to do shit that's not even merit-based. She don't have no track record. He don't have no track. Look at both of them. I'm like, they look like they just came from a fucking college rave.
Well, both of their parents
they look like they both just got back from Coachella.
Both of their parents are very connected in the Democratic Party.
But so they both just got back from fucking Coachella, smoking weed, and just burnt through $32 billion.
Right.
That's not lost on me.
Right.
You can't tell me looking at these two silly, goofy motherfuckers that they're not straight from Coachella. And they fucked through $32 billion with a B.
Rico, you can't judge a book by its cover. Maybe.
Bullshit. Yes, you can. Yes, they do it every day against us. They do it every day against us. Yes, I can against them.
Okay. So, well, if you is it right that no, listen to what logic I'm about to put out there.
Come on, give me your crazy
is it right? Is it right that they did it And does it make it right that we did it because they did it?
No and no, but let me tell you this. Let me get it. No and no. You're absolutely right. All
Okay.
I'm doing is that I'm pointing out their failures the same as they point out ours. See, if this was a success, I wouldn't be able to say anything, and they'd hold it up and say, see, this is a success. They don't do that for us. They don't point out our successes. They only point out our failures.
Okay.
They don't point out the successful Black businessmen who go do business and make money and so on and so forth. They ignore them. They look for the fuck up and say, see, here you go. I'm doing the same thing. I'm doing the same thing.
Okay.
I'm just pointing out their failures. That's it.
Okay.
This is a failure. She's a failure. He's a failure.
I'm just
they
saying,
fucked
but
these people out of $32 billion.
They did.
They're failures. They are failures with a capital F. Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
They are epic failures.
And not her. She's not a thief, but he's a thief.
She's not a thief. No. She's not a thief. I never said she was a thief. I said
no. I'm not saying you said it. I'm saying I was gonna call both of them thieves, but she didn't steal the money. He stole the money.
But
she just used it. She's the fence.
She's still a failure.
Right. Yeah.
Even Alameda Research, which was the sister company, they both failed. That's why she had to go to him for money, because they didn't have money to pay their creditors.
Well, see, this is how it all started. Yes, this is how it started.
Her side of the company was bleeding money, not making money, being a failure. Went to his side of the company, so he took money from his side to feed and pay her creditors. They're both
but
failures.
like I said, that's what I'm saying. But let's get it straight. He was running a whole separate business. He was running a separate business.
100%.
They were not connected at all.
But they knew each other.
But he was a major majority stakeholder in both
companies.
Right.
So he took money from
they were separate entities.
Right. But Clarence, what he said was, I'm gonna take money from this company because it has more revenue stream coming in, and I'm gonna take this money and put it over here to this failing company that she's running.
Correct.
She's running the failing company
instead of firing her ass.
Exactly. Right? Because if she wasn't a failure, she wouldn't need money from me. She would have income, a revenue stream coming in. So she's not producing anything of value.
Well, this is what happened.
No, but here's what I'm saying. She's running a company that's not producing anything of value to bring in enough revenue stream to pay her own creditors.
Right.
So she went to him and he said, I'm going to take some of my revenue stream to keep your ass afloat, because this bitch was probably about to go bankrupt on her own. He should have let her just go bankrupt. He should have just said, oh, well, that business is gone.
Yeah, right. You should just let it go, right?
But what did he do?
But why
he sunk both businesses.
But listen, why I'm trying to explain to you why he had to move in. He had to move in because if he would have let this business go, that would have his business was how they lent money was based on the value of that FTT token, and this company had a lot of that token. If that business would have failed, then the price of the token would have dropped. Right. It would have just dropped quickly like that. And so he didn't want that to happen. He was kind of forced to go over there and do it. So
ultimately, it goes back to what I call invisible money. So he hyperinflated. He falsely inflated the coin or the value of the coin, which inflated the value. It's just some bullshit.
And so, but this is okay. But let me just say this so everybody can understand what's going on. What happened was this all started from her. Where she is like you said, she was a horrible at trading, horrible at it, and so she is doing trades and she started losing a lot of money, and so like any other like a gambler at the blackjack table, she start gambling even
Doubling
more.
down. I'm
Start
gonna double
doubling down. Start
Double
doubling
down.
down on even more risky ventures, and then start losing even more money because she think, they think, oh, if I hit it on this one, then I'm gonna catch up everything, right? Okay, so she started doing that until finally the bottom came out, and so now if they get exposed that they don't have no money because they had a bunch of that FTT token, right? If they get exposed that they don't have it no more, then the value goes down because you don't have nothing to back it up. That would have hurt his company. So he said, "Hey, look, I'm gonna try to cut. I'm gonna just cover it." And then, but the chick kept on doing these really risky transactions, and just look at losing more and more and more and more money. Now that's how we get to this dude trying to cover his tracks by giving them all that money. All right, so let's get back to Sam Bankman and FTX.
Drop the link.
Okay, let's do that because
let's finish it up. Drop the link, and then we can chop it up.
Yeah, we'll do another hour, y'all, and then we out of here.
I know, but we'll drop the link so anybody want to come up.
Yeah. All right, let's get back into it.
Carolyn Ellison for comment, but has not heard back.
One of the reasons FTX went bankrupt is because FTX deposits were used to pay Alameda's creditors. Carolyn Ellison said you knew about that. Is that true?
Best I can tell, Alameda did have a big position open on FTX. That position, I think, was very over collateralized a year ago. There is a total market collapse, and specifically a large correlated collapse in its assets. Over the last.
Wait a minute, what? Excuse me, sir?
Up. In English. What? In English.
Right?
I fucked
no,
up.
No, wait, it's like it's a double talk, right?
Yeah, continue on in English. I fucked up.
Hey, boy, did you check out the trash? I did yesterday, and then okay, so see me. What happened was, the dog came in the house, and then
I fucked up.
The trash.
I fucked up.
All right, let's go.
Last month, and to some extent over the last year, that threatened that position quite a bit, and I think that's as best I understand a lot of what happened there.
I am no cryptocurrency expert. I'm no finance expert, but I don't think you answered my question. I was asking, did you know?
No, he did not.
FTX deposits were used to pay off Alameda creditors.
Okay, it's the second time, y'all.
I don't know of FTX deposits being used to pay off Alameda creditors.
Stop, Clarence. Clarence, you know what a good lawyer answer would have been? Don't answer that.
Right. Well, a good lawyer would have told him, "Hey, don't even go do it. Don't do it."
No, I'm saying if he brought his lawyer with him in the room, soon as he would have answered, don't answer that. No comment.
No comment.
Next question. Don't answer that.
What do they always say, Rico? The facts will come out and you'll see, right?
Don't answer that. No comment. That's what they would have been saying.
Shout out to Intellectual Soapbox, by the way.
Well, he's sitting there going, I'm smarter than everybody else. I'll convince him. Let him continue.
Right. Okay. Let's finish. Let's see.
Which creditors are you referring to?
Carolyn Ellison said that you all knew that these funds were put into Alameda. They were the funds
this is number 3.
By
He's asking the same question.
So I can't speak for who knew what. A lot of the customers on FTX did have, borrows either, in dollars or Bitcoin or euros.
But as you know, the FTX terms of service tell the people who signed up, none of the digital assets in your account are the property of or shall be or may be loaned to FTX trading. But you're saying that happened.
My understanding is a few things happened. The first is there is a margin trading facility on FTX by which users can lend out funds, by which other users borrow funds. And so there are explicit.
Ricky, what do you think? What would you give him? If you had to put him up against your son, if I had to put this dude up against my son, I'd give him my son being a 10, I'd get this guy about a 7 or 8.
I was getting ready to say, because my son ain't this dumb. He's a consistent liar and bullshitter.
Yeah,
he's smarter than theirs. He wouldn't have said no dumb shit like this. He killed himself when he first sat there and asked the question, which creditor? Bam.
Right there, right.
Bam, you step right there.
But what I'm saying
When
about my
I
son
asked
is,
you, did FTX lend money to pay Alameda creditors? The answer is not supposed to be which creditor. The answer is supposed to be no.
right.
But you said
I'm
which
not
creditor?
aware of that.
Oh, so there was some creditors that you are aware of that they were willing to pay when it should have been none.
What did Oliver North? What he kept saying? Besides pleading the fifth, what he kept saying? I wasn't aware of that.
Oh yeah, something like that, right?
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, and that's usually your way out if you're going to answer it to I can't remember. I misremember.
Right. I can't recall. That's what he said.
Yeah,
I can't
somebody
recall.
else just went through that. Yeah, and just said like I can't recall like 400 times. It's like
I can't recall.
Is the day Monday? Is the day Thursday? I can't recall. Like is it 7 o'clock? I can't recall. Be like, oh my god. Are you male or female? I can't recall.
I can't recall. All right, let's finish up, Rico.
It's cases where there is, margin extended, where there is borrow lending.
If Alameda is borrowing the money that belongs to us, that's a bright red line, isn't it?
There are a lot of cases where that's actually explicitly part of the programs and that are
But
happening.
not here. Here it says that the digital assets may not be loaned to FTX trading. They can't be loaned out.
What the hell is that?
Yeah, he was.
Like the repeating of the question. Like, what?
I know. Let's get through this.
Now I will give my son. He at least don't do it. He at least remember the question. Now my son is like this. My son, he has such a high value in his spit game. Yeah, that he will press on.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I was on the moon yesterday. That's why I didn't make it over your house yesterday. I'm telling you, I was
It's
there.
cold up there, too. You know it's cold up there, Dad? You go up there, you gotta have a coat. Almost got frost.
Man. So this is okay. This is what I want the community to understand. Okay, so whenever you talking to somebody and you talk about your money, they're gonna tell you what you want to hear. Okay, they come up to you and they talk about, oh, I want you to get involved in this investment. I want you to get to, because that's what happens to Black people, especially it permeates through the church. They find us in groups and they try to come to us and try to get us to get down with something like this, right? So this is what I want you to hear. When you can't get a straight answer, run like Jesse Owens. Don't listen to this, because I'm going to show you how this guy is going to just flub around. He hasn't given a straight answer about any question he's been asked so far, right? And that's what a lot of these guys will do, right?
Marcus, hit the link. We're going to talk Brittany in a minute. And anybody else that want to hit it. It's,
we can talk everything.
Right. Is it down there? Folks, hit the link.
Yeah, it's down there.
Borrow lending facility on FTX. And I think that's probably covered. I don't remember exactly where, but somewhere else in the terms of service.
But they'd have to approve of that. They're saying they didn't approve of it here. They're saying you approved of it.
If you rewind to the beginning of FTX, where some customers were I think in line with sort of existing relationships that they've had, at least in some cases, wiring money straight to Alameda Research in order to trade on FTX.
So,
okay, guys, just to let y'all know, that is a huge no-no. That is a huge no-no. Huge no-no. All right, we're going to continue.
You do know, and you did know, that FTX deposits were being funneled to Alameda.
So I was vaguely aware that was how some wires were being sent in the first place.
Didn't that set off alarm bells in your head?
So there were a lot of people who were involved in that process. And look, I really deeply wish that I had taken like a lot more responsibility for understanding what the details were of what was going on there. I knew that legal was involved. I knew that.
That's enough. We got pretty much got where I want to go.
Right.
Okay, you know what they call that, Rico? You know what they call this?
Double talk?
They call this the all shucks defense. They call this the all shucks defense. Oh shucks, I lost $10 billion. Oh, it fell out of my pocket. It's like the all shucks. Like in other words, I had no criminal intent you know what I'm saying? I didn't have criminal intent. It was just a question of incompetence, not criminal intent. And so therefore, you know, so they call it the all shucks defense. Oh, yeah, you know, I didn't mean to lose $10 billion. I know I took a personal loan for $1 billion. I bought my parents 2 houses, right, in the Bahamas, right? Bought myself a place in the Bahamas. But you know, what's wrong with taking out $1 billion loan from your company that's worth $32 billion, right? Who's gonna miss that money? Yikes!
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna miss it as long as the value's going up, right? But when the value starts coming down and people start running out, you know, running for the door, they're gonna start grabbing their money on their way out.
And that was what set the problem off. There was a run on the bank.
That's what happened. It was a run on it and so what happened is once his token, once people start finding out that, well, the dude that set it off was the guy from Binance, another company that was invested in FTX. He set the chain off because he said, I'm selling such a big amount of the coin that dropped the price.
Right.
And so everybody else started. They said, well, if he's selling it, then we gotta go. We need to get out of the door. And then
Binance did the right thing because they had to protect their investors.
They was trying.
And what they was hoping to do was to be able to pay Binance, and no one else was going to make a run. But because other people started making a run,
no. They went to Binance. They went to Binance to try to buy the company. They wanted to go to Binance to buy the company. They went to Binance.
FTX?
Yeah, they said. They said
Binance wouldn't sell.
But once they got to look at their books, they said this is a mess. We're not going to buy this, right? They thought it was at least being tactically run properly.
No,
right?
Binance was trying to buy FTX.
FTX. Once they
Binance
realized,
was bigger than FTX.
Correct, but Binance was one of FTX initial investors.
Competitor.
So they already had money in. So Binance said, "Hey, we're gonna sell it because we hearing bad stuff about FTX.
Right.
You know, the commingled funds, right? So that started the run on the bank. So when the run on the bank started, that's when they didn't have enough liquidity to you know, because you in the stock market, right? You don't have that kind of liquidity to give $4 billion, $6 billion to somebody. You don't have that kind of liquidity, right? But part of the terms of service is we give you your money back whenever you ask for it. But they didn't have it. So that just kept dropping the value. People just kept selling it and moving into other coins. And the long story short of it, they went to Binance to say, hey, look, you can buy the company. We'll give you the controlling interest in the company.
So
you guys can buy the company.
The question is that, okay, so what was FTX's coin? FTT or?
FTT.
And now that coin ain't worth shit.
Nothing.
But November 1st, FTT was, let me see if I can look it up. Let's see.
I think it was like $16 or something like that.
Oh, really?
No, look it up, Rico. Look it up, because I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. FTT coin. I'm trying to.
Yeah, it's trading at $1.36 today.
$1.36?
Yeah.
And how much was it November 1st?
Let's see.
I'm just trying to see what the difference was.
Let me see. I'm trying to find it, man. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. November 1st. Okay. There it is. Around $26.
So it went from $25 to $1.36.
Yeah.
Wow.
I can't believe people still trading that thing. I can't believe it's still out there.
Huge fucking depreciation in 30 days.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
huge. What, 99% almost?
Hell no, more than 99%. $1.36.
Let's do the math right now.
100% would be $2. That's like a 3,000% depreciation or some shit, right?
Let's do the math.
What's the
26
depreciation from 26 to $1.36?
Oh man, let's do it.
What percentage depreciation is that?
26. 95.
95%.
95%. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Oh, I lost my whole life savings. See, man, we gotta make sure that we don't get caught up in all of this drama, man. Don't get yourself caught up in all this drama, man. When people come to us and they start telling us, including our relatives, some of us got relatives that's involved in stuff like this. Don't just go with the flow because they all excited, right? Learn for yourself. Go study for yourself. Studying for yourself is going to give you so much more ammunition when you're trying to deal with stuff like this, man. Because it's always going to be another hot thing. Right now it's crypto. Something else is coming along, right? I don't see crypto, like I said, I think it's really going to hit the bottom once they start getting regulated. And that's what's next. Once the regulation comes in, just like anything, alcohol, gambling, whatever else comes in, life insurance, whatever else, once it gets regulated, the value of it is going to take a hit. But at least all those other things, you can walk up. This thing, the crypto thing, man, very difficult to walk away with some money with it, unless you like the first one in line. First one in line, they pump the value up, then you can make money, right? But,
and if you guys got any, well, like I didn't even want to ask nobody to come up here and tell me if they got money in crypto. If you know anything about crypto, hit the link. Come up here and educate.
Yeah, come up and explain to us.
The same thing for you, Vaughn. I know you got a couple $100,000 in crypto. I know you do. The bottom line is we don't know. And again, I am not speaking from a position of authority. We're trying to discuss the conversation as two old lady Negroes, and it's like, well, this is what's going on in the news. Or if you want to come up here, you want to talk about Brittany Griner,
yeah,
or Bill Cosby,
right?
So we can talk about any of those conversations. Mr. Intellectual Soapbox, Mr. 84, hit the link. Let's talk about Bill Cosby, if whatever you know about that, or Sister Brittany.
Yeah.
Whatever. Marcus, hit the link. Because you asked about
Marcus, you had a question.
Yeah, don't sit down there in the chat.
You have a question, Marcus. Come on up here.
So you can give us some, you can flesh it out, because I don't want to. I hate reading the question and thinking I know what you're saying and not really knowing. You can articulate it better.
Southern Belle, we went over there. Brittany's on her way home. She's on the airplane right now, on her way home.
Brittany should be home by now.
On her way to a military base, or she was.
No, Brittany should be in the USA. That prisoner swap was early this morning.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, man,
that was when I woke up. That was like.
Hopefully she is.
10, 12 hours ago.
Oh, hopefully she is.
She should be in bed with her loved one by now.
Hopefully she is. I think, you know what, and what helped her is, you're right, Rico. I think what helped her, it was the fact that they told her, hey, shut up.
And she did a pretty good job. Well, I mean, she was in Russia too, so they ain't letting your ass run off at the mouth.
But I'm talking about her family, right? Because at first her wife was like, "Oh my God, I can't believe it."
Right? They told you that was the thing. And that was the funny thing about it, is her wife did a good job of keeping her mouth shut, not doing anything to make things worse than what it is.
Right.
She did a really good job of that. I forgot what her wife's name is. She did a great job.
I don't think she will either, Southern Belle, huh? Yeah, that's going to be one person that won't talk about Biden, right?
I don't know if I agree with that, Southern Belle.
Why not?
Get the link. I don't know if I agree with that.
Why not, Rico? You think she's going to say something about Biden and Kamala Harris now?
No, I don't think she'll say anything about them two individually. Because my thing is this, I always get into this space where Southern Belle, please hit the link. Come and share your thoughts. Because I want to have a conversation a little bit. Hey, there's my brother from
What's up, Rico? I haven't talked to you in a minute, man. How you been?
I'm good. In spite of everybody's wishes.
Hey, man, I'm missing the little elf ears, man. Where they at?
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Shout out to Brother Clarence, by the way. Thank you for having me, man.
Shout out to you, Marcus, but you didn't do us a solid by
I aim to please, not to disappoint.
Oh man! Whoa! Shout out to Bad Santa right here. Bad Santa.
Oh man! Now I know why you are always in the doghouse, Rico. Always, man. You always going against the grain, man.
Mother, look, as my man used to say.
Oh man!
Mother had you, mother made you, and mother fucked you.
Lord Almighty.
What's going on, Marcus, man? I know you had a question earlier talking about Brittany.
I know. That's why I want you to articulate it. That's all, Marcus.
Well, the only reason why I asked it, maybe I didn't phrase it all the way, or maybe I was just rushing to get it out, but because I was watching people's reactions throughout other panels. I'm not gonna name the channels, but some people were kind of in a certain contempt for it. Others were like in the middle. Some were very happy. Some were way left, way right about it. So that's why I was just trying to ask y'all opinion where you stand.
So let me ask you a question without naming any panels. So some people felt salty about her being out.
Yeah, like some did, and then some were like, okay, we're glad she's home, but at the same time, if it was any of us general population people, we'd still be in the jail because we weren't a person of status. There's some that were saying that some were trying to make the case because I thought it was a little excessive or a little too excessive for the Russian government for them to do that to an American citizen. I think that's why I thought they were doing it to kind of show American government who had the bigger gun and kind of say, hey, we have one of yours. We're going to make an example out of you guys and make a joke out of you guys. And that's why I thought they were trying to treat Brittany Griner that way, because what they found her with was a very minuscule amount of what she had. So, and plus it is cannabis or weed related. So, but then again, those are their country, their laws. It was interesting because, like, you know, at the beginning of it, when it first started, they're like, oh, well, it shouldn't be a big deal. But then it's like, who knows, with TSA involved and Russia and the history, the turmoil between the U.S. and in America, in Russia has. And then when they made the exchange for Victor, who was known as not just an arms dealer, but also a spy. And you know, so some people were like, it's not a fair trade. It's. I just wanted to get your guys' stance, what your opinion was on it.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, so and you're right. It kind of surprised me because I remember when I first heard about Brittany being incarcerated, I was kind of somewhat taken aback and surprised at the number of spaces, and especially in our community, that was celebrating it. And I'm like, wow, okay. It was just kind of surprising to me because I'm like, okay, I'm not a fan or a supporter of the alphabet community. I'm an ally. I tell you guys that all the time, but I don't celebrate. I don't give a, and I don't watch.
I agree. I agree with you 100% on that. Right. Yeah.
I don't watch WNBA basketball. I don't watch NBA basketball. I'm not a basketball fanatic, you know, but I watch NBA more than WNBA. But I couldn't understand the reveling of so many spaces that was like celebrating her being arrested. And I'm like, we're talking about a fucking joint. But I mean, and I would never tell them, I'm like, okay, oh, but you get hit with a fine, you got to spend a weekend, 3 weekends in jail, that's fine. But they're talking about locking this woman up. And what I couldn't understand was people celebrating like they wanted her to be in jail. Lock her. I was like, are you fucking serious? I couldn't understand it. That was a very difficult thing for me to understand. But I do understand how Russia is. Russia gonna put a trumped up charge because Russia will do it. Let me tell you what's gonna do it. That's why I keep telling these white boys, keep your ass out, because they killed the last white boy that went to North Korea. Remember him?
Marcus. Oh yeah, I heard of that guy.
He snatched that shit off the wall. They sent him back dead. See, people forget this shit. I'm like, Russia, Iran, North Korea, China, these countries who are American adversaries, you got to watch your ass in these countries because especially if you're a Westerner or an American, they're going to make it worse. So I'm like, okay, I get it. And I always get frustrated because I'm always telling Americans, stay out of those countries. You got no business being in there. So I'm frustrated on that point where I get like, hey, yeah, I get mad at any Americans that go into a country that's a staunch enemy of America because you're not going to be treated fairly and you're going to get a Trump.
You remember, Rico, LeVar Ball's son, LiAngelo, when he got caught? And then it took Trump to go make. Remember,
that was in China.
No, that was LiAngelo Ball.
LiAngelo, right? And they stole shit at the mall or something, right?
Yeah, and I remember it took Trump to make like a deal or treaty with the guy.
That's what I'm saying. And the bullshit they did was so small, but it doesn't matter. You're right. I'm glad you brought that up. I forgot about LiAngelo. They did the trumped up shit because they wanted it like, oh, America kissed our ass. We're gonna prove to America that we don't bend the knee, so on and so forth. So I'm like, I get that. So I'm like, try to be respectful when you go to these places that feel this way about America. Be careful. But what kind of surprised me was how people reveled in Britney being locked up. Now, like I'll tell you this, as I said earlier in the stream, Clarence was asking the very same question as to, and I think it's a valid question, why do celebrities get to cut the line? And I'm like, but celebrities get to cut the line in everything we do in life. Why do we act like, I'm just trying to figure out why is this instance of a celebrity cutting the line being treated with favorite treatment is so outlandish as opposed to every other instance where Americans have treated celebrities preferentially in everything. In everything. You think any white celebrity would still be locked up in Russia, China, North Korea, or any other country? Hell no. They would have got them out too first. They always would have. Before the guy, if I would have, and I'm a little disappointed they brought Britney back and they didn't bring the other guy, Paul Whelan, because they've been trying to get him for a long time. So I was hoping it was a prisoner swap for both of them. But they brought the other white guy back earlier this year.
Hey, but you know who Russia was holding on to? Remember the guy that they were, the guy who was an ex-CIA? They're holding on to him for sure, like a golden egg.
The Paul Whelan, right? And that's what I tried to.
No, the other guy. The other guy.
Who was that? I think that's Iran.
No, Russia gave Eric Schmoden. I'm not trying to say his name.
Okay, so that's the thing I try to tell people too. I said when I look at like the guy Paul Whelan, Trevor Reed, and Britney, each one of those three were charged with three different things. Paul Whelan, I think they accused him of being a spy. That's why he's been locked up for 9 years. Trevor Reed, that they released earlier this year, he was locked up for beating. He kicked some Russian's ass. So he beat somebody up. So he was in there on an assault charge. Britney was in there for a joint. She was in there for a joint. A joint.
What even a joint?
I mean, just I guess the amount of cannabis or THC in a vape.
No, it was so like less than an ounce. Yeah.
It was so small. So for that reason, it's like she should have never even been arrested. But she was. It's against the Russian law. I don't think it's worth $9.
Whatever happened to paying a fine?
Huh?
I said, whatever happened to just paying a fine for that small amount?
They don't play that shit. But you know what? If it was a Russian citizen, they wouldn't have went to jail.
Right.
Bottom line is they made an example because she was an American. It was a month before they invaded Ukraine. It was all around that. So it was for leverage. So and ultimately at the end of the day, here it is. Everybody cries about it. Okay. And I'm gonna answer your question, Southern Belle. Britney's not a celebrity in Russia, but she is a celebrity here. She's a celebrity in America. You may not like her or care for her lifestyle. I get that. I understand that. But she's still a
When
celebrity.
it comes to the face of the WNBA, she was one of the faces of the
In the face
WNBA.
of the WNBA, she won one or two national championships at Baylor. She's this prolific female basketball player, world renowned, so on and so forth. So whether we like it or not, she was. And at the end of the day, there was more pressure on President Biden because the thing is, we said Brittany Griner got out. Everybody's been talking about it. They can let Paul Whelan out tomorrow. It's going to last a day. And nobody's not talking about it no more. Because when they let the guy Trevor Reed out, people was like, Trevor who? So I'll say this. More than it's a Britney problem, it's our problem. We celebrate celebrity. So if you name all the people that you wanted to get out of Russia, and if you went out before the day and you asked everybody who needed to come out of prison for Russia, 90% of the people would have said Brittany Griner because they know her. Don't nobody know Paul Whelan. They still don't know who this guy is. And that's the guy that's left there. Most Americans don't know who the fuck he is. They couldn't pick him out of a lineup. But they could pick her 7 foot tall ass with the long dreads.
Well, you said it right there, Rico. You started out with a 7 foot woman, you know?
Well, I'm just saying, you could pick her out, but you couldn't pick out the guy they left behind.
Well, what did that other guy do? The one you referenced? What was he known for?
They said he was former, I think he worked with the CIA and he was former military too. And Russia accused him of spying.
Of course.
So they think he was in Russia and they think he was spying for the US government. So I'm like, yes, that's going to be a harder lift. And everybody wasn't accusing Brittany of spying.
Wait,
they
what?
Weren't accusing her of spying, Brittany.
Okay.
So she was accused of smuggling in drugs, and the other guy, the Russian government said
That's ridiculous, yo. That's so ridiculous.
Right. Now, the other guy, I'm like, if you look at his background, I do think it's trumped up and it's made up, but I'm like, yeah, but maybe maybe there's enough of a background that they could say, well, he worked for the CIA, he was former military, he's a spy. Brittany ain't did none of that shit. They couldn't do that to her. They couldn't paint her with any of the spy shit. She been in the alphabet community since middle school and she played basketball. That's it. How we gonna trump? Oh, we got the bitch with the weed. So that's what they put on her. And the other guy that they let out, he beat somebody up at a bar and spent 2 years in a Russian jail. So that was an assault charge.
Who's the guy that let him out? Who's the guy that let out Rico?
Trevor Reed. His name is Trevor Reed.
Okay.
Just do a quick Google search. Trevor. And
Lay off the weed.
He was a former Marine, Trevor Reed. He was a former Marine. He was locked up in Russia for 2 years. They let him out. Paul Whelan been locked up over there for 9 years.
Yeah, they say he got a 16-year sentence over there.
Who?
The guy you talking about.
Paul Whelan?
Yeah, he got 16 years for they thought he was a spy.
They thought he was a spy. So they're going to treat us.
So they charged him for espionage, is what you're saying?
Yes, espionage. Right. So they're going to charge. They're going to be harsher on them. We do the same shit. It's not like we don't do it. If we think you're a spy, we fight like a motherfucker before we let that go. Now they let this guy, the guy they let go for Brittany Griner. The funny thing about it was, they gave him 25 years. We weren't gonna do a full 25, but he had did like more than half.
Yeah, this dude Whelan did more than half. On
Victor Bolt.
He did 9.
No, I'm talking about Victor Bolt, the guy that we let go, the Russian guy.
Yeah.
we let him go. He did a nice long stretch.
Yeah. Well, let me see. My take on
Whitney
it, Marcus.
did 10 months. This guy did 12, 15 years, whatever. And then they said, okay, we'll send him home now.
Well, he ain't of no use. I guess they got all the information to get out of him.
Right.
But
That's what I'm sitting there saying is so, but everybody's upset because the guy that's been locked up for 9 years. If Brittany came home with this white guy, would nobody say nothing? They're upset because this other guy's there, and now they're like, "Well, why did he come back and she didn't?" I'm like, "But we have fucking treated celebrities special always. Why is everybody so butthurt because a black celebrity has been treated like we treat white celebrities all the time? We always treat white celebrities like this."
Well, that's his stance, Marcus. My stance is that I would have liked to see. I'm glad that Brittany's home. I don't have no smoke for that. But what I do wish is that we got people over there that are vets that are there, and what are we doing about getting those vets back? I think
why don't we care? Why don't we care when we give special treatment to white celebrities? Nobody seems to care when they get special treatment, and they always do.
I was talking, right? I was talking, right?
It was technically Brother Clarence.
Y'all saw that, right? Y'all saw that.
But you wasn't saying nothing important.
Oh
then,
man!
The next thing, Rico does the same thing on a phone conversation. Don't think he is just as polite on the phone conversation.
So he ain't sweet. He ain't sweet.
I know. I talked to him, and I'm talking. I'm explaining something. Yeah. Anyway, Clarence. So like I was telling you before, and he yells. Anyway, like I was telling you before, Clarence. I'm like, Rico.
Wait a minute. Clarence, hold on. Southern Belle. Come on, Southern. Come on, Southern. Be honest. You can't tell us nobody knew who Brittany Griner was until she got locked.
No, Southern Belle. That's not.
Come on, Southern Belle.
No, I've been knowing about Brittany Griner.
Yeah, you gotta be.
But I want to say I do agree with what Brother Clarence is saying too. Though it's true, like the whole vets and stuff, and prisoners of type of war over there that in Russia as well. So
in my opinion, they should be at the front of the line. Like, okay, even if we're gonna do a swap, you got to give us at least a couple of our POWs or a couple of our military guys or vets, ex-military guys that are sitting there. You got to give us a couple of them. They got to go to the front of the line first, then everybody else. But I know, but I get what Rico's saying. That's how it probably should be, but this is how it is. This is how it is. The celebrities gonna go to front because the guy Biden is gonna get recognition off of it. Kamala Harris is gonna get recognition. Everybody involved is gonna get attaboy for being involved with it. And they're gonna get public.
You know he was reading off a teleprompt though. You could tell that guy was reading off a teleprompt.
Right.
But earlier this year, and here's the funny thing about it, right? Southern Belle, come on now.
I don't know about that, Southern Belle.
Yeah, I think most regular folks knew who Brittany. You must don't like women basketball players or something. You have to be in a hole not to know who Brittany Griner was. And I'm telling you, I didn't watch no WNBA games, but I'm like, I know who the fuck she was. She was like the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. She might be one of, I know like five WNBA players. She's one of the five.
Yeah. When you think about that league, she's probably one of the
one
first
of the
three that
top
come
five.
that come to your mind.
Right.
Yeah.
So
and then other chick that got the OnlyFans and
I forgot about her.
Huh?
Yeah.
Talking about that WNBA chick who has the OnlyFans.
Yeah.
I forgot about
her. The OnlyFans and then a couple other ones that go overseas.
Look, here's the funny thing about it is like if you look at it earlier this year, there were two other Americans who went over there to fight Marcus, and you might know, I don't know if they were both Marines or one was maybe neither one of them was. But they went over there to fight for Ukraine and got caught.
Yeah, I remember that. The Asian
and then
guy.
They ended up in a prison spot fighting for Ukraine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm
well, they were what they're trying to do in that Rico, I believe, is they were trying to expedite that Ukrainian situation.
Yeah, but they were
That
fighting. They
has
was
come back to
over
bite
there.
us.
They
That's
were
one
over there.
reason why we got a recession going on here.
There's a Liberty unit, Patriot unit, whatever the fuck you want to call them, of ex-military from other countries, not even Ukrainians, over there fighting, and several of them have been killed. A couple of Americans been killed over there fighting for Ukraine. Dead.
Well, it's different. It's different when you choose to go.
Right. That one.
When you choose to go, you say, "Hey, look, you know, when you get drafted, or if you like we was talking about the people the other day where they didn't have, they adopt a philosophy of, you know, that's very adverse to everybody else. You choose to adopt that philosophy, then you chose it. Okay, so whatever happens, that's on you. You know what I mean? So I mean, we're sorry to see those people lose their lives over in Ukraine that felt like they was fighting for a good cause, but it was their choice, and you know, people should at least have a choice of how they're gonna go out. You know, and my choice is old age. I think most of us would choose old age, but some people say, you know what, don't matter, right?
I was gonna ask, are you guys just covering the? Are you guys covering the crypto and Brittany Griner, or anything else as well?
Yeah. We're also covering Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby's going back to.
Pull out your pudding pop. Pull out your pudding pop.
Yeah.
Oh man, no, thank you.
Boy,
I'm good.
We're going back to jail. We're going down to get some of those girls is talking about me.
Hold on, Marcus. Let me put it to you this way, right? Let me put it to you this way. Okay. So my premise is with Brother Bill. I say Brother Bill, Brother Kanye, Brother OJ.
Oh, you're calling him that too? Oh man.
Yeah. I'm going to address him the way he want to be addressed.
The views of Rico Young.
Yeah, you gotta be careful though, because if you call him that, there's another person calling him the same way on just someone else's channel.
That got sense.
Brother Kanye, Brother O. If it don't fit, it must have quit. So what I'm saying for me is a common theme or a common thread among all of these gentlemen is an inability to shut the fuck up.
Great.
So what I'm saying is, the inability to shut the fuck up is like they can't talk themselves out of trouble because they're too busy talking themselves into trouble. So Kanye, Bill, OJ, Kalen Walker, I could go on and R. Kelly, I could go on and on and on. Mr. Sam Bankman, we just finished watching the video.
Yeah.
Men who find themselves have done something illegal of disrepute, and when their lawyers say, "Shut the fuck up," they say, "Hold my beer." You understand where I'm getting at, Marcus? It's the inability to just shut the fuck up long enough. And
your best lawyer will tell you that.
You have legions of people out here defending their diarrhea of the mouth.
Yeah.
It's well within your right to say whatever you want. But I will tell you this, Marcus. If you do something, you get diarrhea of the mouth, Rico will not be there to clean that motherfucking shit up.
That's on me. That's on me. Yeah, I got you.
You going down alone. And that's all I'm saying is that when I sit there and watch somebody of diarrhea of the mouth and diarrhea of the mouth talk you out of $1 billion, there ain't a motherfucking thing I got to say that's that important, Marcus.
Well, I was gonna ask you, maybe you guys know more about it than I do, because I know around the whole Epstein thing, when they were exposing the islands and stuff, celebrities involved. Was Bill and was he ever rumored to be involved with any of that kind of stuff or no?
Bill Clinton?
I haven't heard that. No.
Bill Cosby.
Bill who?
Cosby.
Bill Cosby.
Oh, Bill Cosby? Nah, I hadn't heard anything about that.
No, he ain't got that. He ain't got that kind of money. The kind of guys that were going over there, You
Nah,
never
he
gonna
wouldn't
read
roll
about
with
them.
it. Nah,
You
he
Oh,
never
they're
gonna
like
read
the elites and stuff. I got you.
yeah,
Right,
he wouldn't on that.
right. Yeah, you never gonna know about those people.
No.
Oh, okay.
Bill was still at the Playboy Mansion. Hugh Hefner
That's
over there.
that's still nice. That's nice.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Hugh
But by
Hefner was
comparison,
going over.
I've been to the Playboy Mansion a couple times. But you know, just checking the computer equipment and stuff there. But I mean,
Right. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. Quotation marks. Right. Right. I got you.
yeah. Now you know, but it's.
I
it's
have to go
hidden.
check the grotto. I have to go check the jacuzzi, see if it was
Yeah,
working right. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's a huge place. But this island that this dude had, that doesn't even compare. I mean, when you got a landing strip where you can fly people in, you can fly these girls in,
But see,
do what you do, and then fly them out.
but here's
He was
the
on a
thing,
whole
though.
nother level.
I tried to tell somebody the other day. I said, look, let's not.
Hey, Barika, hold on. Before you get on to keep on calling him Kanye that word, though, I do gotta give a couple good pointers to Kanye when it comes to exposing the whole Kardashian thing with the Balenciaga and stuff.
Why do I keep? Okay, go ahead.
Well, nothing just because I don't want to sidetrack the conversation a little too
No,
much.
go ahead.
But just
I want to hear that because I heard somebody the other night say they gave Kanye a positive point, and I'm like, I'm waiting for someone to give me a positive point.
well,
about
only be
Kanye, so give me one.
only well, you call him that. I'm not gonna call somebody that, but that's just me. But like I said,
Kanye to me, but go ahead.
I gotcha. When it comes to the whole Balenciaga thing, everybody that knows what has been exposed and shown in commercials about the inappropriate stuff, the dominatrix, the BDSM of the toys and children involved,
Mhm.
and how Kanye was actually letting it be known because Kim's manager, when Kanye was exposing that stuff, Kim's manager had quit and said, hey, before the fire got hotter, before gasoline was lit more, she got out of Dodge and left the Kardashians, and specifically Kim and Khloe were involved along with the mother, Kris Jenner, making those deals and putting the kids out there, and it was inappropriate. And it just makes me think of like Epstein. It makes me think of these celebrities. It makes me think of all these people who are involved in some of the nastiest shit that because like you made a great point. We look up to these celebrities, but some of these celebrities are into some of the darkest, evil, sick shit. So, pardon my French, but you know, that's just why I was kind of giving him a little. I mean, I don't agree with all the other stuff that he said that was offensive, but you know, yeah, I'm gonna just leave it there.
Let me ask you a question though, because that's a great point. I want to stay exactly where you walked me to. You walked me to and I heard about the Balenciaga scandal, the photographer, the kids with the BDSM, sadomasochist, gimp shit, right? That's what you're talking about, right, Marcus? Hello?
Yeah, correct. Yeah,
Right. So all that, and I get that, and I'm like, spot on. I agree with it. My question is this: so for me to give Kanye credit, who was he saving?
On that specific thing,
Right,
not
on that specific case. I'm thinking about that. Who was he saving? He spoke out against it, right? So if I speak out against something, I see a negative thing, and I'm speaking out against it because I want to bring attention to it. Because so in other words, if I see somebody killing puppies, I'm gonna speak out against somebody killing puppies because I want to bring attention to people killing puppies, so I can save killing puppies, right? So when you see an ill, you speak out against it. You're trying to save a particular segment or something, you know, and so you draw attention to it to prevent it from happening again. So my question is, who exactly was being victimized by this company that this nigga been running around with a mouthpiece in that's saying Balenciaga, right? You remember that, right?
Right. Well, the thing is,
running around with the White Lives Matter shirt on, he had the Balenciaga mouthpiece in, right?
Right.
Because he loved them motherfuckers then, right?
Right.
I'm just trying to walk through it in my mind. So, who was being attacked Who was being saved? I need answers to these questions. Who was he saving?
Mm-hmm.
What was it? Because again, I'm like, were you saving black children? Hispanic children? Because most of them can't even say Balenciaga. Certainly ain't wearing it, not privy to it. What children were you saving?
I think it was like because there was like allegations
Or
that there
who
was
was you
kids
saving? Were you
being.
saving adults? Who was you saving?
Well,
Because we're saying he did something great. Explain to me what? He spoke out about a fucking commercial?
Well,
that
it was
never
it,
aired?
it was alleged that again, this is alleged, but they're saying that these kids were being trafficked through there, and they were being exposed to sexual trafficking and like human trafficking of kids and stuff. Balenciaga and the people behind the scenes, the people, like the puppet masters, right? People who pull the strings. So I think that's what the alleged thing was when it came to Balenciaga.
Sister Annie, hit the link, please. I want to have the conversation. I know you feel strongly about it, and I would love to have the conversation. I'm all about protecting kids. I want someone to explain to me how that was his motive, and that was what he did. That's what I want somebody to explain to me.
And remember this too, though.
That was his motive, and not his motive wasn't something else, but his motive was to save children, and that's what he did.
Well, but again, too, Rico, like I said too, though.
I'm not ascribing this savior shit to Kanye. No, I'm not giving him credit. Fuck no.
No, but remember, the reason why it was very coincidental because of the fact that he had been involved with the Kardashians. So if anybody would know some deeper dark shit, because it would be him, because he's around them. There are certain things.
But a week before, he running around with the Balenciaga fucking mouthpiece in his mouth.
Right, but remember, it could also. But remember, sometimes people will do and wear certain things well, but let me get it out there real quick. Sometimes people will wear and don certain things to make it a subliminal to maybe uncover or try to show you. Sometimes, I'm not saying every time. I'm just bear with me, Rico. Bear with me a little bit. I'm just saying, like, sometimes, hey, you know how when celebrities do a certain hand signal or gesture on their face, it's trying to show a quote unquote cult or Illuminati or something. But maybe with him wearing that, he was trying to expose more what Balenciaga was trying to expose little kids to and stuff.
But so children are being molested, and you're gonna do a hand sign.
Well, like I said, certain commercials can have subliminal messages too. Remember that.
And then the second part that I mean, because I want us all to think about this, right? Again, so I need to suspend belief to say that, okay, coincidentally, because you use that word, right at the time he's imploding with all his businesses, is when Balenciaga decided that they're going to do this sexually child assaulting.
It was disturbing. It was very disturbing.
But listen. Only coincidentally did this occur. It didn't occur for months before, right? Prior to that, Balenciaga had never did any of this. Right when his shit is imploding is when, I see it now. Or was it always?
So are you insinuating that he
what
made?
I'm saying is that I see it now that I'm falling out of business with these people, or was it always there?
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to ask you. So are you saying that he already knew beforehand, and it just so happened that when he was
right. You goddamn right. I
All
personally
right,
believe
that's believable. That can be believable.
I personally believe the same way he talked that shit about the Jews. You knew what the fuck they was doing when you got in bed with them. But then when you fall out, you want to expose everything. Okay, great. I'm happy you exposing it. But motherfucker, I'm not going to celebrate you like you didn't know it was there all along. And if you hadn't fell out with them, would you be saving them?
Hey, Rico, can I make an example real quick since you said that?
Perfectly.
If you go to a Nike store and you buy the Nike store stuff, do you know that they're actually making sweatshops and slave shops?
Yeah, but subliminal in the back of my mind, I know they are.
No. You and me both know because we're outside independent thinkers. But to the common general person, they may not know it. I'm just going to a store to go buy something.
Right, maybe not. Yes, I would say the average Joe Blow would have no idea.
So then how can we assume that whether he did or didn't know is my
I
thing.
don't know if he know. All I'm just sitting there saying is you're asking me to suspend belief to say he only found out at the moment that the business fell apart is all I'm
Shout
saying.
out to Brother New Growth.
That's
Shout
all
out
I'm
to
saying.
Brother New
Was it
Growth.
like, I don't know if he knew it before, but that's a hell of a coincidence. Like, you know what? I quit today and the day like, oh shit, I see everything y'all
It's
doing
a link,
wrong.
New Growth. Come on up here, man.
So do you understand what I'm saying, Mark? If I get
you. I get you.
If I'm gonna quit my job, and people do that all the time. When they quit their job, they walk out and they go to the newspaper and they tell everything that the job was doing. Like they didn't know they was doing it for the 4 or 5 years they was working for these motherfuckers. It's like you knew they was doing it then. But you
How do you know that, Rico? Rico, you don't know that. Though.
You don't know
That's
that.
Marcus
And
is
guess
saying.
what? I'm not going to suspend belief to believe that you only, I'm out here speaking for the people. They're discriminating against black people. Nigga, you found out the day they fired you?
Well, again, though, I'm saying, listen, like I said too, I'm not saying that I'm
working for them.
Like I said, I'm not saying that not every celebrity doesn't know what sometimes certain people are doing behind the scenes that are bad. But I'm saying that not everyone is going to know, in my opinion, as well.
No, but I'm saying if you know it and you dismiss it for your own personal reasons, that's fine.
Personal gain, money, power. Yeah.
Personal gain, whatever. Because I believe personally, like I said, he was content to have these relationships when they were beneficial to him. I don't begrudge him for that. I don't even begrudge him for calling it out after those relationships. He no longer had those relationships. I'm just saying I'm not going to celebrate you for doing it. I don't care. So basically, a whistleblower, I don't care when you blow the whistle. You know what I'm saying? So whistleblower, and you know they and that's what it's called. It's called whistleblower. Whistleblowers always blow the whistle when they're fired, written up, disciplined, kicked out. But every whistleblower will tell you they knew it well in advance before they blew the whistle. I'm happy that a whistleblower comes out and gives us the information. I'm just not going to celebrate your ass because you knew it before. So if it takes you 6 months, a year, 5, 10 years to come around to your conscience to tell the truth, I'm happy that you arrived. I just don't think it's a celebratory. I don't think you should be like, morally, it's not like I saw it day one and I spoke out against it. Because some people are not willing to say, well, I'm going to look the other way because it's a benefit to me. Those people are better to be celebrated, not when.
Shout out to Deontay Wilder to this day.
Or whoever. But if you wait until the relationship is no longer beneficial to you to decide that you're going to speak up, I'm happy you spoke up. I'm happy because you could have went away and not said nothing. I'm very happy about that. I will give you credit for finally speaking up. But hell no, I'm not giving you no celebration. No holiday.
But you got to think about it too, Rico. Like somebody could be working for somebody for 5, 10 years, not know what's really happening, and then they open up a dirty closet, and then the next day they're contemplating on their conscience.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10. But Marcus, 9 times out of 10, if your ass been working for them for 5, 10 years and don't know anything, you gonna not know when you leave. I'm just saying it's suspend. You have to say, I've worked at places where I've seen dirty shit. And I always knew, most people, whether you work for the government, the military, you just look the other way. And that's why, whether it's Edward Snowden, what's the little white girl from the Air Force, Justice, they see shit all the time. You don't want to risk yourself. I get it. That's called self-interest. Ain't none of my business. I'm gonna be quiet. Ain't got nothing to do with me. Whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. Fine. But when you finally decide to come out, I'm just not understanding how, on what planet, we are making this man a hero or a martyr. And more so than anything else, I'll take my ashy ass foot off his neck when somebody can explain to me. I don't care what he said about the Jews. I don't give a fuck. I'm not Jewish. I'm black. And I know what he said about us. And I've yet to hear one person come up here and explain to me why that shit was justified all right. And
okay, Rico. So
fuck Kanye.
Well, okay. So him exposing the I'm not saying he's
Balenciaga.
Balenciaga. So him exposing that situation, that is a good thing that he did that, right? Now what you're saying is, So what you're saying is that I'm not gonna take him for no saint just because he did the right thing,
right?
For
Correct.
the wrong reason.
Right. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Let's start with this. If he exposed Balenciaga, I'm happy he did it, and I'm proud of him for stepping forward.
I just didn't want you to be misunderstood.
Right. Okay. That's all I'm saying. Is like if he did the right thing, no matter when he did it, that's a moment we can be proud of.
Okay.
He is.
You're saying that doesn't excuse some of the other things that he did.
Hell no, it doesn't excuse some of the other things he did. And it also does. It also we're saying like all of a sudden he just found out. And what I'm saying
but you don't know if he found out.
I don't know. I'm saying
don't know when he found out.
Right. So we don't know if he been knew or if he just found out. But we're ascribing it as if he just found out.
No, Rico, nobody.
No. Yes, we are, because the bottom line. I'm like, okay, now what if I go back and I say he knew this for the last 5 years? Well, it don't matter. I'm like, no, it does fucking matter. That means for 5 years he kept silent. Same thing if someone's being abused or assaulted and you keep quiet for 5 years, and right before somebody kill her ass, you said, yeah, but they dealt with 5 years of abuse and you said nothing. Silence is complicity.
I hear you, but that's if we know that, but we don't know that. We don't know what he knows.
I'm not saying I know that, but I'm not saying we know that. All I'm saying is, why are we speaking in the tones as if he didn't?
You're talking about people on social media, right?
Right, exactly. Because that's where we're getting all this garbage information from. We don't even know if he exposed. Somebody pull up a link and tell me Kanye exposed Balenciaga. Because I've seen like 4 or 5 articles and I ain't seen his name nowhere. I've seen where they've been sued, the photographer. I've seen where like a half a dozen articles talked about this, and I ain't seen Kanye name no fucking where. Nowhere. Please give it to me. Anybody. Give me a single article that said Kanye is the reason for this. We just making shit up.
Well, he did some things that he needed to
give me an article where Kanye is responsible for exposing these children being mistreated. Because Marcus, where did you hear that? Right here on YouTube, with people talking that shit out their mouth with zero evidence to prove that they're credible.
Well, the other thing too was when the manager, the former manager of the Kardashians, was speaking, they asked her, and that was when Kanye.
Give me some credible evidence that this information came out because of Kanye.
Well, I mean, remember, because that's what Kim's former manager was saying, that in a way of trying to allude why she was leaving Kim's management team and leaving Chris and them was because of what Kanye was exposing.
Rumors on top of rumors on top of rumors.
Again, like I said, don't shoot the messenger. I'm just delivering the message.
And all I'm saying is, I've heard about it being reported about the substance of the content. I haven't, and everything that I've seen, and I don't know, maybe he did. I'm like, source me the reporting that Kanye was the source for it. Because everybody's giving him credit. That's all I'm saying. I'm not dispelling it. Kanye saved the fucking world. He gonna create credit. Can somebody give me the source? Nobody can. That's just crazy to me. It's like, what the hell are we? But then I can give you videotape evidence of shit he said or did, and people want to disbelieve that. Well, here he is saying this. Oh, you don't. So we're going to disbelieve what he says, but we can't source anything that we think he said or anyone said he said. Give me the source. That's it.
Jill, you're right, Jill. Jill, I know I promised I wouldn't be doing this. Here I am.
What up, New Growth?
What's up, New Growth?
Brother. What's going on, y'all?
I know you was waiting.
What's good, New Growth?
Lord. Rico, you right. Is that the way we can end this conversation?
No.
Boy, you are the most
egotistical. Right.
That's why you don't like Kanye. You might be more egotistical than that, Negro. You are the most egotistical. Oh my goodness. Brother, what you want from him? He can't do nothing right. Everything that's bad associated with him.
Give me the Balenciaga. Tell me how he saved the kids from Balenciaga. You believe that?
He started the campaign.
Give me the source.
No. If he started, it's not a source. Like if I started something, does that mean if I'm the catalyst for something, does that mean I'm going to be the one that's praised?
Say that again. No, because I'm trying because I know you.
Yo, he took a time to answer. Hey, he had to react you. Say it again. Say it again, Negro.
I know you do this word salad stuff, and I'm like,
a catalyst is somebody who starts something, right? It's the originator. But 9 times out of 10,
give me the source that he was the catalyst.
Hey, bro, Clarence, if you guys are still alive, I'll come back, bro. Clarence, I gotta run.
Yes. Okay, go ahead, bro.
If he's
Shout
the
out to all
catalyst,
you.
Thank you, Marcus. Appreciate you, brother.
I would say this crystal clear. If he's the catalyst, but you have to give me the source that he's the catalyst, because
the catalyst of this movement.
You keep asking me to believe something, and you're giving no evidence of it.
Can I give you the evidence when he spoke out against Balenciaga?
When he spoke about Balenciaga.
Yes.
Go ahead.
When he talked about how Gucci and all these people took his people that were with him, he spoke about it. He said that these people were trying to destroy. This was the, Balenciaga, that these are part of the Jewish people he's talking about too as well. No?
I don't know. Let's go ahead. I'm listening.
I'm telling you it is.
Okay, I'm listening.
Let me see the Jewish community outrage, because these are the people that Kanye, but they're Jewish as well.
Let's stay on Balenciaga. Let's stay on Balenciaga, please.
I'm giving you the information when he came out with his rant against the corporations, the big companies that you and Clarence said he laid in bed with and signed a contract with. That started the campaign. And from there, listen. And from there, that's what a catalyst is. I don't have my dictionary in this room.
No, go ahead.
That's the definition of what a catalyst is. And that's why I asked you. No, that's why I asked you, my brother, when does a catalyst usually receive the rewards for the change that occurs?
No, because the way that you're describing it, nor should they. If I say it's fucking hot, that doesn't make me the catalyst for climate change. Even though it being hot is related to climate. So you're saying when he talked about Jews,
if he say it's unusually hot,
and this company.
If you said it was unusually hot, yes.
But brother Negro, you say when he's talking about Jews, all of a sudden we are all supposed to confer and conflate that he's including Balenciaga. And if he's talking about Jews, he could be talking about every country, every company in the fucking world. That's unreasonable to believe that.
I think that's the only way this will ever get. You are right, because what you're saying is totally different from what I just told you. I just told you when he made his rant against the companies that he was dealing with, was Balenciaga one of those companies?
Who, me?
Yes.
I only heard him rail against the Gap and against Adidas. That's all I heard.
Okay, well, let me confirm, right? Because you have such strong opinions with having half of the information.
I'm saying confirm, right? I live in evidence-based arguments.
That's what I'm telling you. But you're not living in evidence-based if you don't know the facts.
Okay, so
if you only can say it's Adidas and the Gap, you're very well.
Give me a source.
I'm telling you, no, listen what I'm saying. I said this was the people that he went against. Gucci, the Gap, Balenciaga. If you look at a video, he said all of the stuff that he helped.
Give me the source. I'm going to go look at it.
What are you talking about, the source?
Tell me where it's in the video where he said that.
You simplistic. That's not how life works. That's not how life works.
Do you know what evidence is? Do you know what evidence is?
Give me evidence of what?
Evidence is something that you must show.
Give you evidence of what?
Where he said Balenciaga. We're talking about Balenciaga. I ain't even talking about, I'm trying to draw the map from where we're going to give Kanye. No, listen, Negro. I'm just trying to draw the map where we can give Kanye credit for him dismantling Balenciaga and this child assault ring that you all are giving him this credit for.
Well, give me the reason, give me the source that shows that Bill Cosby should take the credit for the rise of the HBCUs back when they became popular. I'm telling you, I'm not about to play with. I got my Muhammad Ali hoodie on. I'm sick. Let's go. Give me that. There's nothing. He was a catalyst for the bringing back of the HBCUs, like Clarence said the other day, which we all know with the different world. But if you want to sit there and say, give me credit where he actually went and did something, we can't do that, Rico. It's nothing, but something can spark something that sparked something. So if Kanye came out against Balenciaga, all of these other brands, and said that it's corrupting here and and that sparked somebody to go deeper and see the commercial and say, Dad, they are actually, what would make them people look at that commercial at this point? Hold on, let me ask you, what would make some people look at that commercial now and not in prior? If Kanye did not go out on this rant about Balenciaga, Gap, and all of these companies, what would make people look at that commercial any different?
I ain't even seen. Okay. Let me. Are you finished?
Go ahead.
Are you finished?
Well, I asked a couple questions, but I know you're not gonna answer them. Go ahead.
I'm gonna answer them. Okay, because you. Okay, can I? Let me go back to the first question. You brought Bill Cosby into it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so with Bill Cosby, I would say this. I don't think Bill Cosby. I know you may believe that, but I don't believe Bill Cosby spoke. All he did was put HBCUs on television. I don't take that away. That the different the Bill Cosby show and Different World popularized HBCUs on television. HBCUs was popping before fucking Bill Cosby. It just really was. I know that might be hard for people to believe that HBCUs existed and was thriving and popping. Let me finish.
We're not going to lie. You can't be disingenuous. They were not thriving before that. So let's keep going.
Can I finish? They were thriving and they were popping at the same level pre-Bill Cosby as post-Bill Cosby. Because even after post-Bill Cosby, HBCUs were still suffering from a lack of federal funding, even after the Cosby Show in A Different World. So it didn't make any fucking difference.
Those are skewed facts, Rico. Those are skewed facts because
wait. I gotta say this. Let me interject in here real quick with Rico. Well, Rico, he did push a HBCU enrollment.
Excuse me. Let me finish. He popularized it. He talked about he's a grad of Temple and all the HBCU and Morehouse and Spelman. He popularized it. Popularizing something. He did not sit there and increase enrollment in do you know how many HBCUs exist all over America?
Rico.
Let me finish. Go ahead. I'm gonna give you guys.
No. That's a fact that he increased enrollment. Well, put it like this.
No, don't say that.
Wait. Listen. Let me reword it.
This is where you give them room for this bullshit. But go ahead.
No. I'm just telling the facts because we talking facts.
Give me the fact. Give me the fact.
Okay, fact. The fact is that Bill Cosby showed a different world of enrollments when that show was on. Enrollments at HBCUs went up. I mean, that's just the fact, Rico. That's not me trying to give nobody room or nothing. I mean, that's the fact. So I want you, if you're gonna respond, I want you to don't tell him that, because then once you start saying that a fact is not a fact, then he's gonna say a fact is not a fact, and then that's where his thing gonna go off the rail. Right?
Okay, but my question is this: when we discuss it, are we going to actually literally look it up with the data, or are we just going to sit there? Because every time I hear something, I'm going to go right back and I look back and I'm going to look it up with data. So when the data comes out and it speaks to the opposite of it, I'm not going to argue with you Negroes about it.
Please
because
don't.
all of a sudden, well, it felt like it. And I'm like, no, I don't care what you say.
So what if the data comes out and we're right? Are you going to screw the data?
If no, I'm going to just tell you the data that I found. Okay. So if the Bill Cosby show started in 1984. So we can look at the HBC enrollment 1983 and 1985.
No, that's not no.
What are we going to do it? How are we going to? You tell me
how we're going to go by a different world.
You tell me how we going to do it.
We're going to go by a different world. That's what the HBCU.
Why are we going? Okay. So we're going to go by a different world. Okay, so we're going to go by a different world. So we're going to go by a different world.
Listen, hold on. Can I tell you this 1 second? I was in school at that time, sir. I was in school, and everybody in junior high school and high school wanted to go to HBCUs at that point. I'm telling you, I married my wife who sat here and told me, hold on. I married my wife who sat here and told me she went to that school because of different world. I had my wife and her sorority sisters who tell me the same reason. Morehouse is 5 minutes down from my house. I have alumni who told me they went to that school for that reason. How you gonna sit here and tell me that that's not true?
I'm not telling you that anecdotally that people did not attend HBCUs because of these TV shows. Anecdotally, people decided they wanted to be a fucking fighter pilot because of Top Gun.
Right.
Anecdotally, people get inspired to do things based off of things they see. But that does not mean metrically, percentage-wise, that thing, because it can sit there and it can inspire or create an emotional response, that all of a sudden that alone, that is if all of a sudden, minus a different world, Black kids still would not have aspired to go to a HBCU. It would have been something else.
Black kids
would
at
have
that
been
point.
something
brother
else.
Rico,
You know something else might have been.
Listen,
Negro, let me
Rico,
finish. Let me finish, Negro, because I let you go. You know what the something else might have been? If it wasn't a different world, you know what it might have been? The denial into PWIs. So you could have had 100,000 Black kids that applied to PWIs get rejected because we ignore the fact that that's the reason for the creation of HBCUs in the first fucking place. It's not
Rico,
because
they've been getting denied.
But that's what But listen, what I'm saying is all I'm sitting there saying is,
shout out to Bolo TV.
We're literally sitting here saying that the Black enrollment in college is strictly because of a TV show that ran for a period of 6 years.
No one said that. That's you.
You said a different word.
I did not say strictly.
Excuse me, New Growth. You said
I did not say strictly.
New Growth. You said a different word.
Lie to me. What I said, brother Rico? I said that he was the catalyst.
He's not the catalyst.
But you just said I said strictly.
You said it. I said was it the Cosby Show, and you said no. It's a different world. A different world from 1987 to 1993.
I'm not going to go.
Right, because Clarence will let you come in here with that bullshit.
You're just double talking. You're not speaking anything. You're just changing your mind as you go. I know how this talk go.
What did I do?
I know how this talk go. I got uncles from DC, Berry Farms. See, I got uncles who do the same bullshit.
Okay, real simple. Okay, A Different World ran from 1987 to 1993.
Okay.
You said A Different World. That was the
Okay.
6 years it rained. So
Okay.
all I'm asking you is, if we look at the metric from 1982 to after, and we have to see if you're saying that that's the
Right.
catalyst, then we should see a exponential increase in HBCU enrollment. Would you agree with that?
We should see an increase in HBCU
Now,
enrollment.
if it's a 2 to 3% increase, that was let me finish, Negro, because that could have been occurring all the years before. So if I look at from 1980 through, Different World was 1987.
Yes, Vaughn, rabbit hole again.
So if 80 to 86, there was a 2% increase, and the same 2% increase occurred till after, how are we going to give credit to a different world?
No one's even saying that, Rico. That's you going off into these variables.
No,
you're going straight off into these variables about if it's a 2% in that time frame. Nobody's saying all of that. If it's a 2% increase every year, that means that they weren't no catalyst. But if it was
so you agree.
If it went from a 2% increase into a 15% or 20% increase over the next couple of years, of course, when Martin start wearing the
I'll accept. Look, I'm accepting what you're saying. So what I'm saying is, if we look it up and the data doesn't show that, then where are we, Negro? Because I agree with what you said. If all of a sudden it went from a 2% each annual increase to a 15, 20, 25%, I'm like, oh yeah, this show popularized it and it increased. But I think we take anecdotal evidence because all of a sudden we know more people doing something and we apply it as if, oh, that's the reason for it. And that's all I'm saying. I don't know. I'm going to look it up because you told me a different world. I know the years. So I'm going to look at the HBCU enrollment for the 5 years before, all the years doing, and the 5 years after.
Okay,
and that's
Rico.
the data.
Rico. Let's put this fact to bed. I'm looking on blackamericaweb.com, and they say, according to the National Center of Education Statistics, in 1994, about 280,000 students attended 103 HBCUs. Between 1976 and 1994, HBC enrollment rose by 26%. However, most of this increase transpired between the years of 1986 and 1994, coinciding with the years A Different World was consistently at a top 10 rated show. So can we put that back to bed and have you guys start talking about something else? Let's put that back to bed.
I'm sorry that I go here. I have a bad problem with trying to draw analogies, but a lot of times analogies are so on point. People want to argue the analogy. But my point is, when somebody is the catalyst, 9 times out of 10, they do not experience or get, like I was trying to say. I've been practicing this name, Brother Clarence. Mahmoud Abdul Rauf. Right? Yes,
he was the basketball player.
Yes, he was the catalyst for the Colin Kaepernick movement. Right? He was the forerunner.
Is it?
I would think so.
You think
he
so?
Pretty much did the same thing.
Well, he did the not standing up for the national.
Right. Yeah. So he.
But I don't think. No, the only reason I'm saying
it was expelled from the league. I can give you the book. I
know who he is. I'm just sitting there saying, I don't know if Colin Kaepernick took for the same reasons. Is all I'm saying.
Okay,
that's all I'm saying.
Can I tell you that he did? Would you believe me? If I show you the book, you want me to read the chapter? You want me to read that? Mahmoud Abdul. Okay, give me a second.
Okay.
Mahmoud Abdul Rauf. He's.
You might be right. I'm saying you might be right.
You were right. You
I'll admit I'm wrong if you should, but you got to tell me. I ain't just believing your ass.
Say you wrong again.
if you got to prove it to me.
Do you heard of his new book that came out?
No, I haven't heard of his new book.
Yeah,
I know who he is.
He's with a new publishing company. It's called
him and Craig Hodges also.
It's called Kaepernick Publishing.
Good book. Yeah. Craig Hodges.
But Craig Hodges also sat down against the American flag.
Yes.
So I know, but again, like I said, I just like I said, you might be 100% right on the Colin. You might be 100% right. I got no pushback on Colin Kaepernick. zero because I
Yes,
don't
Kenny.
know, and I know that
Fact checker.
I know that Mahmoud was
I
there
had a problem with his name
sitting
too. Yeah.
down. I know Craig was sitting down. I know Colin was sitting down. I just kind of thought each one of them came about it on their own way, but you could be right. But I still,
can I just let you know that that's what Kaepernick said himself? So
okay, I agree.
So he was the catalyst, but the
I'll
one
admit I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
one,
He was the
again,
catalyst. You're right.
You're wrong again. So
one more time, I'm
listen.
wrong. You're right. They were the guy. But now we're going back to your boy.
Okay, but I'm giving you the example of a catalyst. Like Mahmoud Abdul Rauf, nobody really knows about him, right? But the one who received the fanfare, the Nike deals, the book things was Kaepernick, right? If you look into black politics, the catalyst was, we got to say, was who? Jesse Jackson, right? He opened up the doors for Obama to be able to come into that arena and say a black man really.
Oh no. I have to disagree with you on that one.
All right, Clarence, you got this one.
Go ahead.
I gotta get that one. I gotta get that one to Thurgood Marshall.
Jump in the pool.
I gotta get that one to Thurgood Marshall. Because Thurgood Marshall definitely.
Wait a minute, Clarence, stop. No, you gonna go back to defending your boy. See how they get it? See how they take us all the way out? You see how they do this shit?
We get way over here.
Okay.
You're taking us out of this. I'm giving you
back.
examples
You
of
saying
catalysts.
he was the catalyst for this Valencia bullshit.
I'm giving you examples of catalysts.
Okay, we accept. I accept all your examples.
So when you have a man who goes out there and fights a total industry, and this is not the first time Kanye has fought against these industries, right? When Kanye fights against these industries and he receives such a backlash, it allows people around the internet, around all the communities, start to pay attention. So without him sparking that attention in our mind, I think most people would have missed that commercial with the sadistic stuff with the children and the pedophile stuff on the bottom of the. Most people would have missed that.
But what's the problem? The problem with that analogy, Negro, okay, if I'm going to go with your catalyst analysis, right? If I'm going to go with that, I can't get at the Kanye because then I'm going to tell you why. Because you even made the point, like, basically, you're saying because Kanye spoke out about the industry, then he's the catalyst. But there were people that were speaking out about the industry long before Kanye.
You are funny.
No. Am I? Kanye the first person. Is Kanye the first person to speak out?
Of course not. But I'm talking about Valencia.
No. Listen. Before Kanye could be the catalyst, according to you, I had to give it to Prince.
Okay.
Right?
Give it to Prince.
No, Prince.
I said give it to Prince. But my thing was because
remember with your catalyst argument now, let's be fair. Your catalyst argument speaking out about the control, not wanting to be a slave. Who was the first one said I'm not a slave? Was it Kanye or was it Prince?
It was Prince.
Changed his name.
Prince came on stage.
Changed his name.
Prince came on stage with slave across his top.
Who was the first one that changed his name?
Muhammad Ali.
No, okay,
we know here all day.
We talking pre-Kanye.
I can play this game with you too. That's not what I'm saying. You're diffusing the point of what I'm trying to say. I'm talking about in this moment with a big.
Now it's a moment argument.
Prince was not on the level of Kanye in ownership.
What?
Ownership, he was not on the level. Come on. What
Prince wasn't a billion yet. Yes, Prince was on the level of ownership.
No, he didn't. Prince didn't have his own fashion line. Prince didn't cultivate fashion impact. He didn't have a sneaker out that would outsell anything on the planet.
Go ahead. You twisted it out of what you just said. You just crystal clear said that, and then when I came up with somebody other than Kanye,
listen.
You all of a sudden
I want my daughters to meet you. I don't want them to see you wrong. No, wait, come on,
Hey, beautiful.
Hey, beautiful. Say good night.
Hello. There you go.
Tuck
your daddy in bed. Be good to him.
Close the door. I don't want y'all to get Uncle Rico cry.
Hey, new girl, let me say that. Them two beautiful little girls.
Oh man, I love them to death.
seeing.
I
You
love them to
take
death.
care of them babies. You take care of them
Beautiful,
babies. Come hell high water.
And they said we want to meet Rico. We want to meet.
And you
Uncle
know
Rico.
what? When they tell you, Daddy, shut up, it's time to go to bed. You turn this damn thing off, and we cuss you out on Sunday. Okay, we get your ass on Sunday. But
And
when they
Vaughn
call
told us to stop talking about Kanye.
But when they call, when them beautiful little
Vaughn said
girls
that.
call for their time and attention, you give it to them.
I got him.
You turn this shit off, and you get cussed out by me on Sunday.
Oh, no
But-
doubt, no doubt.
Yeah, but
Okay, I have a question for both of you gentlemen. That has something to do with Kanye, but really
no, hold
has
on.
to do
We're
with-
gonna leave Kanye alone. Tell us your thoughts on Bill.
Okay.
Come on, you ain't said nothing about Bill.
Oh man.
This
Here's
guy.
a
Oh
man.
Lord Jesus.
Here's Victor Guerrero. You had Pedro Guerrero. Pedro Guerrero had you on the ropes. Pedro Guerrero had you on the ropes. Now Victor Guerrero's Victor Guerrero.
I admitted I was wrong about something. We going to Bill Cosby. Give us Bill Cosby before this motherfucker come up. Bill Cosby.
No, okay.
And I'm probably a little bit on your side with Bill Cosby. I think it was kind of raw, but I don't know.
Okay. Wait. Before we get to Bill Cosby, y'all, I got to ask you guys a question because this is pertinent to anything we talk about. What is a fact? Let's all come to an agreement on what a fact is. What is a fact?
Yes.
Is a fact someone's opinion? Is someone's interpretation? Or is it something of substantial evidence, meaning that a documented evidence of this event or occurrence, right? Let's agree on that. What is a fact?
The last one you gave, I agree with you.
It's something. A fact is something that can be proven demonstrably true. It's not based on feelings or evidence, and it's backed up by science, history, science. That's a fact. Anything else to me is speculation, opinion, thoughts, beliefs. I have thoughts, beliefs, speculation, opinion about everything. But a fact is something that's demonstrably true.
But science isn't a fact. But I get you.
You know, I mean, it's what we agree on. Science is. So again, like me and Clarence, I was telling him, like, look, we all have to agree 2 + 2 is 4.
Right.
Ron Eric come in here and say 19. I'm like, okay, look, you know, we're not getting anywhere because math is math.
Science. Wait a minute. New growth. Did you say science is not a fact?
It's classified as a scientific fact, right?
Okay.
So it's a prequel to a fact, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it can be a scientific fact, but science.
So in the word scientific,
what's a prequel to a fact?
Wait,
science is not a prequel to a fact.
Wait a minute. Let me break it down this way. If someone says this is a scientific fact, right? In that sentence, scientific is an adjective describing the fact, right?
Yes.
So it's describing the fact. So it's not saying that it's the scientific is other than the fact. The fact is in particular related to science. Would you agree with that?
Science. Well, let's look up what the word science means, right? And we want to get deep in there because science is something that is agreed upon, like Rico said, right? So it might be our truth because scientific facts have changed over time, right?
No.
Based on evidence.
Yes.
Based on evidence.
Based on facts.
Correct.
So a scientific fact is something we agree on that is a fact, but until it's refuted. See, a fact is just a fact. Like Rico.
But here's the thing: it's like when you said a prequel to a fact. A prequel
Well,
to a fact.
I was just saying like an adjective. I'm sorry.
Right, but I'm saying a prequel to a fact is a theory. So basically, in science, you believe something is true, but then you do experiments and you search for evidence to prove it's true.
Right.
And you're right. That science stays a fact until when you say it's refuted, that means new evidence comes in to show that that prior fact is no longer true. But it always requires evidence. So when somebody else a while ago here was like, oh, that's why they call it Einstein's theory. I'm like, yeah, that's called theory. Theory is a guess. You believe something is true, but you must go out and do experiments and test it through evidence if it's true. So when Einstein came up with the theory of relativity, why it never changed? He couldn't prove it because it was all written up on a chalkboard. This was what E equals MC squared is what he believed. So until it became true, meaning that, oh, his theory of relativity was true, it was just a theory. Because science, absence of evidence, can never be a fact. It's only a theory. Once you have the evidence, it becomes a fact. And yes, new evidence can sit there and change the fact. Only new evidence. Absence new evidence, it stays a fact.
Sister Annie, Sister Annie, on comment. She on point.
Bit science would not be the only way a fact can be proved. But science would not be the only way a fact can be proven.
No, history.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. A scientific.
Well, history is a form of science, though. We consider history because still history absent evidence is not a fact.
Right.
You still need the evidence. And all of these disciplines require evidence.
Right.
I would think
fact, evidence. Historical fact, evidence. We don't claim
you have to prove it some kind of way. If you're not going to use science, you're going to have to use some type of documentation to prove that it's right?
Yeah, we don't claim anything to be a fact absent evidence. Because nobody's going to believe it. So like I said, like when you was asking, I was like, okay, show it to me, Negro. Well, why I got to show it? Because I ain't going to believe it if I don't see it.
Now, we having a good discussion, so I'm not tripping right here, but I'm just bringing up something because it was scientifically factual that we were 3/5 of a human, that our brains were.
No, that wasn't scientifically factual. That was legal. That was legal.
No. The major scientists of this time era believed that we were less than humans.
Right, not 3/5. You said 3/5. They thought we were inferior.
Okay, that was
right. But no. What you said, Negro, what you said was the whole 3/5 was what the American legal system came up and said, well, since they're inferior, we're going to say they're 3/5. So they just put that out their ass.
You're right.
But scientifically, which wasn't even, and it was absence of the evidence.
No, remember they that how they classified
the brain.
Our size of our brains and all that. At this point in time, this was scientific fact.
Yeah, that was science, Rico. That was science. Don't even try to act like it wasn't science. Don't even do it.
I disagree with you guys.
No.
I disagree with you guys. It wasn't science. There ain't no way they scientifically proved that.
They were
He said it was scientists, though. We could discuss if it was proven or not, but it was.
Then you can't call it a fact if you can't prove it. We just went over that one there. If you can't prove it, you don't have no evidence. How can you call it a fact? Rico just said it's a theory.
No. He said, listen to what science did. Look at the things that they did to make that argument, to put it in fact at that time.
Yeah, exactly. They went off the fear. They was able to manipulate the fear and the lack of knowledge of the rest of the people.
No, okay. So but they use scientific instruments when doing that.
Right.
But what we saying is that's not a fact though. Or if they took it as a fact, it's only a fact until the reality shows itself. And then a new fact comes on top of that fact.
It is not a fact.
But hold on. This is what I'm saying. It wasn't a fact because it wasn't true. Right? Because if I say, hey, new growth is white, and I get everybody to believe it, that's not a fact. It's just I got everybody to believe it. But I got new growth. I got new growth. I got new growth DNA, and I'm showing you his DNA is white. He's white. He's white. And you're looking at him saying, oh, well, I thought he was black. Well, okay, maybe he is white. But just because I can get everybody to agree to say that doesn't mean it's a fact, right?
That's what
the Catholic. Let me give you another example. What I'm talking
That's why
about.
New Growth said. That's what New Growth
The
has.
Catholic Church said that the Earth was going, the sun was going around the Earth. That was a fact. They was putting people. They were putting people to death. They was calling them heathens and putting them to death. Anybody who said it right. That's why Galileo got arrested and put on house arrest at his house, right? Because Galileo he published a book showing him looking at all the planets and showing the only explanation for this situation is that the Earth and all these planets are going around the sun, right? So, but until he published that book, and even the people before him, right, Ptolemy and a bunch of other guys before these guys, they had said that the Earth was going around the sun, but they was being persecuted by the church. What I'm saying is it was a fact, according to the rest of the world, that the sun was going around the Earth. But that's because you got enough people to accept it.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that doesn't make something a fact just because a bunch of people accept it.
That's what he been saying. That's what he been saying the whole time. That's what.
But you just said that it wasn't that, and I'm trying to tell you.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Hugo. Because they not hearing what they only hear what they want to hear, and then they make the arguments. They end up proving the point that what someone has already said, but they just ignore it. Y'all do that. Y'all
agree on what a fact is.
Hold
you gotta agree on
y'all
what a
don't
fact is.
hear what someone has said from the beginning. Then when y'all make your arguments, y'all go through this whole analogy that has nothing to do with the argument. Then when y'all finish your argument, y'all end up going right back with the person that started at from the beginning.
Wait a minute. What did I miss? What did I miss, Fonnie? Because I'm the one that asked the question.
As far as how science established fact. That's why New Growth said.
We said evidence aside. We said evidence.
Okay, evidence. And what you just said as far as how science established evidence to establish fact.
Science is just one way you can establish it. Like Sister Annie said.
I'm just not going to talk no more because you just keep on talking. Well, go ahead.
No, go ahead, man. I'm just saying. You're saying that I'm not listening. I heard what he said. I'm trying to get us all to agree that a fact is something that can be established as true. It's not enough for enough people. Just like we was talking about a group of people yesterday the last time about a group of people from a certain country that agreed that, hey, I'm better than these people because I'm of this heritage. I'm better than these people. Well, that would have been a fact in Germany, but that didn't make it true. They may have considered it a fact, but that didn't make it a fact because it was not true.
Okay.
That just because of their heritage didn't make them better. But even though everybody considered that, if you would have asked somebody living at that time, living in that area, they would have said, "Oh yeah, it's a fact. I'm rolling with this program. It's a fact." Okay, but it wasn't a fact. Jesse Owens disproved that for him. We got this master race here, and Jesse Owens just knocked that out the box by himself, right? So all I'm saying is, this is the reason why we get hung up. I think the four of us get hung up because we don't have a common agreement on what a fact is.
Right.
Like we get caught up on that. We got to just say, okay, if it's established and proven, okay, unless you got something else that disproves this fact, then we got to use this as the standard, right?
And we was on this road, Brother Clarence, but you know what happened? You said, wait, New Growth. You telling me science is not a fact?
Right.
Yes, that's how we got in this rabbit hole.
Right. Exactly. Go ahead.
Because you said that science isn't a fact, and I'm saying it is a fact. Because we got the mess. We most of the time in science, you got the best of information available, and so you accept that. You take that as a fact.
No, it's not the best information available. You got the best minds who are classified as scientists, right?
Okay.
Scientists come up with scientific facts. Me and you can't come up with something that says scientific fact, right? It's the board of scientists that have to come together.
All of us, we listen, brothers. Whatever facts they come up with, we as people, we can go out. If that's the part of science. Part of science is the control part, where I should be able to conduct the same testing as you, and I
Right.
should get the same result.
No.
Right? So,
Yes. But
so that's what I'm saying. So
once it becomes a scientific fact, it's our job to disprove it, right?
correct.
But once it's a scientific fact, it's a scientific fact. That doesn't mean it's true. Me and you might know that
Well,
it's not.
they will call it a fact after testing.
Hold on, let me give you this example. Like when they said that that black people brains were and we were more susceptible to pain, and we could, by the way our bodies were shaped, we didn't, that was their facts. Now we might have been some slaves at that time, and we knew that was totally different. We had may work with the white people, we might, because we were witch doctors, we may have knew a lot of things, but we didn't have the impact to say something was scientifically not true. So at that time, these things went around as scientific facts.
And look at Bolo. I like what Bolo said.
That's why I said. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Mono.
Look what Bolo said. According to science, science is man's best guess. And I do like what Von Bryan said. Some things may be factual, some, but not factual to others. That's true. I do believe that's true, because even science has different opinions and different factual evidence to show things. So
when I talk about facts, I know I say that a lot.
That's why they have something in science called theory, like Rico was saying. It's theory, because some things you can't test, right? Einstein had a theory of relativity that was related to what he called the paradox test, right? If you leave one twin here and you put one twin in space and let 20 years go by, the twin in space will be younger than the twin that's here, right? That's called a paradox, right? So, but how can you prove that? When are you gonna get two twins together and say, okay, one of your twins, we'll say we're gonna put you out there for 20 years? See, you can't prove that. That is a theory. So certain things in science, yes, it's a theory, right? It's a theory. Like we saying now, okay, on the planet Neptune, it's methane gas and water. How do we know? It take about 7 or 8 years just to get over there, and then when you do get there, you send something down in there, it's not going to survive. So how would you know?
Well, Brother Clarence, let me ask you this: how does a theory become a scientific fact?
A theory becomes a fact when you're able to test it, and then when you can test it, and then you can have a control situation, and you can repeat those results every time. Then you can say, okay, this is a fact, right? Even sometimes when it's a fact, they call it a theory, right? You got a man named Pythagoras who went to Egypt and learned about a lot of the mathematics over there, the high mathematics over there, and he gets the credit for coming up with Pythagorean's theorem, right? But that's a fact, right? That's a fact, but they call it a theorem, right? Like, in other words, you don't know for sure what is going on.
Was it a fact that he stole it? Like,
the fact is that it works. Who cares whether he didn't steal it? He gets the credit for it. I don't know if he gave himself the credit or the people gave him the credit because he brought it over to Greece, but he gets the credit for it, right? But those people over in Egypt were been using the a squared plus b squared equals c squared for thousands and thousands of years. He found out about it, brought it back to Greece, and they put his name on it, right? They even gave him a symbol for his name, pi, right? So he gets the credit for all of that. But what I'm saying is, those are theories. Those are theories, right? Just like, I'm gonna give you another scientific theory. Pi, the number pi, that is the relationship between the diameter, the radius of a circle and the circle itself, the circumference, right? It's pi, right? Call it pi. But it's an ongoing number. It always changes. Why? Because there is no perfect circle. There is no perfect circle. But can you prove it? No, we can't prove this, but it's a theory. It's a theory. We can't prove it because we can't go, are we going to bring up every circle that was ever drawn on the whole world and be able to prove if it's a perfect circle? No.
Well, that's why Brother Bolo's example was perfect, right? When he says, according to scientists,
I agree with him. I just explained that.
Is the man's best guess.
This is what I'm saying. In some cases, it will be. That's what I'm saying. When I gave you the paradox situation, there's no way to prove that.
But
There's no way to prove that. That's a theory.
If that's the case, Clarence, then what New Grove said and what you said are right. If that's the case, that's why I said y'all got listen. That's why I said y'all got listen.
I hear you, Bonnier, but listen, let me tell you something. I wasn't denying that sometimes it may be a theory. He was saying it's not factual. He made the definitive case. And so I'm saying it's not a definitive case. Yes, he may be right. Sometimes it may be just a theory. Oh, we think this. Okay, but we can't prove it, right? You know what I'm saying? They didn't know that you needed a spacesuit when you went off the planet until they sent some monkeys up and then monkeys exploded, right? The Russians sent some monkeys up there and they exploded, right? Now we need a pressurized suit. Oh, we didn't know that. Okay. See, you don't know sometimes until you're actually out there, right? I'm just saying that we can't make a definitive case that science is not fact. Sometimes you will be able to use science to prove something, and sometimes you won't, because you just don't have. You ain't able to. You just don't have. It's just a theory, and you don't have the wherewithal to be able to prove it, right?
But we were talking about the definitions of it, right? And it's a scientific fact, meaning that it's a science fact is the best get until it's proven otherwise. But if I say on what is this, December the 8th at 10 o'clock Eastern time, New Growth, Clarence, Rico, and Von Erich were talking on the subject of facts and relative. That's a fact. You can never dispute that. That's what I get on facts. So when facts happen, when we say that, hey, Reagan was his economic policies hurt the black community, that's a fact. There's nothing else that can that's what I mean by fact. So I'm not saying what you're saying is not fact in the same way, brother. I'm just saying when I speak of facts, that's what I
do. Right. Right. Exactly. That's why I never answered the question with you, because I believe it all until I see something go this way or go that way. I just said that I believe it. I believe all. That's all I'm saying. And some things
I agree with that.
May be
I
weaker.
agree with that.
Stuff like that.
I agree with that, Bunny. Sorry, but I didn't mean to interrupt, because I want to acknowledge Sister Annie. She probably has the best phrase to describe it, where so basically science is not an absolute fact. No, it's not. It's not. So I don't want to say it's absolutely is and absolutely isn't. We can use science to try to prove or disprove what we consider a fact, a theory. We consider this is probably or most likely how this is going to happen. And if science can either prove it or disprove it. And if it can't prove it, then we can call it a fact. But if it can't prove it, then we have to call it a theory, even though we use this and it may work in most cases. We use it, like what we call integral calculus. It works in most cases, but there's some outside cases where it don't work, right? You can't, it's not going to work on those outside cases. So therefore, I see what you're saying, but we got to be able to agree, gentlemen, on what a fact is, so that when we have the discussion, we can just move forward with the discussion, right? Would you guys agree with that?
I totally agree. I love facts.
Like I said, I believe it all. So if y'all don't disagree, I agree with the disagree and the agree.
So when you base it on I think we all have opinions, right, and our own truths,
right?
When you're on a panel and you're discussing and you kind of debating things, right, your opinions and your truth have to be grounded in facts. You get what I'm saying?
There you go. I agree with that.
And that's my whole thing. Like that's what I'm saying. Because that's why I come with a factual thing, and it's like, well, forget what you're saying. Let's stay talking about this. Well, there's no way I can really disprove your truth and what you believe in. Right. But if I say, hey, this happened, like in the courtroom, I watch too much Matlock. I told you. So if I can see, if you're trying to say this, I'm going to show you precedents where it has happened before and the outcome of that. So that's how I judge out. That's how I debate. I mean, that's how.
Yeah, but you got to admit, True Growth, when we do the same thing, when we do the same thing, you say, wait a minute, you're going off You're going off the reservation. When we try to do the exact same thing, you'll tell us, hey, wait a minute, you changing the subject. You going off this way. You did that to me the other day, right?
Okay.
And I'm like, what are you talking about?
You know,
I'm trying to do what you just said. I'm trying to give you a working example of what you said, right? So we got to agree that we gonna when we actually discussing this stuff, that we're not gonna limit the person and let them go way off the reservation, and we got to bring them back,
Right.
and say, okay, all right, I hear what you're saying, but what does this have to do with what we were discussing?
Right.
Right.
And I apologize for that. I'm not perfect. I probably.
No. Right? It's cool.
I
It's
would
cool.
I would love
I'm
to
just alerting you to that.
I would love to know the situation so I can, look back and figure out what I
Look at the last stream.
The last
Go look at the last stream and then tell me, what I mean, you'll find a couple of different places, not only you, but this brother too, where you guys kind of got up like that. But that's okay. That's okay. But I wanna ask y'all, man, while I got y'all here, because Rico had to go. So I got y'all here. I want to ask y'all, what do y'all think about the Bill Cosby situation? We're gonna get out of here in a minute.
About him, more people coming to sue him.
Yes.
Well, I think it's just something to get money. I mean, Bill Cosby's in his 80s, so he's been paying premiums on his insurance for years, and that's an easy way to get some of that money. So, and then the insurance company will pay it out, because in the contract they can pay the money without.
What contract?
When you sign an insurance contract with the insurance company,
okay,
if they feel as though that the money could go more than what they want it to go, they can pay it out without your permission. So, Eddie Long, what he did, that was paid by insurance. Michael Jackson, his millions.
So you talking about life insurance, or you talking about some type of malpractice? What kind of insurance you talking about?
When you're a business insurance or insurance like with Bill
business
Cosby.
insurance, okay.
No, like business. It's like business insurance, but insurance like what you just said, malpractice. Like the kids, like the Boy Scouts of America. They went to civil court. They was rewarded $2.7 billion. The insurance company was like, nah, we ain't right. We need to go back and lower that. So that's just something that the lawyers do to get money. It's easy money, especially like what Rico said. You go to the civil court, it's not hard, to get a verdict to go your way. And I think this is what happened in this case.
What about you, New Growth? What do you think, man?
What can you think? It's like they ain't gonna stop till they get you. They ain't gonna stop till they get what they want, right? And factually, I'm sorry, we have to go back to OJ. They're gonna be the same with Kanye. They ain't gonna stop till they get what they want. They want your head, right? So they allow everything to come out in public, but there's so many things that they don't allow to come out in public for so we kind of got to know that it's skewed. And you know what I'm saying? And, unfortunately, this brother's going to have to fight that road on his own. I mean, he made choices with women. I don't know if it's what they claim it was, like all of these women. I don't know, because a lot of these artists have slept with many women, right? A lot of these guys had very promiscuous lives in the 70s, 60s, the Hugh Hefners, this and that. And, all of these people had a lot of women. So it's easy for somebody to come along if they wanted to and say, hey, this is the bandwagon we pushing, and we gonna roll it. Every woman that was with Bill Cosby, 90% of them, we can get them on the same page.
Let me take a break real quick.
All right.
If you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV, please go over and subscribe to Bolo TV, man. All right. I just wanted to get that off. I forgot. I was about to say it a little while ago, but I forgot. All right, go ahead, man.
That's basically it, man. It's like we're in a world that's based on so much opinion and so much who the media wants to put as the bad guy, and so many people who don't want to put the bad guy. You know what I'm saying?
This is my point, gentlemen. That's my point. And I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'll let you finish.
No, you good.
That's my point. When the media wants to put a bad person out, they will tell you, because I remember them saying that Minister Farrakhan was a hater. He was a evil person. He was a anti-Semite. He hated all white people, and he wanted to do some violence to white people, right? And so for years I stayed away. I said, man, I'm not gonna. That ain't in my wheelhouse to be upset at somebody just because of the color of their skin. That ain't in my wheelhouse. So for years I didn't listen to until one day a friend of mine gave me a tape, and I said, oh, okay, I'm gonna listen to this tape because I'm you trying to get me to listen to this dude. Okay, I'm gonna listen to this dude, and then I'm gonna tell you exactly the timestamp when he said I hate all white people. So I played it, couldn't find it. I said, okay, give me another one because I'll find it in this one. Maybe he got over on that one. Let me get. And then next thing I know, I had listened to about 10 or 15 of them, and I said, you know what? I'm tripping. This dude, this not what they said he was. So we got to be able to discern what a fact is, because we may listen to the order of the day and then get hung up because we hung up on what they're saying and not our own study. That's all I'm trying to put out there, gentlemen.
Right.
I got to ask y'all another question, and then we're gonna get out of here. What do y'all think about the Brittany Griner situation? What do y'all think about that?
She lucked up. I'm glad the sister got home. I hope she have a better perspective on things now. That she plays for one team, and it ain't the WNBA, whatever team she was on, and it ain't the LBGTQ. She plays on one team first. We drafted her. Okay, so you keep that in perspective. You may have outside things that I'm not telling everybody to be only confined with us, but you always got to know where your home base is. If you forget where your home base is, they get you out there on third or second. They get you between shortstop and third, boy, you dead, right? So we got to understand that. Not saying that you can't do this. Like, that's one critique I have against Kanye. And I know y'all talked about it, and I know y'all kind of cool with it, but got to be careful with all this interracial dating and all of this blah, blah, blah. Get your home front first. I believe that interracial dating will have its place when we are respected racially, right? When it's no big thing, okay, yeah.
So let me ask you a question about that. Since you said that, let me ask you a question about that. If I'm a black man and I can only attract black women that are not going to do me, be loving to me, and there's a woman of another race that will be loving to me, should I just accept the black women that are attracted to me that are going to be less than loving to me, rather than go be with somebody who's going to love me of another race or a man, whatever the situation.
And those are that's your mothership talking. Because I'm
just asking the question.
Yeah, I feel you. I know. I'm just messing with you, Clarence. But I don't believe that's possible. I mean, if we can go out here and if 15 people don't hire us, but we finally get a job, you mean to tell me you didn't? As many black women out here today, you mean to tell me you can't find one that can treat you with respect or honor or integrity?
No, brother. You can find one that'll treat you with honor, respect, and integrity. The thing is that will you desire? Are you going to be physically attracted, and are you going to be attracted to their personality? That's the thing. Are you going to be physically attracted? See, what you're trying to do in a relationship is to have a balance. You want to be physically attracted to the person. At the same time, you want to be able to have certain virtues as well come with that physical attraction. So if I'm with someone and they got the virtues, but I'm not attracted to them, how's it gonna work?
See, but listen,
if I'm attracted to this person and they ain't got the values, they're gonna continuously mistreat me.
Right?
How's that gonna work?
See, but the thing is, go ahead.
My brother Bolo, my brother Bolo.
Bolo, what's
Shout out
good?
to you, Bolo.
What's going on, fellas? What's the deal, yo?
Hey, what's up?
No, Bolo. Don't let him get out of this question. Hold on, Bolo. I'm gonna let you talk, but don't let him get out of this question.
Oh yeah, I'm just a different thinker, man. I don't know what it is, but the way I see it is physical attraction has its place, but it's also something because I think a little bit more. Honestly, when I first met my wife, she wasn't my type. I didn't say she was unattractive or nothing like that, but I had my mind and I had to start thinking as I got older, why was my mind programmed like that? We have a perception, our society and our community and our upbringing makes us say this is what attractive is physically. So a lot of times that stuff is, that's kind of I don't get too big on that. But we were attracted spiritually, and I know she was beautiful, but it was just like all of a sudden now the physical attraction became more. So I don't place too much. I think we're placing too much on having a cliche type of girl in our life, right? Say, because what are you not physically attracted to? Like most men.
Well, we all have preference. We all have preferences, brother. So
preference,
some of us may have a preference for, a certain weight, certain hair length, certain other features, certain skin color, whatever. We may have different whatever we have, right?
Right.
So we all have preferences. So what I'm saying is, if a chick don't fall into your preference,
okay, let me give you an example like this. What if a stripper, one of them big booty strippers, that was my preference because when I grew up, I seen the video. I had to have, even though she was afraid, she get the money, she for the streets. I was attracted to that, and my preference was sick. I had to value where my preference came from, because we can have preferences for a lot of things. Like I'm a vegan now, so my preference was for steak and lasagna and all that. That was my preference, but somehow that preference went away, and what I got for my soul is my preference now. Like the salads, I know I'm getting better off my little cold that I had because of my diet. So we have to check our preferences. Sometimes we are attracted to things for a reason. May not be our own. It's not just like we wake up and say, "Oh, I prefer big booty girls," or "I like light skinned girls," or "I don't like dark."
But you're not answering my question, Negro.
I'm just giving you an example of preference. But go ahead. Go ahead. What's your question?
I asked you. Okay, this is number 3.
Uh-huh.
I asked you, what if I am attracted, if I want to be with someone, and I can't find someone, because I agree with you. I think the best mate for the black woman is the black man. The best mate for the black man is the black one. I agree with that. But I also have to. I have understanding, and I've seen enough relationships go bad to say, okay, if a person can't find what they're looking for in house, are they wrong for going outside the house to go find what they can't find inside the house?
Well,
right?
See, but I can't really answer your question, because I don't believe that they can't find what they need in house, right? We find a lot of things in this world. From somehow we've been the bottom of the barrel. Somehow we find a way to drive around in Rolls Royce.
So let me ask you a question. I hear you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to make sure I'm clear. I'm being clear. I'm saying that because I know a lot of people that are looking for stuff that they can't find in other people, other black people. They're looking for women and women. They're looking for things in men and women. And they might be attracted to this person, but this person don't have the character they're looking for. And then person might have the character they're looking for, but they don't have some other quality they're looking for. And so what I'm saying is, if there's a person that loves them that's outside of their own race, why should that be a problem?
What I mean, so you tell me, what do they do when they don't find someone in their race? Is it okay if they go outside?
Well, they have serial premarital sex. That's what they do. They meet someone and they have serial premarital sex, which is, in my opinion, is very unhealthy and is very it's the wrong way to connect to a person's spirit initially.
Right.
Initially, you should connect to them.
Let me get this question out of the way, so Brother Bolo.
Yeah, because I'm gonna let Bolo come up after this. Okay.
But my thing is, if they can't find what they're looking for in a black woman, and they want a black woman, and they can't find it, they need to go to their higher self. They need to keep pushing themselves to another level. There's nothing we can't conquer, right? There's nothing we can't do. I don't have this defeatist mindset. And sometimes what I think I want is not what I need. And I have to get more connected with my spirituality and let God lead me at that point. Because for us to see that, because Kanye, I guess he felt he couldn't find what he wanted, and he thought he found it in Kim. Or woe is we, all right? So we can't look at physical things. It has to be deeper than just our eyes. It has to be deeper than just how momentary, okay, this person don't connect with me. Because we know what we both have been through, but we both know what each other need as a community. So
okay, I got another question for you, brother. I got another question for you, but I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna let Bolo get off, and then Von Eric, and then I'm gonna ask you another question.
All right.
Brother Bolo.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How y'all doing?
Hey, doing well, brother. How you doing?
I'm alive, brother. I'm alive. So I'm glad I'm here.
I don't have pride. I thought I had pride, brother Bolo. I don't have it. I couldn't watch that movie.
You couldn't watch which one?
The one you was telling me about. What's the one that you were telling me about with John Cusack?
Utopia?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. I don't have Prime. I thought I had it, but I don't.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I find another way to get it.
There's another way if you can get it. It's very important. I think everyone should watch it. Yeah. I think that should be a must. That should be a must watch.
What's the movie?
It's called Utopia with John Cusack, and that's a must watch for everybody. It's a must watch. I mean, towards the question that you were asking my man New Growth, wherever love takes you, brother.
Okay.
Wherever love takes you. You know, a lot of the times, you know, when we're talking about, you know, falling in love, you know, how you feel affects how you see. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of us are looking for the feelings of love opposed to the actions of love. And there's a difference. There's a big difference. So this is why we say to men and to women, don't rush into relationships. Understand the difference by understanding you. Understanding the difference by understanding God. And then you'll get a better understanding on what you're looking for and how to find it. So that's what the brother New Growth was talking about, the higher self. You know, a lot of us as young men and young women, we want to rush into relationships so fast and we're so immature. We're impatient. We don't understand. You know, we search for more of what we want opposed to what we need. And we need to switch that. We need to make what we need our mindset. Because what you want a lot of the times is not what you need. And what I need is what's going to get me to the next level. So, you know, whatever you find, listen, man, if you need to go to Mars to find love, go. But understand what you're looking for. Because a lot of the times we tend to put more quality on us than we do in us, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes.
So, you know, so that's how I would attack that situation as far as, you know, would you want black people to be with black people? I mean, I think that when we're looking at how the Father thinks, it's beyond that. It's beyond that. You know, I think when we have these conversations, we're missing the bigger picture. This ain't a black and white fight, man. This is the good against evil. This ain't a black and white fight. That's what these cats got us believing so that we don't look at them opposed to looking at each other. Now, I'm not telling you they ain't no, you know, that there's no Caucasians out here that has power that are affecting people of color. I'm not telling you that. What I am saying to you that those cats that have that minuscule power, there's people that are on a higher echelon that's looking to take over the planet Earth. And they're not looking at color. They're looking at the globe. And when you watch that Utopia show, it's going to sit there. You're going to look at it and it's going to blow your mind. It's going to blow your mind at what these people are doing. And they put it right on TV. And they put it on TV to desensitize you to it so that you sit there and go, no, they can never do that. Okay. You see how they shut the world down We thought they could never do it. They did it. They called it a pandemic. More people died of the flu than of that thing that they said people were dying of. The same year, more people died of the flu. Pandemic means when you look at the bubonic plague, that was a pandemic. People are dying. More people died of the flu. Open up your eyes. These conversations about Kanye and all that, that's what they want us talking about. I can care less about Kanye. Kanye is controlled. Bill Cosby's controlled. All those dudes are controlled. Why? Because they want us focused on the nonsense opposed to looking at that Utopia movie. Go look, please, if you can find it. Please look at it. The one with John Cusack. Please look at it. It's a must watch. They is a must watch. When the black people move into the white neighborhood, they is a must watch. Episode 8 is madness, brother. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy when the devil says, and this is how they put so much truth in our face and we don't get it. When the devil says the way we're going to destroy these people, talking about black people, the way we're going to destroy them is through their emotions. How are we being destroyed today? Through our emotions.
Yeah.
They put so much stuff on this television. And because we don't have our minds set right, it just flies past us.
Can I ask you this, Brother Bolo? What is the leading emotion that I agree with you, but what's the emotion that you will point to the most that is destroying our people?
Hurt, trauma, not knowing who not knowing yourself, the family structure being fractured, the black man not knowing who he is as a man, the black woman not respecting the black man on who he is, the black woman not respecting herself, the black woman, the woman of color, let me not just say black woman because it's not just black women anymore, women of color taking the position of saying I'm equal to men. There's so many different things that happens, and I would say it started mostly with people of color, but now it's all over. You look in the hood, every nationality is in the hood is dealing with this nonsense of women saying that I don't need a man. And now it's more predominantly in the black and brown and black communities, yes, but it's in every community now. Not as much as ours, but it's in every community. But when you look at this show, remember, every nationality that's ever come to America has made it above the status quo. Has made it above the status quo. Every nationality that has come to America has had their hard times, except us. We haven't made it over the status quo. We're still last hired and first fired. We're still that. And when you look at that show, where it was set in the 50s or the 60s, but if you look at, you take the bones out, you spit out the bones. And when you look at it and it says that we're going to destroy because the pastor of this place is supposed to be a pastor. I don't want to tell you the whole movie, but the devil says to him, the way we will destroy this people is by making them emotional. By making them emotional. We're emotional, brother. You listen to Kanye flipping out. If a white celebrity said that, do you think white people be flipping out like we are with Kanye? No. They wouldn't. They'd mention it, but they wouldn't be calling him a celebrity. They'd be like, man, he's out of his mind. They'll keep it pushing. You hear white celebrities say crazy things all the time. They're not having conversations like this. We're emotional. It just is what it is. It is what it is. We're emotionally driven as a people. Not everybody. I can't say everyone, but as a majority, we are. We're emotionally driven by that fat behind. Emotionally driven. Like you said, New Growth, we're not tapping into our higher being. Maybe after we've had 2 children, we've been brought to court and child support and all that, then maybe we start thinking with our brain opposed to our cock. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. Absolutely. But look at what it takes for us to get there. Because of the trauma upon trauma upon trauma upon trauma, until someone says, yo, B, we've been through too much. We got to stop this. You have a brother right next to you, New Growth, that decided to go on a spree to help children get book bags. These cats was looking at him like he wanted to. They asked him, the last $30, what are you going to do with that? Ask him if I'm wrong. Ask him.
I remember.
Right. Now, no one else, and what bugs me out is no one else decided to do it. But why, when a brother is starting to do it, why do we always think there's something crooked behind it?
You know what I'm saying? And not to cut you off, but
yeah,
with all due respect, that shit I don't care about, right? I put the money in there. I know what my brother. See, I think the biggest emotion we deal with is fear, right?
Absolutely.
So all the fear sparks all of this. I don't want to see him do it. Fear sparks us saying, why would you? Why are they tripping on him about the last $30? See, that's the emotion. Like, I don't care. Get the book bags, make the kids eat, forget all of that, because fear is killing us. Like, fear is killing us. That hey, we might go into situations and it might not come out perfect, right? Or we might fail, right? It's okay. But until we get over our fear, we're going to have women saying, I don't need a man, because they're fearing, hey, I don't know if I can trust this man. Men ain't dogs. My daddy was this, But until we get over fear, black men going to say, well, I can't trust this black woman. I feel I can be better with somebody else. And at the end of the day, it's so many great black women out here.
You're absolutely right. You know how we defend that? You know how we get rid of that fear? We get rid of that fear by knowing who we are. That's how we get rid of that fear. A lot of us as men, we're getting into these like you understand. Okay, you're absolutely right when you're saying that these women, they don't trust us. Trust is very important. You know, when a woman trusts a man, it's not that the problems that you go through, I'm able to solve it. Absolutely not. The trust comes in that the problems that you're going to go through, that I will be there to go through it with you. I won't leave you by yourself. And if some type of brunt of pain or something is coming, I'll jump in front of it. See, we haven't built that trust with them because we haven't built it within us. We haven't built it within us. You know, I was on Knowledge and Relationships the other night. Had 3 women on stage. And I said, I'm going to give you I'm going to show you a test live. I asked each woman, if you had a man that you was dating that you knew was willing to give his life for you, would you submit? Absolutely. Went through each woman. Absolutely, absolutely. There's your answer. Your answer is, when you have a man that is willing to give you Christ-like leadership, the answer to that is submission. There is no other answer besides that. When you're ready to lead, protect, guide, nurture, and if need be, sacrifice your life, why wouldn't I follow you? Why wouldn't I? If I got a brother that's next to me, if I say, hey, Brother Clarence is willing to lay his life down for me, why wouldn't I follow that brother? Your brother, dogs, if you ever need me, I don't care what time it is, holla at your boy. So when we build that kind of trust with that woman that you meet, there's not going to be a conversation of submission. She's going to tap in. But see, the problem is, you know, we're trying to put our key into so many different locks that don't fit. You know, and you're left with an imprint. See, people keep thinking that just because you have sex, that there's no spiritual imprint. There's a spiritual imprint. Because here's the thing. If that woman has had, let's say, 10 guys, okay, and the last guy that she had was good at sex.
Wait a minute, Bolo.
Yes, sir.
You sure you want to go here?
Yeah, let's go.
You
there.
want to go? Okay.
Yeah. If she's had 10 guys, and it's the same for men, it's the same. If she's had 10 guys and the last guy was awesome at sex, that's where her mind frame is, especially if she's not rooted into understanding who she is, her character, her integrity. It's the same thing with men. You have a man that's had sex with 10 women, and the last one was awesome. Guess who you're comparing that next woman that might be the one for you to? If you don't have no spiritual foundation like New Growth was talking about. That's why I loved how he kept saying that. We live in our lower two bodies, the emotional and physical. Emotions have no context or perspective. It doesn't. I just know that New Growth slapped me. I'm upset and I'm pissed. I'm not thinking about what I did to New Growth. He caught me looking at his girl through the window while she's butt naked. I deserve the slap. I deserve a beat down. But being emotional, I'm not thinking that. But if I take that emotion and hand it up to the upper two bodies, which is the spiritual and mental, he's going to say, well, New Growth went to work, Bolo. You went into the backyard. She was in the bathroom, his wife of this amount of years, and you were peeping. You're lucky you're not dead. Now I have context to it. Now I'm not that pissed off. In other words, I'm saying, damn, I'm lucky I got off that easy. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of us don't live in our upper two bodies. We live in the lower two. So we're not thinking about how many people have you met that someone could have did something wrong, and when they get pissed off, I don't care. I don't want to hear all that. But brother, you was wrong. I don't want to hear all that.
Right.
Our community is filled with people like that, both men and women.
Right.
They're living emotionally, and that is dangerous. You see the Hulk. The Hulk was emotional. Did the Avengers want the Hulk around? No. But let me give you something that a lot of people don't think about. I think it was the Avengers 3 when Hulk fought Iron Man with the Hulkbuster suit. Do y'all remember that? Do you know that Hulkbuster suit was in space following Iron Man through all of the movies? Did y'all know that?
Yeah, I remember that.
It's through the whole movies because he knew one day this is going to happen. This is the problem. Our problem is emotional, not having that spiritual and mental fortitude to say, you know what? We react rather than respond. We don't sit there and go, okay, should I beat this dude down? Or should I try to understand why he did what he did? Being a man is not always crushing something. Sometimes being a man, you might have to take an L because you're thinking about the bigger picture. When we start yelling I was having a conversation with somebody and the dude was yelling. In fact, you was there, Brother Clarence, when we were over on thing and he's yelling. You know what my response, and Brother Clarence can tell you if I'm wrong. I said, if these women are looking at you now, having this conversation, emotional, upset, pissed off, what do you think they're going to think when they're by themselves with you? You scare them off. If you're this erratic with me, how would you be when you're by yourself? When you're the king, you're the czar, you're the warlord. These guys don't know that being a husband makes you more of a servant. They think being a king, see, the great kings weren't kings to themselves. The great kings were servants to their people. That's what made them great. That's what made them great. That's why God, when you read Ephesians 5:25, he gave women 3 verses. You know how many verses he gave men? 11. 11 verses. Why? The first thing he says, wives, submit to your husbands as if you would to Christ. Absolutely. Then he says, the husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church, sacrificing himself for it. How many men are going to ready to sacrifice their life for the girl they dating right now? Look at the girl you dating, whoever's listening. Are you ready to die for her? And
But
if you
it also says your body. It also says, wife, your body is not yours, it's your husband's. Husbands, your body is not yours, it's your wife.
Absolutely.
It's just not yours, it's your wife. That's a strong wisdom right there.
Yeah. But see, men don't look at it like that. The men of today The high value man, everyone is talking about high value man, high value man. Just because you're a high value man doesn't make you a man of high value. These high value men, it's only bread that they talk about. That's what makes you a high value man. Bread. Bread. You know what money does? Money just accentuates what you were before you got it. So if you were an a-hole before money, guess what? You're an a-hole with money. That's what you are. You're nothing different. If you're an a-hole here in America, if you go to Bangladesh to go get yourself a chick because you know what? They're raised around being submissive, sooner or later, she gonna see who you are because you can't be nothing more than what you are. Money doesn't change you. She gonna see past it because you know what you led with? Bread. You didn't lead with the spirit. You didn't lead with, let me see if this woman will love me for me. That's the point. And until we get out of this emotional thing that we're in, until we can garner that trust that between each other, because it's not just us, women not trusting us. We don't trust women. Until we can garner that trust between each other, that's when the fractured family and this village that we're losing, because we don't have a village no more. When we were in slavery, we had a village because all we had to rely on was ourselves. Integration was one of the worst things that could ever happen because it broke down the family.
Yeah.
It broke us down. So if we can get that family structure back together and start with this generation, and it's going to take this generation, I promise you, not the generation behind us. It's going to take us to do it.
Brother Bolo,
we'll be better. Yes.
Can I get a couple of these other guys involved in the conversation, brother? You were spitting so well, I didn't want to stop you. But,
of course, man.
Great job with that.
Did you shine my belt today?
What?
Did you shine my belt today that you have?
Something's wrong. I can't hear. Something's wrong, man. I gotta get some headphones.
I love
brother Polo. You say something, man? I heard everything else you said, man. That was some good wisdom right there, but man, I gotta get these headphones fixed, man. Something's wrong. Oh well. I'm gonna make an appointment. My people are gonna get together with your people, and we're gonna get together for another one, brother. We're gonna have
whenever you're ready. Whenever.
Bolo and Clarence number 2. This time I'm gonna take you out your wheelhouse. I'm gonna have some surprises for you, brother. I'm gonna have some surprises for you.
Love it. I love it.
We ain't gonna just let you sing your way out of everything this time. No. Your brother been studying, so I'm gonna have some little tricks for you, man. We put out some stuff for you. I put some stuff together for you, man.
Gotcha.
So we gonna do it all again. We're gonna have a ball.
You have Paul Bride sing. Paul Bride would have sung about the church. Paul Bride would have sung him straight out the church.
Von Bryant was a judge. Von Bryant was a judge.
Yeah, I was right.
Yes, sir.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. He's
but I'm gonna let that go. See, forgiveness, Polo, forgiveness. That's what I got in my heart. Forgiveness.
Oh yeah, listen, man, I'm here.
You know what I'm saying? I know Vaughn made a mistake too on the Bolo boat, but that's okay. I understand. I got forgiveness in my heart. What's going on, Vaughn? How you doing tonight, man?
Hey, man, listen, I'm blessed,
Hey, wait, brother. You sounding good.
Listen, it's turning around for the better, that pneumonia is no joke.
Yeah,
and sometimes you have a sickness and you don't know if it's unto death or if it's just going to be something that's temporal.
Did you get that horseradish, Vaughn? Did you get that horseradish?
You know what? I did do the horseradish, but it didn't do anything.
It didn't do nothing for you?
It soothed a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Damn, brother, you strong, brother.
Oh yeah, whatever I had, and the way it came up, it was very strong. But nevertheless, man, I'm just glad to chime in, and I'm still a little hoarse from coughing. But man, I love the way you all went through the conversation today. Even though there were some points of contention. And sometimes we have that with Brother Rico, and you know, and so we all understand. We all
Not me.
understand.
That's you. That's
We
you.
all understand. But here's the thing, though, the way that you all handle it, you know, no one disrespected anyone. You see, because we see that quite a bit in these spaces. And you all seem to, you know, when it finally wound down, you know, it was like the conversation shifted. And so, you know, and I love to see it shift the way that it did, you know. And then of course Brother Bolo comes up and he, you know, drops a word, and you know, it just changes the conversation for even the better, you know. And
he bolos the whole channel.
you know, and yeah, exactly. And so, you know, I was in the chat, you know, when you guys got on Kanye. I said, oh Lord, see now I'm gonna have to change my schedule programming, because
I wasn't even listening.
I'm so done with that conversation, you know. But at the same time, you know, even though it was brought up again, you guys brought up different aspects of it, and then the conversation kind of morphed into something else, you know, and it was all good, man. It was all good, you know. I just wanted to get up here because I haven't been on in a while, you know, because I was scared that I would cough every time I tried to say a word. But man, God is good, man. And you know, you brothers keep doing what you're doing, man. And you know, let's get together and discuss and reason with each other so that we can gain some type of understanding concerning what we're talking about, you know, and then the listeners also gain something as well. You know what I'm saying? You know, they gain wisdom as well. You know, we learn, we should, you know, anytime we have a conversation, we should all learn something from the conversation. If we don't, then the conversation is pointless. It's meaningless. You see what I'm saying? But what you brothers displayed tonight was definite. You know, I admire New Growth and Brother Von Eric. You know, you guys are full of knowledge, man. I think both of you should do a show together.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, I mean, man, you know, so much history and education involved in what you're saying. And I definitely appreciate that. So I didn't want to get up here to say too much, but I did want to get up and
you take apple cider vinegar.
I haven't done that yet, but you know what? I went through like three bottles. Listen, I went through 3 bottles of Mucinex, and the Lord told me don't do a 4th bottle.
Right. You do a tablespoon of apple cider vinegar with turmeric in it, and
I have turmeric.
And apple cider vinegar with turmeric. Now, if you got ginger, turmeric in the house, you can boil that and make a tea. You could go on YouTube and it'll show you on YouTube, and you could do apple cider vinegar, a teaspoon a day, and every 2 days black seed oil. The apple cider
black seed oil is no joke, man. That black seed oil is no joke.
Yeah,
well, listen, you know, I'm actually at the end of it right now, which is
real good, man.
Which is a
Sound
very
way
good
better
feeling.
than yesterday.
Oh man, you know, it's a good feeling, you know, because every time I cough, something comes up very easily, and I just, you know, discard it.
You see the apple cider vinegar and the black seed oil. When you come out of it, you take that for 30 days. It protects you.
Okay.
It protects you because it kills inflammation, and it clears your respiratory system too.
Yeah, man, that stuff will clean you out.
Yeah, man. Let me tell you, you know, I had to go to the emergency room at one point, and you know, it was very cold that night, and you know, they said, well, listen, we want to make sure you don't have COVID. And
hold on, brothers. Let me let Bolo get a last word in because he's got a dip. So
go right ahead. Bolo, go right ahead.
Please. We'll get back.
I just want to say thank you guys, man. Thank you for allowing me on there. And New Growth, brother, continue doing what you're doing. Von Eric, it's a pleasure, man. Continue doing what you're doing. You're supposed to call me. You got my number. Holla.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna call you. Matter of fact, I'm gonna call you. So
Wait, Von Eric, hold on. Bolo, when's the next time you're going up?
Say it again.
When's the next time you're going on live?
Tomorrow morning. We're gonna be doing a short thing tomorrow morning. So tomorrow morning around 6:30 in the morning tomorrow morning. Yeah, I got a doctor's appointment, so I got to do a little early. So
6:30 Eastern, right?
Yeah, 6:30 Eastern, and then we'll be back on at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So
okay, Bonnier, call him at 6:30 Eastern or back at 9:30. Do like I do. Call him
yeah,
when the show is
that dude,
call him
yo,
when the show is
brother Clarence is the worst.
Yeah, call him in the middle of his show, right?
He will text me.
in the middle of the show.
That,
Hey, hit him in the middle of the show.
He will text me in the middle of the show saying why I said his name wrong.
Yeah.
And I'm like, brother.
Hey, man, that's a good question.
No, it's not, brother.
That's a good question.
I told the brother in the middle of me, and this is in the middle of prayer. I had to type, brother, I was breathing, man. Can you please not breathe on my name? He says.
Hey, isn't that a good question? Hey, if somebody says your name wrong, this is a good question. Why?
No, first of all, this is how I said it. I said, bro, this is what I did. I said, brother Clarence, I took a breath.
It's like that. Like, brother. Whoa!
He ain't give you one of them Pagoda size, did he?
Hey, it was kind of Pagoda-ish. It was kind of Pagoda-ish, right? Let me say something Pagoda don't like. You're like, wait a minute.
But can you believe that he texted me? It had to be about 3:00. And he texted me, can you please not do that when you say my name? And I'm like, all right, brother, I won't, man. Okay. So now I breathe in between other people's names. Yo, he's on a different level, man. He's on a different level.
Yeah.
Only guy that texts me.
Hey, somebody got to get it, just not me.
Right.
I'm just worried about me.
All right, brother. Listen, man. I love it. I always respond. It's a good thing. It lets me know what you're watching. But guys, man, have a blessed night. It's good to see brothers have a good conversation.
Hey, Bolo, man, I'm gonna check out what you
sir.
said. Utopia.
Utopia and they. I think is.
Oh, yeah.
I've already seen that.
Oh man,
You
yeah,
seen
they
Go
was
see the eighth.
excellent.
See the
Man.
eighth. Remember the 8th episode? The 8th episode was crazy. But yeah, Utopia with John Cusack. It's a must watch, man. It's a must watch because we need it. So you guys have a blessed night, man. God bless you all. Von Bryant, how's the wife doing, man?
She's blessed, man. She's over there studying.
Beautiful.
Yeah, she's doing great, man. I'm the one that's recuperating, but
okay.
Thank God for that, right?
Thank God for that. You know, brother Clarence, just make sure you spit shine the belt, brother.
What?
Spit shine the belt. Later.
Listen, we got to do part 2 soon.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Another belt up for taking. Love is love, baby. I'm out.
All right, big bro. Appreciate you, man. Love you, man. All right, that was Bolo TV. If you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV, what are you doing, man? Get your butt over there, man. All the stuff that I get wrong scripturally, he will fix it, man. He will straighten you out. And by the way, Sister Annie, yes, I got to meet this guy first, and then I will let you know what's going on. And then Bolo gonna get him after me, and then Vaughn after that, and then Rico after that. So you got about 4 people that's gonna be like, wait a minute, what you doing here?
Now look, we don't want to run him off now.
Right.
No, wait.
I don't think he ain't gonna run him off. I don't think he ain't gonna what Von Bryant. Von Bryant gonna sing Mahalia Jackson. That's it. That's it. You might as well just go ahead and shut your internet down right there.
Dude gonna come here and say, I want to marry you any.
Right.
Nah.
Damn.
What you want, man? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do when she's sad? What you gonna do when she's happy? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I'm gonna be all over him. I'm gonna give the remains to Bolo, Vaughn, and Rico. I'm gonna be all over the dude.
Yeah, that's
Are you interested in what are your plans, young man? What are you doing with yourself?
Right.
Where do you see yourself in 10 years? Where you see yourself in 5 years? I don't know. There's a door, brother.
You don't think you already told you that?
Who, Sister Eddie?
Yeah, she'd have told you that already. Brother Clarence, he see himself in 10 years. He gonna be this. He gonna be that. So you should.
Oh yeah. You know I ain't listening to her. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do just like you when your girl when and if they start bringing somebody around, you're gonna say, okay, baby, go on to the store and go get me something. And when that dude, when they gone, you go, okay, look, this is my daughter. Check this out. She better come back just the way she left, and she better be talking just the way she left. She better look just the way she left. Yes, sir.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I want to ask you that question about Grindr. I think that was a political theater right there. I think it was a setup just to get the guy that they got to exchange.
Okay, hold on, Bonnet. I want you to answer that, but I'm gonna make this be our closing remarks. So I want you to answer it and then go straight into your closing remarks because I got to get out of here. So let's do that.
Okay. Yeah, I think that was a political theater. I think that was set up and just to get to the ending where they was going to exchange with the guy that's been locked up, for 14 years. That was, y'all know what he did. The FTX, I think it wasn't regulated at all. As far as what he had his exchange and the other, it's not regulated. The part that what he was doing. Matter of fact, he was giving money to some political parties and pushing for regulation. So now, since he did what he did and that happened, now they starting to push for legislations. So those type of situations that he's did, because his company is not based in America, it's based in the Bahamas. So right there is telling you right there something is up there when you have a company based in Bahamas. You have to look at that because they don't go by the same regulation. It's considered international out of the United States, even though they may do business into the United States. So you have to look at that when it comes to also investing, especially in crypto, because that's a hard market right now to get into. So now I'm gonna get into my as far as the relations. I like what Bolo was saying, New Growth was saying, and what was in the comments. So I'm just going to use that as far as the relationship aspect, everybody else's interpretation and their findings and opinions on that, because I thought all those was wisdom in that. And my closing arguments, my closing remarks is thank you, Brother Clarence. Thank God for being here and being with y'all gentlemen with wisdom and knowledge. New Growth always, Rico always, you know how he gets, and Brother Clarence. Always. And Von Bryant, he always graced the stage with his presence and soft voice and now he sounds like a broken record, but it's amen. He's alive.
I'm here. I'm here.
Right. He's alive.
He the polite bully. That's the polite bully.
Yeah, that's the polite bully. Yeah.
Listen, I'm trying to get back to that status.
Brother Brian will bully
I'm almost there.
Right. Brother Brian will Brian will bully you and then pray for you at the same time.
Oh man.
Which is amazing thing. Yeah, I think New Growth, man, I like the way you come with your facts. I see your research is getting phenomenal. So I love that. I like how you research, take the time and read and interpret it. I like your interpretation. I like when you listen to people and able to understand their ways along with your ways and understand their interpretation. That's amazing that you're able at your age that you're able to do that now.
Yes, sir.
And grow with that. In the Bible, it says a person who is wrong can rule the world. So right there, who can see that they're wrong, and I see that in everybody a lot of times. I see that in you try to say, even though the person you may think the person is saying something that people may say is wrong, but you find the truth in it and try to understand it. And I think that's phenomenal. And I see that with a lot of us on the panel, people on the panel that I see that now, that they understand and look at other people's point of view. I think Rico need a little bit more work. But he will. But one thing about Rico, he does admit when he does finally see it, he'll say that, you just got to come with it and make sure your facts is on point. So you got to come at it a certain way. But once he see it,
yeah,
he does admit, and which I think that's phenomenal when people as ourselves understand what a person is coming from, a woman and or a man. Understand it before you refuse it. And sometimes our emotions, because it happens to me, my emotions clouds my judgment, that I'm unable to see what the person is trying to say. And sometimes the person and you are saying the same thing, y'all just using different words to express it. And I think that's what we as a people can use to grow and to unify and to grow into society that looks down on us. But I see it coming. I have a lot of blessing listening to all of y'all on the panel and in the chat, because I go, after I leave, I go and meditate on that. And I'm like, what did Vaughn Bryan say? Oh, what did Brother Clarence say? What did Rico say? Oh, what did Sister Eddie say? What did Bolo say? And that I meditate on that and grow within myself. And then I go out and teach others where God puts me at. And say what I learned from New Growth, Clarence, Brother Brian, and Rico, Sister Annie, people in the chat, and just teach my other brothers and sisters so they can grow as I grow.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Von Eric, that was dope. Yeah, boy,
that's awesome, man. That is definitely awesome.
All right, man.
I appreciate that. I definitely appreciate that.
No problem, brother. Love you all.
Love you, bro.
Appreciate you, man. All right, I'm pull you down, brother. All right, that was our brother Von Eric. Okay.
I'm gonna leave the elders. I'm gonna get out here and let the elders chop it up. I got to listen to y'all at the end. If y'all use my name wrong or something. Hey, man, I don't know. It's like this is my oasis, man. I know I'm working on my own thing. I'm trying to set up the little room and everything. So checking out microphone. So I'm just taking it step by step. But this is always my home. You know what I'm saying? This is always be my home. Even when I jump off the platform, even when I jump back on it, even here goes my big uncle, you my big brother. You think you so much older than me, man. Oh. But I take it. But Von Eric, man, I miss you so much, man. Just hearing your voice, your calmness of the conversation it's like you can. I noticed like you're one of the guys that can talk and pretty much nobody will interrupt you that much because your tone and the way that you express yourself. And I'm working on that, right? And I know I have a lot of flaws in that way, and I'm working on that. And that's why I miss your show, and I'll be glad when you come back. But take your time, man. Get better. Von Eric, man, I just see the growth in him, man. Like he's just talking so confidently now. He's just like, I mean, it's just amazing to see us all on here, man. Because at first we were just, this is your platform, so we were just on here. But now everybody has morphed into something that can be an asset to the catalyst. Right? I don't want to use that word without Rico here, but
use that word, brother. Use that word.
To me, you the catalyst, man. And it's like if we go out and do something, we always gotta pay homage to the catalyst. So, and I seen y'all with the book bag thing the other day. Look, do what y'all gotta do, man. Clarence, in my heart, in my family heart, us who donated, you can call tomorrow and say, man, something happened. The money got twisted up. Let's start it over again. Because that's how much confidence and trust we have in you. You haven't shown me anything different, right?
I appreciate you. I'm looking out to. Yeah, I appreciate you, brother.
Because we put so much pressure on our people to be perfect. No, right. I know you got a perfect spirit from what I'm seeing so far. You haven't shown me anything different.
Same here.
Let's keep that energy moving. Sister Annie, I seen her negotiating. I said, yo, y'all got to negotiate her.
Hey, New Growth. Trust me. You seeing 17 minutes of 3 or 4 hours of conversation, man.
Right.
I want to show you her really going in on dude. Oh, so I could just sit there like, wait, hold on.
Oh, yeah, she's good. She's good. She's definitely good.
You went straight into say, okay, let's check Amazon. Right. It was oh my God, that's it. Once we get that on the full front as our community, we good. And some of y'all can finally marry y'all white women in because we'll be on the same. But on that note,
I was with you on that, New Growth, by the way. just to let you know, I had your back on that one.
But y'all be great, man. Y'all continue to bless people. Sister Annie, don't let Clarence talk to him first. No, don't let him. He tough on him. So other than that, y'all be great, man. Have a blessing.
You too, man. You take care of those beautiful queens, man. Appreciate you, brother.
Yes,
all right,
sir.
All right. That was our brother New Growth, man. As always, man. Always bringing the heat, man. Shout out to New Growth, man. Yeah, man. Wow, I thought we were going one way, and then we kind of swerved back onto the road, man. So, yeah, man. Shout out to us, man. We came back on the road, man, because it was kind of getting off the road a little bit, but we came back.
But
man.
that goes along with conversation, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Conversation does take a shift at times, and it should
well,
be allowed. It should be allowed.
We'll see what happens is, as a content creator, you say, okay, this is what we're going to talk about, right? And then what happens is people come on the panel, and then you start off talking about it, and then one person say one thing, and then this other person try to disprove that, and then next thing you know, you way over there, and you're like, what? How did we get over here?
Exactly.
So
and then those of us who are spiritual, we know how to let God come in and make a change and a shift. You see what I'm saying? We're open to that. Sometimes we do have our own program, and it's A, B, C, and D. See, but sometimes God will come in and say, nah, I want you to skip C and go right over to F. You see what I'm saying? But we have to be open enough to do that, because see, that's what brings the good out of the conversation. You know what I'm saying? That's what brings enlightenment and insightful information. When you move with the flow, you may want to start out talking about carrots, but in the end, you end up talking about greens. But because you shifted and started talking about greens, the conversation became even more beneficial. And sometimes we are apt to stick to our own programs. And I get it. But at the same time, when you're open enough to move with the spirit, you see what I'm saying? You ain't got to be perfect now to move with the spirit, and it brings about a change. It brings about a different awareness in the conversation. So, yeah, man, I enjoyed it. There were some points where, I was, trying to push the button, but I didn't know which one to push. But the conversation, it went from here to there, came back over here. And, but at the same time, it was very informative. So, I'm excited about that, man. And I'm glad to be back on again, too, by the way.
Sound real good, man. Really
I'm so glad to be back on again and, able to sit and listen to all of this wonderful wisdom that you brothers share, But my closing remarks would just simply be, I thought the conversation moved the way that it should have moved. And, I have my opinions on certain things, the sister who got out of prison. Yeah, glad for her. Very glad for her. You know what I'm saying? I didn't think she should have been there in the first place. But it kind of teaches us to be more mindful as to how we move when we go to different countries, right? You see what I'm saying? So unfortunately, that was a lesson learned in a way that you wouldn't want to have to learn it. You know what I'm saying? And then you guys shift over to, I believe, what was it? What was the next thing?
We went from Bill Cosby to Brittany Griner to FTX.
Bill Cosby. Yeah, Bill Cosby. Yeah, that's just an ongoing thing, man. I don't know if I have too much more to say about Bill Cosby. He's an old man, and I don't want to say the wrong thing, but like what you do in the dark, listen, eventually it's going to come to the light, and it may not come to the light when you're 18, and it may not come to the light when you're 35, and it may not come to the light when you're 64.
Yeah.
But it may come to the light later, but eventually it will come to the light. So, but I'm still praying for him and his situation and all of the victims and all of these things like that. And And then you went to Kanye for a minute. And so I'm gonna leave that alone. I've already expressed my opinion about Kanye. And but man, the epilogue of the whole conversation, the way that it came together in the end of it, man, see, this is prime time YouTube television. Tune into it. You see what I'm saying? Because something is to be gained from it all. And yeah, man, but I enjoyed you all, brother. When are we going to get together again about the format as to what we're doing?
I was just telling Shamika today. I ran into her today, and I was telling her that we ordered the backpacks. So she said, and I was telling her that we needed a way to register the people so that we can give away a laptop as well. So I'm telling you, man, this is out of her mouth. She said, you know what? Well, she said, there's a lady down the street doing a food drive. I'm gonna try and see if I can get her to get us some food boxes. So now she wants to man, this lady wants to turn it into a big thing, man. She wants to give away shoes. She said, I'm gonna try to get people to give away some shoes, give away some food.
Awesome.
I said, man, I was like, wow. And she said, I know all these, I'm plugged in all these people, so I'm just gonna see if they're available to be able to do it. She said, I know they can do it, but I just need to see if they're available to work when we're ready to work, right? So she's talking about the first week of January.
Okay.
Yeah, actually being out here physically giving away the stuff. But yeah, man, I was talking to her. So as far as us getting together, when the backpacks get here and we inspect everything and make sure they're here, everything, we got to get together about the t-shirts because we got to still see how much money we got left after everything, after budgeting out for her and budgeting out for everything. We got a lot of money left over because you saved us a lot of money you saved us about almost $500 on just the t-shirts, right? I mean, just on the backpacks. So we got money left over. Got some money left over, but we never know, something might come up, whatever, right? So it depends on that situation. But if we need to talk about the t-shirts and then the computer. Yeah, the computer. We got to talk about the computer.
Yeah.
So those two things definitely we got to talk about.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, I don't know if it's gonna be this week. It's Thursday. It's already this week's over. So maybe next week.
Well, you know what? Listen, we have time. There's no, listen, we've already met the goal. So there's really no rush, just let it happen. You know what I'm saying? And, one thing at a time. This is a whole nother phase of the project.
Yeah, man. Probably next week, man. Probably next week.
Okay.
But I
well,
mean,
I'm
like
available.
I said, if you or Sister Annie or Jill or any one of you guys come up with a design, hell, even Bolo, if you guys, any one of you guys out there come up with a design for a shirt that says strong performance on the front of it, hey, get it to me. Let me take a look at it because I gotta go and get in touch with Be Easy so that Be Easy can, actually put the design together. But if y'all give me something, y'all give me something to take to him, and say, hey, can see what he said how it should be done or whatever. He put his little touch on it. You know what I mean?
Sounds good, man. Sounds
good.
Yeah.
So
man, you're doing a great job, Brother Clarence, and I just wanted to share that with you. You're doing an excellent job. You're very diligent. You're diligent about your programming. And you're faithful to it. You may have missed a Tuesday and you may have missed a Thursday, but it's very far and in between. And it's like we can count on you to be there.
I try, man.
And that's what a lot of people, and I know that's not easy for you at times. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But because of your diligence, you see what I'm saying? Yeah, man.
I try, brother. I really try.
That's what I'm saying, brother. God, you've got a reward coming, brother. Definitely.
Yeah, I already got it. I got you. I got Sister Annie. I got Jill. I got I got all of you guys, Rico, Bolo, all of you guys, Von Eric, New Growth, all of you guys coming through, man. That's a good thing for me, man, because it reinforces the fact that I feel like I'm trying to do. If all these good people come around you, then you must be trying to do something good. They must think you're trying to do something good as well, right? So it reinforces that in me, and lets me feel like, oh, okay, I must be doing something right. I must be doing something, because I know everybody don't dig me, so I get it. It's no problem. But
Yeah,
for the
well,
people that do dig me,
me as well, you know.
but for the people that do dig me, for them to say, brother, we're getting something out of what you're doing, that means a lot,
That's a
man.
blessing. Yeah, that's a blessing
For
right
you to
there.
come up here and say that, that means a lot. So I do appreciate you, brother. And I wouldn't have been able to do none of this, without you, without all of you guys. But
Yeah, man,
especially,
we're here to push you. We're here to push you and lift you, and you see what I'm saying? Help you carry on.
well, Brian, come on, Clarence, we can do it. Yeah, Clarence, we can do this. Come on. But
Yeah,
Clarence has a great idea. Let's spend all day Saturday begging for money.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
it ain't gonna
You're
work.
right. But that's when you put your actions to your faith.
Yes.
That's when you put works to your faith. Faith without works is dead. And
Yeah.
so when you put the action to it, and just step out on it, you know, just like the scripture says, faith is the substance of things hoped for, but the evidence of things that are not seen.
Right.
So, man, you see what I'm saying? You got to have faith. It's impossible to please God without faith.
But you got to have work to have faith.
Yeah, but you have
Faith
to,
goes with the work.
Yeah, exactly. But
Right.
man, Brother Clarence, man, thank you again for having me up for a few minutes. I look forward to the next opportunity, brother. And God bless you, and keep doing what you're doing, man.
I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. I'm gonna close it out, man. But I appreciate
All
you,
right,
man.
bro.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. I'll hit you up soon, man.
All right.
All right.
Peace.
I'm peace. I'm gonna bring Brother Vaughn down, man. That brother right there, man. I mean, man, if you ever doing something and you really think you're doing something good, man, go call that brother to help you, man. Because that brother, man, that brother in front of the scenes, behind the scenes, and all of these people. Look around at these people in the chat, man. We ain't got nobody. We got straight shooters, man. We got straight shooters. We got Sister Annie, Jill, Bolo, New Growth, Von Eric, Patrice. I mean, we got straight shooters, man. You know what I mean? So, Rico, we just got people that want to see something good happen, man. And so, man, I feel like I'm so blessed, man. I feel like I'm so blessed. So thank you, Sister Annie. Sister Annie said, if anyone does graphic design, I challenge you to donate a design for this honorable mission, purpose-driven move for the community. That means for free. You know how your people are, Sister Annie, man. Once they hear, oh, I'm working for free, they want stuff for free, but they ain't working for free, right? Well, let me give y'all a little update. So I've talked to our sister Shamika today, and she was saying that, man, she want to get some food boxes too. And so she said she's gonna try to get food boxes, shoes, and some other stuff, because she's doing a toy drive right now. So she's doing a toy drive for Christmas. And so she's gonna try to work with some of the people that's donating some of the toys to donate some of this other stuff, man. I mean, she blew my mind, man, when she started talking about all the stuff she wanted to do. She said, why not? If we're gonna send them back with new backpacks, let's send them back with new shoes. Let's send them back with some food. Let's send them back with I was like, okay. I was like, okay. If you can work it out, we'll do it. You know what I mean? So, but she's already she got some kind of thing on her website where she's putting on her IG page where she put up a what do you call that? A form where they got to fill out a form and everything. So she's handling that. So, we're just gonna let her handle that. and I told her it was 48 people. So, well, I forgot. I should have said 45 because I don't know if some, I wanted some extra backpacks and extra stuff just in case something went wrong, we're faulty with something. I wanted a couple of extra ones, but that's okay. We'll do what we can do. We just give them out. We give out what we can, and if we got to order some more, we'll order some more. So that ain't no thing. All right. Yeah. So that's the update so far, man. We're looking at the first week of the first week of January to actually give out the backpacks, man. So Jill, clear your calendar, man. Let's see. I forgot what day she said. I think she said the 3rd. I think she said the 3rd. The 3rd of December. No, not the 3rd of December. No, crazy clans we're talking about. I think she said the 7th. The 7th of January. I think that's what she's talking about. The 7th of January. So pencil that in for those of y'all that want to actually be here. Of course, if you can, I'm not trying to tell you guys to fly out here and you can't afford that. I'm just saying, if you got the free time and you can afford to come and you not that far away, don't worry. Me, Jill, and me and Jill and her people, Shamika across the street, we can handle it. But if you want to come and help out, like Patrice said, she might be able to come in. Cool, no problem. But don't y'all spend a whole lot of money flying down here to give away some backpacks. We got some bigger stuff coming down the road that you can fly out to. This is not a fly out thing. We're gonna do it in your name, so don't even worry about it. All right, but y'all pencil in January 7th, 2023. That's probably when we are going to be giving away the backpacks and everything else that we can put it all together. All right, y'all seen the video? I uploaded it where we was talking to the guy about the backpack. That was the first guy we talked to on the backpacks. Was the place I was gonna go initially. That's why the prices was so high, because I was gonna go to this place initially. Von Bryan was the one that said, "Hey, wait a minute, let's just check." Sister Annie came up with hey, well, let's check some other things. And then Von Bryan said, "Yeah, let's check some other things." So Von Bryan came up with Amazon. And so we said, okay, let's check Amazon. And Amazon had good prices and, what we need. And so we went ahead and went with Amazon. All right. So the backpack should be here next week. Let me see. Let me look at the calendar again. They said they're gonna be here between the 13th and the 17th. So that's next week, y'all. That's when they're supposed to be here, right? They're supposed to touch down over here, and they're gonna be stored over in her office, not mine. Over in her, I ain't got no room over here. Over in her office, she's gonna store them over there, and and that's about the update until we get everything together. I'm gonna inspect them, go over there. I probably will do a little video of me opening them up and me and her opening them up and checking them out, making sure everything's all good, make sure we got all the school supplies and calculators and everything. Doing all that, and then so y'all can see that portion as well. And then when we make another video, probably about us trying to find a computer. And that's it, man. That's it. All right, y'all have any other questions? Because we have one from he did excellent. When I saw that, I said, whoa. This is good. This is good. This is good. All right, y'all. So that's what we did. That's what y'all made it happen. So man, can't thank y'all enough, man, for digging in y'all pockets and helping out this cause, man. And we're gonna, like I said, we're gonna show you everything. Okay, and if y'all didn't see the video I posted today, it has at the end, it has the receipts where we ordered. I just didn't want to give you the order number, but I definitely has the receipts on there, right? But definitely the backpacks are on their way. All right, because the order number has some sensitive information on there, so I didn't want to put that all out there. Not that I don't trust y'all, but there's other people out here that might try to get that information and try to do some fugazi stuff. So I just said, forget. I ain't worried about it, but I said, let me just take it out because who knows, right? Who knows? Let me just play the safe. All right. So anyway, all right. Let me recap and then I'm out of here. Bill Cosby. Unfortunately, Bill Cosby put himself in a situation, but like I said, people was getting down like that back then, and it wasn't. I'm not saying it was acceptable, but it was like, women didn't look at it as a situation. I'm talking about the whole sleeping around thing, not the drugging thing, but the whole. Well, just taking drugs, yeah, they did do that too, but they didn't look, if they got like that, they didn't look at it as something they didn't need to go to the police, right? At that time, of course. Now it's a different ball game. Of course, women look at it now like, hey, it's illegal to drug people. It's illegal to drug a man, right? So it's illegal. You're not supposed to drug somebody, and then try to have sex with them. That's not supposed to. These women, unfortunately, he looks like, to me, allegedly, he committed this stuff. He did this stuff. So he's gonna have to stand tall on it. But because we all gotta stand tall on stuff when we get called on it, right? If you get called on it, that's the question. We've all done bad stuff. We all got stuff in our closet, but okay. So if you're fortunate enough to not have to revisit it, cool. But don't get too excited because shoot, anything we've done in the past could revisit us at any moment, right? That's why we got to constantly ask God for mercy, right? And his forgiveness for us. Because maybe we wasn't in our right mind when we was doing this stuff, right? I know I wasn't. I was doing all kinds of stuff, fugazi stuff out there. And I wasn't in my right mind. I was possessed. But it ain't good enough for me to admit that I was possessed. I have to also ask God for forgiveness. I also got to thank God for turning my life around, turning me around, making me, opening my eyes, right? Jesus opened the man's eyes. The man was blind. He couldn't see, right? Jesus opened his eyes, right? God opened my eyes. I couldn't see. I could see, like physically see, but I couldn't see with spiritually that I was not a complete person. I was like 2/3 of a person, but my soul was suffering because I was had all these trinkets and everything, but I didn't have my soul together, and I had to go through a process. With abracadabra, Clarence? Abracadabra don't exist. That exists in a Popeye cartoon. Abracadabra, right? Open sesame, right? That's not the reality. Reality is everything is a process, right? Everything's a process. You gotta to teach. You gotta learn, right? You can't just come out teaching. You gotta learn, and then you gotta, and to learn, you gotta be humble enough to accept the fact that you don't know, and somebody can teach you, right? It's all process for us changing. Anyway, yeah, Bill Cosby, you're gonna have to stand tall on it, man. They call anything anybody call you on, man, you got to stand tall on it, right? Y'all might hear something about me one day, but I'm gonna stand tall on it, man. I'm gonna say, you know what? If I did it, I did it. What can I do? We all done something. But we all need God's mercy and grace, Jill. So that's the thing, man. Don't, just if you did something and you really offended and hurt somebody and they call you on it, just stand tall on it and ask, what can I do to make a difference at this point? They said, give me some money and you got it, I have to break them off, right? We got people whose feelings we hurt, right? There's some people running around that we did something to, we devastated them, right? We did something, we devastated them. We ended a relationship with them, or we cheated on them, or whatever. I mean, whatever we did, right? Whatever we did. I'm not saying in particular anything but if we've all done something where we hurt somebody's feelings, right? And we just expected them to just deal with it, right? But No. That person might come back up to us years later and say, you know what, the reason why I'm in a crazy house is because of you. Reason why because of you. Reason why this happened to me because of you. So what you got to do is ask that person for forgiveness and ask God to help you forgive you and just keep on moving. What can you do? See, you can't force somebody just because you throw an apology at them. You can't force them to accept it. Can't throw an apology at somebody and think, oh, well, they're just going to take it. Not always. Not always. You know, some people, man, they're just not going to take. But you can't get hung up on the fact that they don't take your apology. I really meant it from my heart, Clarence. I was sincere. I know you was. Maybe you was. But the other person that may not be what they interested in, right? They so out of whack with what they need help, counseling help, type help, spiritual help. Until they recognize that, they're going to keep themselves in that prison. And nothing, it's like Bill Cosby, you can give these people $10 billion. Still not going to fix the situation. What's it going to do? Really, it's not going to fix the situation until they get some help, get some real counseling. Hopefully they do. All right. What about Brittany Griner? Brittany Griner. Well, I feel like this. Brittany Griner, I'm glad that your sister's home. I'm glad that she got home, but I also feel like we should be doing more for our vets and our vets. Because if I was a vet and I'm sitting in a Russian jail and I'm watching Brittany Griner go home for a similar offense, I'm like, why ain't they fighting for me, right? Our veterans should go to the top of the list on something like that, right? Okay, she's a celebrity, okay, but we need a couple more. We need a couple more of our vets as well, right? Let's try to work it out. Let's try to hammer it out. I'm not saying they're not doing it. They could be doing it behind the scenes. We don't know, but in my opinion, yeah, our vets should go, and then the regular citizens that's over there caught up, they should be next, right? You know what I'm saying? If it's something fugazi, right? With like what they caught her with, we can't just expect the Russians to capture somebody that's out there, ARPing people, and then say, "Oh, we want this person back." They're gonna be like, "No, this person, they may have major heinous crime." I'm talking about something like what Brittany Griner did. Less than an ounce of weed. You can get this for 9 years for less than an ounce of weed. Dang. That's a lot. All right, y'all. That's Brittany Griner, man. Yeah, hopefully her situation gets resolved. She gets home safe to her family, as well as anybody else that's over there for some fugazi. Hopefully the government's be able to work them out coming home. All right, who else? Well, we talked about FTX. We talked about FTX, man. Holy smokes. We didn't even get to that. We didn't even get into that, man, because I knew that was just like past. But see, I want to talk about stuff like this, y'all. I want to try to educate y'all on the fact that who we need to be looking out for, and watch out for these fast talking, double talking dudes and women that double talking, fast talk you, right? One of my friends, his father got kidnapped at a gas station, right? Father's probably in his late 60s, early 70s, maybe. Latino fella, just pumping some gas in his car, right? Chick walks up to him, "Hey, how you doing?" And while the chick's talking to him, the dude gets in the back seat of the car, right? It was a car with a sedan, not a sedan, but a SUV, where it had a double, with rear doors, right? And he came up to the old man, hey, how you doing? You know, and while she's distracting the old man, I need a ride. Can you help me? I'm stuck. And then the dude got in the back seat of the car. Right? So next thing you know, my friend, his family got a call from these people saying, hey, meet us at this location with $10,000. You know what they did? They paid it. And they got him back. They didn't go to the police. I don't know if this is a natural occurrence in Mexico. Is they used to it or not? I don't know. Because my friend's Mexican, right? I don't know if it's happens all the time out there, and they just like, oh no, we ain't going to the police. Let's just get the money together and pay them. But they paid and they got him back. But the point is, we got to pay attention to what's going on around us, y'all. We got to pay attention to these people talking to us, because you never know. You never know. Unless you're with somebody you've been through some wars with, you never know. You never know who you really with, man, or the person come up to you, hey, I need help, right? You know how people at the gas station come to, hey, I need help, I'm stuck. If you just give me $2, I can put the gas in this gas can, right? I mean, whatever little game they got going on, right? I mean, but see, here's the thing. Do what's in your heart. Do what's in your heart, man. If your heart is to help them and give them $1, before I would give somebody some money, I would just give them something to eat. That's me. I used to give people money. I said, man, why am I giving them money? Let me just give them something to eat. And if they decide they don't want to eat it, then that's on them. But I ain't giving them no money to go get some more alcohol to get more jacked up. You know what I mean? I'm just helping them down the road, right? So no, I don't want to do that. But that's me. Y'all ain't got to be like me, man. You know what I'm saying? That's a good thing about here. We can all be different, man. I'm just telling you how I do it. I used to give money. I need some money for the gas. Oh, here you go, brother. No problem. Right? And then I said, wait a minute, man. Am I really helping this person by giving them the money? Or would it be better if they just tried to get them something that they could use? Right? Give them something they could utilize. Some food, right? A drink, right? A soft drink, right? But that was me. Anyway, yeah, man. But we got to watch who these people talk, especially us in the Black community, man. A lot of people come to us and they want us to get on these bandwagons. Oh yeah, this is the next new craze. This thing here, and go do that. Never do that. Never do that. Watch everybody else make all that money. I guarantee you, it's gonna all fall apart at the end. This young brother came through Eddie Long's church talking about how, well, not only that, this young brother came through talking about how he was going, he had all these websites that was making all this money, and he was going to make everybody this money. And he took all this investor money. He didn't do nothing, right? He said, oh, it's a godly way we're going to do this. It's a godly way we're going to do this. It's a godly way we're going to do that, right? We're never going to be involved in no gambling. We don't involve our sites never have no gambling on, right? But when when people start screaming for their money, saying, "Hey, we gave you this money, where'd it go?" He eventually had to start buying these casino computer programs to try to sell that. Right? I mean, it was a complete mess, complete disaster, right? So don't listen to these. Anybody, you got to do it right away. My wife will come to me. I want to buy these. I saw this on TV. I got to buy it right away. I'll be like, wait a minute. It'll be there. No, it's on sale right now. It's on for sale. We got to do it right now. I said, okay, go ahead and do it with your money. Don't come in here and get no money from me. I don't work like that. I don't buy stuff like that. I don't buy stuff like that, man. If it's on sale here, it'll be on sale someplace else. I'll find it. That's the way I am, bro. I am the slowest person ever. You know, just about everything. I'm so slow, y'all. Except when I'm running. When I'm actually moving around and active, you know, I can get some speed up. But when I'm just, you know, I got a very lethargic attitude, man, about stuff. It'll be there. Like you know, let's look at it first. Let's look it up first, right? My mom actually like, we gotta get it out. We gotta do it now, right now, right now. They got it on sale right now. Nah. No, she can't stand that about me, man. She mad. She don't like the fact that I don't get all excited about stuff like that. She likes it, but she don't like it. Let me say it like that. She likes it, but she don't like it. Right? You know, a day or two later, 3 days later, after she cool off, she be like, yeah, we see it someplace else for the same price. She's like, yeah, you was right. Yeah, you know, yeah. Y'all, but hey, yeah, y'all. So let's be quick to think, slow to talk, and quick to think, slow to talk, and ready to listen. How about that? How about that? Quick to think, slow to talk, and ready to listen. Because see, the last part of the conversation that Vaughn was talking about, that wouldn't have happened if we weren't listening to each other. We didn't listen to each other, right? Quick to hear. Vaughn said, quick to hear. Okay, quick to hear. Vaughn knows this is. I'm trying to be like Bolo, Vaughn. I'm trying to have my own little 3 things, Vaughn. Let's wait till we get to your show. Then you can tell us the 3 things. No, I'm just kidding. You're right, man. We should be quick to hear too. Quick to listen. Listening and hearing is 2 different things. When you hear somebody, you just hearing their voice, right? When you're not actually listening to what they're saying, you're not actually comprehending and then responding to what they're saying, right? You just heard them. Listening is when you're quick to listen. We want to listen. Not only did I hear what you said, I'm able to comprehend and then respond intelligently back to you, right? All right, y'all. That was it. FTX crypto. If I was you, I would never invest in crypto ever. Well, it's not an investment. I would never put no money into crypto. Only money I would put in crypto is money I would take to the blackjack table. Money I have no problem losing. If you have no problem losing, because crypto is not an investment. Crypto is not an investment. Crypto is just a fast way to lose money, lots of money. And so, in my opinion, you know, the only people that make money in crypto are the people that start these things, just like a pyramid scheme, like a Ponzi scheme. Only the people at the top really make money. The rest of everybody else just gets fleeced with the idea that there's a quick buck in it, and you know, it's just not there as far as I can see. Anyway, all right, let me do the rundown, y'all, because I got to get out of here, man. Let me get out of here. Let's see. What are we doing? Here we go. All right. Let me start with the chat. Chat is it's quick to think, slow to talk, and ready to listen. That's the way I look at it, Sister Annie, man. You know, listening and thinking should be the first. I mean, that should be what we do, and we should do all of that before we talk, man. We should be slow on the talking, right? I mean, I know I'm not always, but I try to be. I try to hear everybody out before I respond to them. You know, unless they've said something I've heard over and over again, then it's probably bad that I assume that sometimes, but sometimes they've said stuff that I've heard it, and or I think I'm scared I'm gonna lose my train of thought, so I'll come in. So I got to work on that. Y'all. But I try to be the same way. I try to be like that. All right, thank you, Sister Annie. Appreciate you. Okay. The rundown. First of all, the chat's where it's at. Man, chat is where it's at. Chat is where it's at. Yeah, man, y'all did an outstanding job today. Everybody did a great job, man. We only had one bot come in, and you guys see conversation going awry. Throw me a curveball, because see what happens is I get caught up too, right? It's easy once you're on the stage, man. You can get caught up, right? Trying to prove your point, and see me. I'm more not so much trying to prove a point, but I'm trying to teach the audience. See, like most of the people that come on the stage, they think I'm trying to talk to them, but I'm really talking to the audience, because I know there's people that are gonna watch it on the replay, and they don't. Some people gonna stop by here. They don't have no guidance. They don't have nothing. They are completely out of control. I know what that lifestyle is like. You have nobody who you can run to and say, "Please help me." You don't even know how to run to God. You don't even know how to reach out to God, right? You don't even know how to say, "Please help me." You live in such a lie. I've been there. So you never know when a person's in that state. You never know what thing could just make them say, "You know what? Let me try my life. Let me try something different. Let me try something different," right? So that's the environment we creating here, y'all. We creating this environment here where, none of us is too big to be checked, the information that they putting out being checked. None of us, not me, not you, none of us, right? Any one of y'all could come and say, "Bro, Clarence, I don't see it that way," right? And does that make sense? Right? So that's the environment. So we need to create this environment that people will actually get some help. Shout out to Brother Marcus, by the way. Shout out to Marcus. To create this environment where people gonna get help. Not gonna say we're gonna be all believe the same religion. We all gonna be the same race. We all gonna be the same, but we all gonna be the same as far as respectful and being able to share their ideas. And we can all agree that that's what we're gonna be, right? So that's all I'm saying, y'all. Y'all help me do that. Y'all, without y'all, I wouldn't be able to do this. Without y'all, I wouldn't be able to do this, man. I wouldn't be able to come out here, give away almost 50 backpacks and all the other stuff that we gonna be doing that, that looks like it's gonna happen. I wouldn't have been able to do that without y'all, man. So shout out to the chat. The chat is where it's at. Very strong performance today. Very strong. Everybody did a great job. Very strong performance, y'all. Very strong performance. All right, let me go down. Who's on the panel today? What about Brother New Growth? What about Brother New Growth? The youngster, right? The youngster came through, and he came in. He brought his baby girls. Man, shout out to the New Growth family. Brought his baby girls through, and he. Oh man, they went to see Rico. They came. I think New Growth be talking about Rico so much. Even New Growth probably talk about Rico at the dinner table. Man, I was arguing with the dude, man. And they say, "Who is this Rico you keep talking about? Who is this Rico you speak of?" And so they finally got a chance to see Rico, man. But the New Growth man came through, and we were chopping it up, and one of the things is that he was able to see some things that I saw, and pretty much we saw that, like Von Erich said, we was pretty much saying the same things, just a different way. And so, Sister Annie, thank you for actually connecting us by saying, hey, science is sometimes it is, sometimes it ain't. You know what I mean? So that was the bridge that was able to bridge the gap between, because I was saying one thing, trying not to say one thing, and he was trying to say one thing, and we were basically saying the same thing, just using different language. But yeah, shout out to New Growth, Jill. Shout out to New Growth, man. A very strong performance. A young fellow always comes through with a strong performance, but he came through today, man. And I saw another side of him, which was his humility. He's always humble, but I mean, a lot of times New Growth can get when he's making a stance on something. Sometimes he can get a little feisty. But today I saw that he was, able to use that humility that he has to, create a connection between he and I on what was being said. So shout out to him, and thanks to Andy for intervening in that. Okay, so shout out to New Growth. Strong performance, very, very strong performance. Very, very solid, very solid. What about Von Eric? Von Eric, man, holy smokes, man, Von Eric. You guys are too young. Y'all don't remember the wide world of wrestling. Y'all don't remember the roller derby. Well, out here in California on on the UHF channels, we had we had wrestling, wide world of wrestling. This was before WWE and WWF and all that. We had the wide world of wrestling, right? And they used to have shows like the wrestling, and they had Wally George, and they would have who else? They had what's that dude with the big mouth? He had the big mouth, man, that guy. And then they would have the wide world of wrestling and the roller derby and all these different crazy shows, right? And in the wide world of wrestling, they always had these tag team matches. And so I used to like the Guerrero brothers, man, because the Guerrero brothers they would fly out of the ring, man. They was, in my opinion, they was the first ones actually diving off they used to dive off the ropes and all that. They used to do a lot of acrobatic stuff, so I liked them, man. They, and plus they won a lot. And so I said when New Growth came in and then Von Eric came in, I said, oh man, here's Pedro Guerrero and Victor Guerrero, man. They was brothers, and they would tag each other in and out. Man, shout out to Von Eric, though, man. Von Eric and New Growth, man, very intelligent brothers, man. And hopefully they're gonna get their channels up real soon, man, because they need to, man. They need to share their perspective, and I think they will catch a whole nother demographic than the people that's listening to me, and they could get their information out, at least put out the way they think about it. Me at least, and a younger audience would be able to see it. I think because I'm at where I'm at, the younger crowd doesn't really want to hear from a guy like me, right? Because they want to hear from somebody who's living a life, right? But actually, I'm living a life, right? I'm living a life, but they think that I'm not living a life because I'm not, banging chicks every day, right? I'm banging the same one, right? So I'm not doing too good, all right? But I'm living a life. I'm where you want to be, man. I'm almost about to be retired. I'm talking to a bunch of people that I truly care about. They care about me, and then I got my other family as well. And they care about me as well. I'm living a life, man. I'm living a life. I came back from a debilitating illness, and I'm still trying to come back from it. What more can I say? But, like I said, Von Eric is just one piece of the pie that, makes it like, okay, I got to have my stuff straight. I can't, because, him and New Growth, those two guys are going to make sure that I'm coming correct, right? I can't just sit back and, sit. I got to be laser focused. If you notice, when Von Eric and New Growth on the stage, sometimes people in the chat might not get called out, right? They might not get recognized because I'm so focused on what they're saying. I don't want to miss what they're talking about and then say something to drive the conversation a whole other direction. But anyway, shout out to Von Eric, man. Shout out to Von Eric. Very strong performance. Very strong. Very strong. Okay, y'all. I'm gonna speed it up so I can get out of here, man. Oh man, there they go. There they go. They're looking for me, right? Okay, I'm gonna speed it up, y'all. I'm gonna speed it up. Brother Marcus. What about Brother Marcus? Once again, Marcus, man. Marcus always has great takes, good talking points. Always hits, ask some questions that may the rest of us may not be thinking about, right? Because Marcus will, he kind of is able to not step into what we're talking about, but also look at it from outside the house before he comes in, right? Most of us we're in this house, right? We living in this house. but Marcus is like the guy that the neighbor that lives across the street that can come over and say, hey, Clarence, I saw this from outside. What do you think about this? Right? But he still comes in the house, man, right? If you want to come sit down at the table, we got a place for him, right? I also see I'm coming. I'm trying to hurry up. I'm trying to hurry up. But okay, strong performance for Brother Marcus. Strong performance for Brother Marcus, man. Shout out to Brother Marcus. What about Rico Young? Rico Young, strong performance by Rico Young. All right. So, right, solid performance, solid, very solid. Marcus, very solid. Rico, very solid. What about Bolo? What about Rico's strong performance? What about Bolo TV? What about Bolo TV? My brother Bolo, huh? Very strong performance. What strong performance do I like about Bolo? I'm glad that he feels like he can touch on some topics that he probably normally wouldn't touch on unless he gets invited somewhere. But he don't have to wait for an invite here. He's always invited. The door is always open for him. He always invited. You don't have to wait till, hey, Clarence, when you send me the link, I don't have to. All you got to do is come into the chat and say, Clarence, can I come up? Bam! Get a link right there. Boom. All right. Here you go. He's coming straight up. But shout out to Bolo. Very strong performance. Very strong. Very solid. Very, very solid. Just drop jewels, man. Just drop jewels like a pinata, man. Just drop jewels everywhere. And so hopefully most of us gonna have to go back to really listen a couple times to some of the stuff he was saying, man, because he dropped so much. And last but not least, but a strong performance from Bolo, very solid. What about Von Bryant? Man, Sister Annie, he would sound much better. He sound much better than yesterday, right? Me and Sister Annie was on the phone with him yesterday, man, and he sound much better than yesterday, man. So I was getting a little worried about him, man, but he sound real strong today, man. Shout out to Von Bryant. But Von Bryant, what do you think about today? Right? Came up, said his piece. One of the things I like about Von, man, is I see where Von has come. See, y'all don't remember this Von Bryant. Well, I just want to see if I can come. Now we got this Von Bryant. Hey, what? This is what we gonna do, and that's how it is. And I was talking first, right? The old Von Bryant was like, "Oh, you talking over me? Oh, okay, go ahead." I had to tell Von, man, you can't pay no attention to me, Rico, and Patrice. We just talk. You just gonna have to just fight your way through it. I said, me, Rico, and Patrice, man, we the kind of people we just gonna keep on talking, right? You gotta interrupt us, especially if we've going on for minutes and minutes and minutes, right? Now, Von, man, I gotta interrupt Von. But shout out to Von, man. Very valuable people, man. Very valuable helper in this endeavor, man. As all of the rest of y'all are, man. Very valuable, all of y'all, man. I wouldn't trade not one of y'all for nobody else. Shout out to but Von Bryant, very strong performance today. Very strong performance. Okay, guys. I'm over the limit. I wanted to do 3 hours. I did 5 in almost 6. 5 in 45 hours, 46 seconds. So what we're gonna do, y'all, we're gonna cut it down, and then we're gonna come back on Sunday. Sunday's the big show. I don't think Patrice has a show this weekend, so we will be able to take our time instead of trying to rush through everything. Thank you, Jill. Appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate you as well as you guys. Very strong performance. All right, we're gonna get out of here. So we will come back on Sunday, and give me a couple of days to do some administrative work in here, and then we back on Sunday, y'all. We're gonna back in it, teaching and preaching, teaching and preaching. All right, y'all. So thank y'all for hanging in with us all the time, checking back. Those of y'all that had to leave and come back, and thank y'all, all y'all, and I will see y'all on Sunday. Peace.